The Soul Thief. Book 1 of the Vesely Academy series by USA Today best-selling author Silvana G. Sanchez. We meet again, children of creation. Mortals who have ventured into these halls before may know me as the waiter from the Bellevue Cafe, the one who served untouched coffee while observing a vampire's careful courtship. For those who have not witnessed those events, I suggest you seek out the prequel to this tale first, though I assure you, what I'm about to share runs far deeper than my role as a mere observer. I am Drahoslav, and was, a guardian angel, a warrior of divine light bound by ancient oaths. My involvement in Kurt and Mary's story was but a note in the symphony that would lead to my undoing. Or perhaps my awakening. What follows is not merely a story, but my confession. I once stood above humanity, watching your kind with detached fascination. Now I have known your pain, your passion, your capacity for love, experiences that have humbled even my celestial nature. Through my fall from grace, I learned truths that no amount of eternal observation could have taught me. Listen, then, to my tale. While you may have witnessed the beginning at the Bellevue Cafe, you have yet to learn how deeply fate has woven the threads of my destiny at Vesely Academy. Come, take my hand as we cross this threshold together. Let me guide you through these ancient halls where magic dwells in shadows, and even angels can lose their wings. The doors to Vesely Academy stand open before us, and the secrets within await. Welcome to the Soul Thief. Chapter 1. Drahos, Wings. It's not every day that an angel of God sneaks into hell to steal a soul. It's a once-in-a-lifetime feat, too, for invariably, when that precious soul is missed, punishment follows. There was no previous summoning, no warning of what would come. I simply opened my eyes one night and found myself in a dungeon. The pain came later, searing on my back, scorching my skin down to the bone. I hugged my knees close to my chest, and in the darkness, I screamed. I'd never felt pain before. It was bright, like the flash of lightning that spreads through stormy clouds. It burned every inch of my flesh and sizzled to the core of my being. Warmth gathered in my eyes and filled them with a layer of water that soon trickled down my cheeks. I wept, and the tears only magnified the bitterness and hurt tangled inside me. Desolation embraced me, and for the first time I experienced despair. Is this a ring of hell? "Forgive me, Lord," I screamed. No sound came in reply save the echo of my voice. Summoning as much strength as I could, I got on my knees. In the pitch darkness, a rim of light appeared. It was a door, My limbs trembled, still shaken by the pain I carried. If only I could expand my wings, I'd lunge towards the door and reach it quicker. I sent the order to my mind. Spread your wings, Drahos. I raised my arms and made the effort to move forward, propelled in flight. Nothing happened. Something else brewed in my core. It was sharp and pierced my stomach the second I considered the horrid possibility. The feeling grew deeper and keener. My heart raced and a thin layer of perspiration appeared on my forehead. Was this fear? I crawled to the door and reached the handle as if my very existence depended on it. And when I pulled the old lever and the first draft of cool air filtered inside, I sighed with relief, because I then believed I had been saved. I was wrong. Slowly, I got on my feet. A lake lay a few steps away. I moved towards it, led by inertia. The pain fogged my mind, and all I knew was that I needed to reach the lake's embankment. When I finally arrived, I took a minute to turn back. Vesely Castle stood behind me, its imposing towers casting an ominous shade as the full moon loomed behind the crenellations. I pushed forward. In the water, I saw my reflection. The mortal vessel I had chosen as my mask for this world was the same, save for my black hair, which had lost all color. The same light gray eyes and square face, lean but muscular body. But something felt wrong about this image. Something was amiss. My wings. Chapter 2. Drahos, Excommunicatus. I dragged my fingers through my shoulder-length hair. It had turned the lightest blonde, almost white. Losing my hair's pigment was the least of my concerns, yet its deeper meaning made my body shudder with despair. It pained me to recognize the signs of divine fury upon myself. My wings were gone, and so was my angelic nature, and with them, I had lost my father's favor. Desolation embraced me. I covered my eyes with my hand, longing to escape from my disgrace, and I sobbed bitterly, like a babe consumed by hunger. My cries resounded in the night, far from reaching the heavens. My ethereal voice was gone. I was now deemed and undesirable by my kin, a pariah exiled from my father's kingdom. Excommunicatus. What will become of me now? I whispered in the darkness, my hand hovering above the water. I stared at the man in the reflection and silently cursed him for ever agreeing to steal a soul from the pits of hell. That poor, sweet girl, Emma Summers. She had lost her mortal vessel. Now her spirit roamed the earth aimlessly, with no one to mourn her demise. It hadn't taken long for Kurt and Mary to flee to Romania, to bask in their ungodly bliss. The vampire's court would surely feast, joyful to have found their queen. I never should have done that. Never should have smuggled Mary's corrupt soul back into the world and into the girl's body. Oh, but lingering upon those thoughts was useless now. Fire burned inside my veins as never before. I cursed and cursed again, slamming my fist into the water, splashing droplets to my side. The sudden flap of wings nearby lured my attention. A dark-feathered creature glided in the air, landing inches away from me, near the water. Strange behavior for an animal, to approach a threat greater than any nightly predator. For angels are creatures far from amicable, far from harmless as well. Humans barely portrayed us as the fearsome vessels of godly power that so often cast demons to their demise. But I no longer was one of them, was I? My guardian days were over. But did that make me the gentlest of souls? I doubted it. A mirthless laugh escaped my lips. Your instincts fail you, I told the creature, reaching towards it with my fingers. It should have flown, yet drew closer to me instead. The bird's black eyes fixed on mine, onyx beads with a glimmer of life and magic. It cocked its head, then gently spread its silken wings, flaunting them with pride as I had done many a time before. It shattered me to see this, yet I restrained myself from weeping any longer. The creature folded its wings back and nestled in my hand. Oh, how I mourned my wings. Returning to my safe haven in the between was impossible without them. I heaved a sigh, releasing the creature from my grip, and I turned away, ready to lose myself in my newly discovered suffering. The raven cawed, demanding my attention. My fiery gaze cut to the creature. You mock my pain, I said, through clenched teeth. Go away. A quick bat of my hand set him off in flight in an instant. My stomach churned. I swallowed hard, only to discover I was harboring such resentment in my core, such passionate disdain for what this creature had that I myself did not possess. This must have been envy. One by one, human emotions rose within me, emotions I had been able to study from afar, which now overwhelmed my senses, threatening to bring me to tears yet again. A deeper fear clung to my heart. Had the Almighty stripped the immortal gift from me as well? Was I vulnerable to age and decay as the consequence of my mischief? How far would his punishment go, and how long would his wrath endure? The Lord had taken every privilege away from me, left me to the barren grounds of a mortal existence. I dug my hands into the grassy ground, earth and gravel blending between my fingers. The heightened sensations took me by surprise. The earth's moistness and the roughness of stones twined beneath my touch, and it was as if I'd felt grass for the first time since I dwelled in the human world. Like an infant, I stared at my hand, the wonder and bemusement of creation colliding in my dirty palm. Tears gathered in my eyes. "Why so blue?" a woman's voice said, tearing me from the trance. I didn't bother to look back. "I've lost something very dear to me," I mumbled, transfixed by the pain slowly wearing off. Dry leaves crushed under light footsteps as she moved closer. "I know everything about loss," she said with a sullen voice, now standing inches behind me. I shut my eyes, struggling to breathe, as I braced myself to face this new reality. 1,000 thoughts raced in my mind, 1,000 new emotions tangled in my soul. Not this kind, I assure you. My tone was harsher than I would have wanted. "I've upset you," she said. "I'll leave." "No." I looked back. Black locks of wavy hair bounced in the air as the young woman turned. Her dreamy eyes widened, glittering garnets embedded in the night. Her pale cheeks flushed, and ruddy lips parted slightly, but no words came through. Even in the depths of my soundless misery, I recognized in her the same striking beauty as the grass and the bird's silken wings. It was the glimmering touch bestowed by God upon all things mortal, which so often captivated all angels in heaven. "Who are you?" I whispered in awe.
Chapter 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. It didn't feel real. I did not want it to be true. A swathe of ice glazed me when I received the news. It numbed my heart and froze my mind, and for that, I was grateful. Otherwise, it would have broken me beyond remedy. Still, buried underneath thick layers of ice, the wound was there, open and bleeding. If it meant not living through this day, I would have dissolved into nothingness. But magic failed me in that regard. So I chose the next best thing and fled the school. I'd thought that if I spread my wings and soared high, despair would never touch me. I was wrong. Grief caught up with me. No one in the world should ever know such suffering. Once my cherished numbness thawed, the pain towed me down. It forced me to see the truth, as pain so harshly does. And the revelation was, this wound would never heal. I would carry their loss with me always, no matter where I went. It hurt like hell. And it wasn't fair. Pretending I could slip away from this dire reality had been a short-lived dream. 4 more years, I told myself. 4 more years, and you'll be free. It seemed an eternity. Defeated, I veered back to Vesley Castle. That's when I saw him. He was a glimpse of light in the bleakest evening. Pale blonde hair glistening in the copse's heart, by the lake. What was a foreigner doing on the school's premises at this late hour? I had to find out. I moved closer, lured like a bat to the gleaming moon. The stranger's attire was all black, a worn leather jacket, t-shirt, and ripped jeans. Was he in mourning like me? His gaze scrutinized the lake, as if he'd lost something in the water. He reminded me of Narcissus, but instead of love, sadness glistened in his stormy eyes. I approached him in silence, compelled and curious. Next thing I knew, I babbled some foolish remark. I wished I'd not spoken, but that hardly made a difference now. He was kind to me, subdued by his misery. And yet, his gentle nature quickly faded. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice resonant and drenched with entitlement. Bristled by his brashness, I started. "Who am I?" I scrunched my nose. "This is my school. Who are you?" Hands cinched to my waist, I swept him with a glare. He'd listened with bewilderment. As he looked up, I realized by his flushed cheeks and bloodshot eyes, he'd been crying. His blushing lips slowly parted. "My name is Drahoslav," he said in the faintest whisper, blending in the wind. "I'm Raven," I said, reeling in my rudeness. He raised a cautious hand. "I did not mean to offend you, Raven." A powerful spell, my name on his lips. With a simple word, he'd unknowingly sparked my senses back to life. I no longer felt like I was walking in a horrific dream world. I'd stepped out of that illusion. Now the real nightmare began. "Are you unwell?" he asked, his expression stilled and serious. I engaged him with a blank stare and remained silent. Voicing my feelings caused me trouble enough. Voicing them to a complete stranger was no better. "Perhaps you should sit down," Drahoslav quietly suggested. Relaxed, he rested his arm on his bent knee. His gaze glided to the ground, swept in a trance as his fingers fiddled with the grass. Something in his mild demeanour lured me closer. I had no explanation for it, this powerful effect he had on me. Was it magic? How else could he convey such serenity, such calm and light amid his own suffering? "Maybe I should," I said, resting next to him by the mossy rocks. The minute I touched the ground, the stillness of the copse embraced me. A soft breeze picked up my hair, swaying strands that caressed my cheeks. The croon of crickets and cicadas twined in a soothing nocturnal song. I took a deep breath and welcomed the wood's light scent, redolent with pine and musk. The sight was so refreshing and new. It was as if in all my years attending Vesley, I'd never once noticed its wonders. Flying away had been a mistake. This was the perfect place to find solace from any grievance. "Now I know why you're here," I mumbled, more to myself than to him. "Do you?" Drahos looked at me with wondrous bemusement. A shy smile tugged the corner of his lips. "You seem to know many things," he teased. My face burned immediately. I stammered, flustering like a fool. I had to figure out what would become of my life from now on. I could not afford to be swept by this man's spell, no matter how charming. "Listen, can we not talk?" he said knowingly, raising his brow. "Yes," I uttered. "I need some time to think." "Of course," Drahos added with aplomb. A melancholy frown flitted across his face. He turned away. "Don't mind me. I have troubles of my own." He dragged his fingers through his pale mane of hair, swinging it to the side. "Do you—" I winced. "Want to talk about it?" "No," he rushed to say with the same poised demeanour, almost regal. "Good." I sighed in relief, hugging my knees. We must have spent a good half-hour in silence. During that time, he purposely avoided meeting my gaze. Were I not the cautious, taciturn creature that I was, I would have thanked him for sparing me the struggle to have a conversation. This was nice. His quiet company comforted me as much as the woods that enclosed us. I still did not understand how a single person could be capable of radiating such ease, especially when he seemed to bear the weight of the world over his shoulders. Gods, he was handsome. Large grey eyes, full silken lips, a square face and a strong jawline. Not much older than me, perhaps in his early 20s. His was a sombre beauty, subtle and unique. One could hardly forget such a pleasant countenance. It then struck me. "I've seen you before," I blurted, eyes widened at my discovery. His head swung back to me. "Really?" he asked with a sweeter disposition. I nodded. Your hair is different," I continued, instantly regretting every word, but I pushed through. "I remember it being black. You work at the Bellevue Cafe." "Not anymore," he interrupted, shooting me a twisted smile. Again, his gaze drifted to the lake. "I'm sorry." I bit my lower lip, feeling my face flush insanely fast. This was why I scarcely made friends. Socializing meant too much of an effort, so why did I keep trying? Why with him? Why now? Ugh! In my mind, I banged my head against the nearest tree stump. "Don't be. You're not to blame," he mumbled, but his caustic tone hardly gave me reassurance. Drahoslav had lost his job. Such an insignificant problem in the scale of my life's catastrophic turn of events. What I would not give to be in that enviable position, to be able to weep at such a loss. However, his suffering was no less valid than mine. Clearly it had been enough to tear him down. He'd cried moments ago, whereas I had yet to weep since learning of my family's demise. I studied him in silence. Perhaps my troubles lay beyond any ally, but not his. Within my power rested the chance to take his pain away. It would be done so easily too. "You're as broken as I am, Drahoslav, but one thing sets us apart. I can fix you." "Well," I said, dusting off my skirt, "we'll just have to find you a new one." The words sprung from a good place in my soul, yet they came out cold and sombre. Drahos started. "A job?" he asked, bewildered, as if the whole concept eluded him. "Yes, I suppose I'll need one now." His brow furrowed. "Do you know where I can get one?" Oh, I knew that exactly. As for the reasons behind my sudden generosity, those remained rather obscure at the moment. It wasn't so much kindness that moved me to extend a helping hand, but selfishness. I wanted to surround myself with that peace, especially now. Poor Miss Cosworth. Oh, the stars had certainly aligned for this. "Do you like books?" I asked conspicuously, my manner curt and brooding. "Of course I do," he said matter-of-factly. "I must have read every book ever written." His mouth twitched with amusement, while his hand raked the ground, picking up small stones and discarding them quickly. Finally, he found one he liked and kept it inside his fist. I wished I'd had room in my heart for mirth, but I did not, so I thinned my lips in a dry smile. It lasted little. "There's an opening at Vesley," I said, hinting at the building behind us with a quick tilt of my head. "They need a librarian." I paused, hesitant to say more. Yes, I should have told him the complete story. But then, that might have scared him away. "It's a big library. You'd have to look out for the books." He raised his chin. "You mean, look after the books," he corrected, faintly lifting an eyebrow. "That sounds like something I could do." His stare targeted the lake, before examining the stone in his hand. He flicked his wrist and threw it in the water. The rock bounced off the surface and skipped 3 times before plunging into the lake. I shook my head. "I meant exactly what I said," I added with no inclination. "These aren't ordinary books, they're magical. They're always switching shelves by themselves. Some are quite violent. So, yeah, watch out for them or they'll knock your head off." I was dead serious. However, Drahoslav sniggered. "I can manage a few naughty books." He'd actually laughed. Briefly, but still. That was an improvement. Not on him, but in me. That spark of happiness had lessened my grief, or at least distracted me from it. I wasn't sure. "I'm glad you think so," I told him, then got on my feet. "It's a beautiful library, all in all." Do not mention the rogue brownies. "Let's see what you make of it." Drahos rose immediately, with the bearing of a soldier summoned to duty. "What? Now?" he asked as he flinched. My gaze shot skywards, sweeping him in awe. The guy was 6 feet tall, a taut, muscular body materialised through his tight-fitted shirt. It had been one thing staring at him from afar while he served tables at the cafe. Standing in front of him was quite another. "Would you like that?" I glanced away, pulling back a stray lock of hair behind my ear. This man was too gorgeous. No one had ever intimidated me so, and that was saying a lot. I picked at my nails. "I mean, I'm heading back anyway." I shrugged. "I can introduce you to the headmaster." He gave no answer. That was awful. My mouth ran dry, my palms turned sweaty. I hit a new high in my anxiety. I stared at him again, making sure he hadn't vanished. It wouldn't be the first ghost to roam outside the castle. Nevertheless, he was still there. Flesh and blood. The clouds dispersed in the evening sky. A stray beam of silver moonlight kissed his face. Stunned, I stood there, all but gawking at his clear grey eyes, glittering with specks of the faintest gold. For a second, it seemed like he did not reflect the light, but the light gleamed from him. It was almost ethereal. Magic lived inside him. It had to. No, he was an ordinary man, and I'd fallen prey to the moonlight's deception. Drahoslav harumphed. "Will you lead the way?" he asked in a courteous tone. I snapped out of the daze in which he held me. My face grew warm. "Yes," I said, uncertain of the exact words he'd spoken. My thoughts simply wouldn't line up. When I turned, heading to the garden tunnel that led to the castle, I scowled, my inner voice shouting all kinds of profanity at myself. What in the world had just happened? Had I offered this guy a job just to please him, or mainly to shed some light on the grim prospect that awaited me at Vesely Academy? Oh, yes, having him near would definitely ease my burdens. But what on earth had possessed me to even make such a proposal? And the worst part of it was, I had no regrets. Not one. As the great bastions loomed over the hill, I knew everything had changed. Not only had I surrendered to the fate that bound me to this castle, but I'd accepted the challenges it housed. 4 years would go by in a blink, wouldn't they? How extraordinary, he uttered, tracing my footsteps. I halted at the crest of the hill. I think you'll like it. When I looked back, Drahoslav was not staring at the fortress standing before us. His eyes were fixed on me. I think so too. His velvety voice sailed through the evening, a sound that silenced the screams tearing my spirit apart. Whoever he was, his soul had called me, and I'd hopelessly answered.
Chapter 4. Drahos, Peaceful Shores. Vesley Castle's grandeur overwhelmed me as we crossed the entrance to the great hall. The structure's tall columns and arched ceilings echoed my now forlorn sanctuary, the place where I'd found solace for the past centuries. Kurt's desperate requests had often defied my moral soundness and dimmed my inner light. Over the years, he'd sucked it out of my spirit, as vicious as the vampire he was. I'd shed tears in my fortress, in the between, struggling to make peace with the sin I would commit in order to fulfill my oath to Kurt's lineage. And then the dreaded day came, and I did it. I snuck into the depths of hell, snatched the witch's soul, and made the switch with Kurt's chosen vessel. Any speck of light died inside me at that moment, and now I was cursed with a mortal body, no wings, and human suffering, the depths of which I'd never fathomed. I dipped my hands into my ragged jeans pockets, gaze stuck to the floor, reluctant to stop and appreciate my exquisite surroundings. But the glimmer of candlelight, refracting through the tall stained glass windows, still caught my eye. Then I seized it all, the vastness of the room, the exquisite art dressing its walls, and the soft scent of burnt beeswax and charred oak slowly permeating the warm air. As I relished in these mundane delights I'd so often overlooked in my condition as a guardian, one thing stood out the most. "There's no one here," I whispered, noticing the vacant benches, empty chairs, and couches scattered in the hall's roaring hearth. "Yeah, I know," she said dismissively. Raven stopped near the staircase, taking in the chamber's stillness with one deep breath. Her glaring beauty trapped me like a bug in a spiderweb. Brooding eyes, large and rimmed with thick black lashes, pale skin gleaming with magic, subtle yet pulsing, as it had done back in the school's copse. Darkness enveloped her, mysterious and compelling as darkness usually is. "Everyone took off for the holidays," she added dryly before turning and climbing the stairs. "Why didn't you?" I asked on a curious impulse. Following her steps, she halted midway. Her delicate hand gently landed on the stone banister. "I have no one to come back to," she said with a low voice. "Why is that?" I asked, without pause. Contrary to belief, we guardians were not compassionate creatures. That could hardly be expected. We were detached from all earthbound beings, although intensely fascinated by them. Examining human emotions used to be an enjoyable pastime of mine, until I'd begun to experience these feelings myself, that was. Raven turned. The glint of withheld tears fringed her eyes. My parents died in a witching raid. Her voice came grave and smooth, with a richness only brought by human misery. She bit her lower lip and took a hard swallow. My sisters, too. Something stunned my heart at that moment. A chill spilled down my back, and I looked away, unable to understand this unsettling discomfort. Raven took a deep breath. "How about you?" she said, gathering her poise quickly. "Have you got a family?" She continued to climb the stairs, as if grief had never touched her. "No," I mumbled, marveling at her self-control, something I had yet to learn in my human frame. "It's just me." "So we're both orphans," she mumbled with a doleful tone. "It's not completely desolated, the school," she added. "A few students are lingering on the premises, trapped as I am." "Friends of yours?" I asked, strangely subdued, mindful of my words this time. "Hardly," she said, with a half shrug. "I'm not the friendly type, I'm afraid." She eyed me sidelong, fast enough that I almost missed the faint smile tugging her pink lips. "Yet you befriended me," I mumbled. "I did," she replied with no inclination in her voice. "And you're close enough to the headmaster to secure me a job," I added, catching up to her until we stood side by side. I found myself wanting to contemplate her once more. The quiet twilight in her countenance soothed me like a soft lullaby. I needed that comfort, that solace from my sins. I wanted it desperately. And she provided it to me for reasons that escaped my comprehension. Raven flustered. I must have stared at her like a fool. Her cheeks slowly burned into bright scarlet. "That means nothing," she whispered, rattled by my choice of words. "Nothing?" "I don't understand," I said as we almost reached the top of the stairs. "You don't have to," she dismissed, now with harshness. Once again, Raven took the lead, quickening her pace, ready to head down the corridor, hasty to move on, and perhaps leave this conversation behind. But her hurriedness played against her when she reached the stairs landing, as she tripped on the last step, lunging forward fast into a painful fall. In a flash, I seized her arm, sparing her from a full-face blow, and as we touched for the first time, a spark of lightning ignited in my core. My gaze locked on hers, startled and confused, eager to understand the mystery unfolding between us. I leaned closer, mesmerized by her dark brown eyes and dilated pupils, wells of unfathomable reach. What strange bond was this that lured me to her without any propriety or care for decency? My lips parted, ready to pose the question, but another came out instead. "Are you all right?" I whispered, holding her still, clinging to her like a castaway to a peaceful shore. Raven's breathing hitched. "We're here," she said, slowly gliding away from my hold. I released her, albeit begrudgingly. We were silent as we crossed the corridor, soon arriving at the end where a red-arched double door stood, imposing as it was framed with 3 rows of chiseled masonry, ironwork fixed onto the old wood boards, and carvings of mystical symbols known to men in ancient times. Raven stood before the door, perfectly still. A moment passed before she straightened her vest with a quick tug, then spread her hands over the woolen skirt. She closed her eyes and summoned a deep breath, holding it in, then looked at the door and slowly exhaled. "Don't speak unless I tell you," she warned me, watching me by the corner of her eye, while her delicate hand folded on the bronze lion knocker. I bristled at the remark. It had struck me as an order. Taking a human's command was something to which I was certainly not akin, nor used to. "Why not?" I asked, vexed and defiant. Raven stared at me over her shoulder, glowering. "Are you always this compliant?" she had the boldness to say. "Fine," I said under my breath. "We'll do this your way." That was a first for me. She knocked once. A loud metal clang struck and echoed through the long hallway. "When we walk inside," she added, looking back, "don't be afraid." The mystery intrigued me less by the minute and scared me even more. What on earth lay behind those doors? Chapter 5. Drahos, the Headmaster. Snakes. The chamber's floor was riddled with them. The slithering dark sight repelled me the minute the doors opened. Crawlers were the foulest of creatures, loyal to lower-grade spirits, akin to the demonic. The hideous vipers nested in a crescent-shaped pit, laid between the entrance and a mounted dais of sorts, where a grand ebony desk stood. I recognized the intricate symbols carved into the wood, ancient ciphers, unknown to the humans of this age. I'd been around long enough to discern their meaning. Dark spells, enchantments of protection that called upon the dead. Death magic. I liked nothing about this chamber. My body immediately sprung into alertness. My heart raced beyond any restraint. I drew a sharp breath, hoping to appease this reaction, which would only cloud my thinking in a fight, if it came to it. A man sat behind the desk, in a vintage black armchair with red velvet lining. He kept his head lowered as he studied the old leather-bound book resting before him. His eyes remained shaded in the room's twilight. Burning candles, all but spent, flickered an amber screen of muted light that bathed the vaulted room. I couldn't stop my eyes from traveling skyward, discovering the breathtaking dome above us. Blue, gold, and red-stained glass depicted a pristine star map edged with the zodiac symbols. "Ah," the man said, lifting his face. "You're back?" There was no warmth in his voice, just the mere acknowledgement of her presence. He carefully closed the ancient tome, revealing its spine, on which I read the title, The Knights of Death. A legacy of spells. He was younger than I would have expected, no older than mid-20s. A short mane of jet-black hair covered half his face, but left enough visible that I noticed the faint bleached scar across his upper lip. The rolled sleeves of his white shirt exposed the tattoos that inked his forearms. On one arm, a dagger embedded with rubies with a snake coiled around it. On the other, a skull buried in red roses. This confirmed my suspicions. Then I knew. This was no ordinary warlock, but a mage. And the worst kind. The man's sinister green eyes locked on Raven. He rose from the seat with opened arms, welcoming her in a magnanimous gesture, quite pretentious. I raked him with an appraising stare. So this was the Headmaster, a necromancer, a member of the Knights of Death, the vilest order of mages ever to have risen to the world of wizardry. Their kin so detestable, they disappeared from the magical scene recently, repudiated, and forced into exile by their own. Was I expected to stand down and say nothing when in the presence of the darkest wizard I'd come across in 100 years? My gaze cut to Raven. She glanced at me with a furtive stare, silently insinuating. I remained exactly where I stood, by the entrance. I slowly nodded in agreement, bothered to be pressed into submission, yet willing to give in to her request once more. I could not understand it, this power she had over me. It was as if I had no choice but to surrender to her will. Made me question whether this was part of an enchantment, or perhaps her natural magnetism kept me in her thrall. Raven went down further in the room, gracefully skipping the viperous creatures as she moved across the pit, fearless, as though the black snakes were no more than sunflowers in a field of tall grass. "Where else could I go?" she said wryly, climbing the dais steps. She did not find this meeting pleasing, that much was clear. A spark of joy lit in my accursed heart. "I've found you a new librarian," she added with a blasé tone, standing in front of the desk, as imposing as the sight of 1,000 snakes crawling in our midst. "Have you?" he replied. His arrogance could have easily passed for feigned politeness. The mage's condescension towards Raven challenged my restraint. My fists tightened, as did every muscle in my body. I'd fought evil for a very long time. It bore many faces throughout the millennia. I'd learned to pick apart the rotten apples from the batch. And this one was as rotten as they came. The mage moved around the desk, meeting Raven. He leaned back against the antique piece of furniture and scanned me from head to toe with an indolent glare that pierced me through. Could he see me for what I was? The forsaken angel trespassing his dark domain? I held his icy stare with the same measure of detachment. Although I'd cared little to secure this post as Vesley's librarian at first, meeting its headmaster had twisted my arm into wanting to stay. I wouldn't dream of leaving Raven to her fate. Not with this necromancer around. Perhaps I'd taken an interest in her, the guardian in me, shaken into life. Old habits died hard, I supposed. Whatever the reason, I would not leave her. I wanted this job now, more than ever. "Are you sure he's qualified?" he asked, speaking as if I were invisible. "He seems a bit confused. Is he all right in there?" tapping his temple. A smirk tugged at his lips. "Don't be ridiculous, Cade," Raven all but hissed, the sound mingling with the serpent's song. She moved aside so that she stood between us, shielding me from his viciousness. Nevertheless, I glared at the necromancer over her shoulder, impassible, unmoved. Words could never harm me. Darkness crossed the headmaster's eyes. His jaw clenched and his chest heaved, withholding fury with each shallow breath. Raven bit her lower lip, perhaps reconsidering her demeanor. She straightened her sweater, sucked in one quick breath, and added, "You need a librarian." And yes, I vouch for him. The exchange taking place before my eyes perplexed me, to say the least. This necromancer had set up his desk as though it were a throne. He was the school's headmaster, and Raven no more than a student. Cade outranked her in almost every possible way. Yet, so far, they'd behaved as equals. The necromancer straightened, shoulders back, raised chin. He slipped his hands into his pants pockets. "Very well," he said under his breath. "You'll have to show him the premises and his workspace." Raven nodded. Cade turned to his desk, staring at a pile of parchment with a disdainful look. "I have dozens of letters to send before I can call it a day," he said, skimming through the paper with his long fingers. "Blasted parents." A whisper, repressed and full of anger, followed by a heavy sigh. He faced Raven. "You should be fine on your own, right? The question spoke of interest, but his tone had remained distant. "Yes," Raven breathed. "Your name," Cade demanded, sluggishly calling me with a flick of his fingers. "I'll need it for the records." My lips parted to speak, but I wasn't certain my name would be the word sailing through them. "His name is Drahoslav," she interrupted. "I'd say paperwork is the least of our troubles, given the circumstances. Would you not agree?" This did not sit well with the headmaster. He peered over Raven's shoulder, arrogance lifting his brow. "Wait for us outside, will you, Drahoslav?" he said, a twinge of anger lacing his voice. My palms stung from digging my fingernails into them. The sole thought of leaving Raven alone with this necromancer made me restless. I did not move an inch. "Can he hear me?" he asked Raven, with a nonchalant tone. "Of course he can," Raven muttered. She turned, and her expression softened as her dark brown eyes landed on me. "I won't be long, please." Reluctant to step back, I pursed my lips, but seeing that I had no other choice than to comply to her wishes once more, I inclined my head and left the room. When I closed the door behind me, I exhaled the deepest breath I never knew I was holding. I dragged my fingers through my hair, then swept my hand over my face. Dear Lord, that I were in possession of my angelic power, I would not have hesitated to take down the fiend who called himself headmaster of this school.
Chapter 6. Raven, Cade. Shedding from his snobbish facade, Cade sat on the desk's corner. Head lowered, shoulders slightly slumped, he heaved a heavy sigh. Through loose strands of jet-black hair, his expression stiffened, his brow furrowed, and I thought I glimpsed in him a hint of pain, if only for a second. Was he capable of feeling? Our lives had changed literally overnight, yet Cade had not shed a tear as he'd delivered me the horrible news. Oh, but he was far from the sentimental type. A dispassionate creature, always in control of his emotions, Cade Bryson's every move foresaw at least 5 ahead. As a child, he'd been quite fond of playing chess, and he applied the same rules in proper life. It was all a chess game to him, an evil one, which he meant to win every damn time. I couldn't help glaring at him. Growing up, his name was scarcely spoken in our household, and what few times it was mentioned would only allude to the pain he'd caused by fleeing our home. Cade had been 14 when he'd joined the Knights of Death's Dark Court. His actions had been reprovable indeed, but they'd meant a greater injury to our family's reputation. For a time. For as his name had faded in town along the years, so had the shadows of his sins. And now, after a decade of estrangement, Cade had returned. He was back in my life, as Vesley's headmaster no less. Our father's demise had opened the castle's doors to my wicked older brother, because, as it happened, Vesley's highest title passed down upon inheritance. The castle and its academy for extraordinary creatures had been part of our family's legacy for hundreds of years. And thus, a necromancer now filled the shoes of the most beloved professor this school had ever had. In the silence that transpired between us, only the hissing of his pets persisted. Smoke and mirrors, I told myself. His den of vipers could be no more than an illusion. Well, they wouldn't frighten me, real as they seemed. I'd already walked amidst them twice, and they'd not once touched me. My presence appeared to repel them. Like 2 magnets of the same pole, the snakes recoiled from me. Cade eyed me sidelong. He exhaled. You know, this awfully reminds me of the time when we were children. A smirk tugged at his lips. You used to rescue wounded birds from the moors, he said, cynical. Is he another wounded bird of yours, Cerise? Now he stared at the door, green eyes glinting in the twilight. I remained silent. Reacting to anything he said would only grant him satisfaction. I would not play his game. However, I could not hold my tongue for long, as with spite the words rolled from it. Our parents' bodies were not yet cold when you claimed our father's seat as headmaster, I said with a quiet voice. Cade started. His gaze cut to mine, and I could see his countenance gain pallor. After a moment, he composed himself yet again, and pursed his lips, narrowing his eyes as he leaned forward. "The task has befallen upon me, sweet sister," he whispered. His smooth voice sent chilling ripples down my back. "That does not mean I ever sought it." I swallowed hard. "You seem rather content with it," I added, unable to prevent my fury from staining the words. Transfixed by my answer, Cade leapt off the desk, gracefully landing in front of me. He stooped until our gazes met. His pupils narrowed as he watched me with intent. He tried to read my thoughts. He tried. I gave him no access. My brother was a powerful mage, the brightest in his court as fame preceded him. Not in vain had he rid the Knights of Death from its leader, taking the seat for himself, but the same powerful blood flowed in my veins. I could protect myself from him, however briefly. "I don't think you understand," Cade whispered, his voice smooth as velvet. "I have your best interest at heart." The words tumbled from his lips like loose pebbles in a pond of darkness. "You must believe that. I am only here because of you." "Because of me?" I sneered, folding my arms over my chest. "Surely you can see," he said in the lowest of voices. "Whoever killed our family wants our heads too." Gooseflesh shot up my arms. A spark of sincerity glinted in his voice, but I could not allow myself to trust him. I hardly knew Cade any more. This was not the boy with whom I'd shared a home once. Other than his word, I had no certainty that my family had been murdered. Other than his word, I had no knowledge anyone was trying to kill me. Cade had just arrived this morning and expected me to blindly believe everything that crossed his lips. If that is all, then I'll leave. Cade squared his shoulders, nodding gently. "You may go," he said, reminding me he was in charge now. I stepped down. My hands trembled slightly, and I clasped them tight, making sure Cade detected no trace of my nervousness. I tried to clear my mind to prevent him from catching any of my thoughts, but the image of Drahoslav slipped inside. I thought of him waiting outside, thought of his sad, stormy eyes, and smile full of longing. He was the most beautiful man I'd ever seen. My cheeks warmed as I blushed. Perhaps he was a wounded bird after all. "Cerise," Cade said, and his voice dragged an ominous echo in the vaulted room. I halted, heart banging hard inside my chest, like a rattled beast trapped in a cage. "If you ever fly away from here again," he added coldly, "I'll have no choice but to clip your wings." A whimper escaped through my lips. My eyes watered as a sudden image took shape in my mind's eye, Cade's vilest spell yet. A black bank of fog stirred and condensed into a shape I knew well, the shape of a raven desperately fluttering its wings, then silken black feathers smeared in crimson blood. Broken by this vision, I couldn't help facing Cade once more. He sat on the corner of his desk, unmoved, and in his hand, glinting in piercing moonlight, was a pristine silver blade with a handle embedded in rubies. The same dagger as the one tattooed on his left arm, up to the skull on its pommel. In one quick move, I pulled the door's iron lever and stepped out of the headmaster's chamber, never once looking back.
Chapter 7. Drahos. A butterfly in a crystal jar. I paced the hallway like a fool, perfectly inadequate in my newly gained human condition, desperate to learn whatever was taking place inside the headmaster's chamber. My head lowered, I watched my feet step one after another, hands clasped behind my back to keep me from opening the door. The seclusion of this mortal vessel frustrated me greatly. What good was it to inhabit such a precious vehicle when it came with no freedom to expand beyond its limits? A butterfly trapped inside a crystal jar, extraordinarily beautiful, yet still imprisoned. Had I possessed the means to defeat my human restrictions, I would have listened to the conversation between Raven and the young necromancer. My angelic power would have granted me the ability to read her feelings in a heartbeat without even needing to be near her. A deep furrow tangled in my brow. Such mindless apprehension enveloped me, it rendered me incapable of standing still. "Are you new here?" a thin voice said. I froze at once, forcing my spine upright. Shifting on my feet, I looked behind me at a pale, jittery creature, 5.5 feet tall, with a slim figure. She had light blonde hair, delicate pink lips, and an angular chin. Her large, rounded eyes were blue and scanned me with sheer bewilderment. The flicker of a smile passed my lips. I bowed my head. "A student?" she asked, narrowing her eyes as she moved closer. "No," I said with a gentle tone. "A librarian." "My name is Sarah," she said, hugging her arms. "And you are?" "Drahos," I replied. A smile broke through her delicate lips. "Drahos, have you met him?" She tilted her head, pointing at the headmaster's doors. I agreed in silence, my countenance not exactly conveying any joy over the fact. Sarah's delicate hand smoothed down the hem of her blue plaid skirt, fidgeting immediately afterward. She bit her lower lip, hesitant before speaking. "He's nothing like the old headmaster," she finally whispered in confidence, cringing as if Cade himself could hear her through the walls. Best way to be safe from his dark magic is not to cross his path. Take my advice and make yourself scarce while you're around here. The suggestion intrigued me. I inched closer. "Is that what you do?" My voice came low, cold. I'd never flee from the face of evil. I was the fiercest warrior of my kind. Why would I ever cower before the likes of a necromancer? She took an involuntary step backward and folded her arms across her chest. "Only until school starts again," Sarah mumbled, flustered. She licked her dried lips. "Then I can go back to being lost in the crowd." A stray lock of hair covered her left eye, and she tugged it back behind her ear just as fast. Perhaps my demeanor had come across as harsh and intimidating. The girl's stay at Vesley sounded anything but pleasant. She didn't need me, questioning the manner in which she chose to spend the rest of the holidays. Her advice had been well intended. "Listen, I'm sorry," I blurted. My hand landed on her shoulder. The young woman's eyes flew open in immediate shock. "You are no librarian," she said, shuddering. Sarah immediately recoiled from me. A sweep of ice glided down my nape. "I'm not sure what you mean," I mumbled, retrieving my hand, which had somehow conveyed more than I would have willingly shared. Her breath hitched a little. "Be careful, fallen one," she whispered nervously, sweeping the walls with a glance. Her cunning stare fixed on me. "If Cade Bryson finds out what you are, You may not live to tell the tale. My brow furrowed. What magic is this? I stepped back, gobsmacked. With those few words, this woman had exposed me, thrown my sin into the limelight. How could you know? I asked. Horrified, I stared at my hand, the one that had touched her. How could she have read the depths of my soul with a single touch? It was as if she'd carried the power I no longer possessed. It is a gift, she said with half a shrug. Please, I urged her. You cannot tell a soul. Sarah shifted from one foot to another, then threaded a hand through her long hair. What are you doing here in Vesley? She said, dread in her voice. Lying low while I devise my plan, I told her, relieved to speak my truth, if only forcibly. Plan? She frowned. To get my wings back, I added. You cannot be serious. She flinched, not caring to conceal her disbelief. There are no second chances, Drahos, not for a fallen one. You of all creatures should know this. It stung that she spoke of my world with such confidence. She was a mortal woman. What would she know of guardians and the workings of heaven? There is always hope, I mumbled, still vexed by the harshness of her candor. No one is ever truly forsaken. Say it again, Drahos. Maybe then you'll believe it. Sarah gently tilted her head and gave me a warm stare. In your time as a guardian, how many of the fallen have you known to recover their station? Her tone was sweet, but the words far from gentle. Unless... She drifted. What? I asked, leaning closer, mindful not to touch her again. For all her litheness, the woman had proven herself ruthless. But if she knew a way out of my troubles, then I would hear it. I could take another blow of sincerity. Unless, I insisted. Sarah pursed her lips, reluctant to say more. Unless you've decided to join the enemy. Hush! I raised my hand fast with wariness to shush her. Do not speak such evil. Now I watched the walls with sudden trepidation. I would never side with darkness, I hissed, folding all fingers save my index. How could she even suggest such a heinous possibility? Behind us, the heavy door's rusted hinges squealed, and the sound gave me relief like the call of heaven. I looked back, eager to read Raven's face. She walked out of the obscure threshold, head hanging low, black bangs concealing her stare. Her ruddy cheeks and lips disheartened me, and as she raised her chin, her bloodshot eyes glimmered with unspilt tears. However, no suffering could tarnish Raven's beauty. I discovered myself drawn to her just the same, sauntering to meet her without even taking notice. Is something wrong? I asked, with a gentle tone, although my heart rate was skyrocketing. Genuine concern overflowed me, spilling over at her pain. Raven forced half a smile. Don't worry about me, she said dismissively. I didn't like the resignation in her voice, the quiet calmness of resilience that enveloped her. At that moment, I would have given anything to see her smile with authentic bliss, to see her eyes brighten with joy, not tears. I imagined such a vision would not only enhance her natural beauty, but it would fill my heart with fathomless delight. Sorry I kept you waiting, she added. That's all right, I was just... I turned back, reminded of the young woman, Sarah. She was gone. She'd made herself invisible, just as she'd advised me. 1,000 questions whirred in my head, a whirlpool started by Sarah's keen observations, but I pushed them all to the back of my mind as only one seemed crucial. My gaze cut back to Raven, Who is Cade? I finally asked. If I ever needed to defend her, learning about him as much as possible would give me the upper hand. Raven loosened a deep sigh. He's my brother, she said with a low voice, glancing away. I started. I thought you said you had no family left. And I do not, she interrupted with an icy tone. Cade walked out on our family years ago. I never thought I'd see him again. She faltered. There's nothing I can do. With father gone, Vesley is in his hands, and I'm under his wardship. I can't escape my fate. Not for another 4 years. 21. The coming of age of all warlocks and witches. Raven rubbed her arms, turning around. She started to walk down the hallway. A few steps in, she stopped, waiting for me to join her. I don't like him. The words rolled off my tongue, unfiltered. She smirked and threw me a mischievous side glance. I don't like him either, to be honest. Despite that brief glint of amusement, gloom haunted her countenance. With her family dead, Raven had nowhere else to go. She was bound to this castle as much as the many gargoyles that guarded its sturdy walls. She had lost her family, her freedom, her happiness, all in one powerful blow. Indeed, Raven knew everything about loss. How could she bear it? How could she sail through such desolation and even then stop to acknowledge those who underwent different hardships than her own? Why would she take an interest in my misfortunes? Oh, but it mattered little. Raven would not face these trials alone. Not anymore. At least you got the job, she mumbled with a timid smile as we moved further down the long hallway. Lodgings and meals are included with your new position. If you care to live here, that is. I opened the door at the end of the corridor. We'd arrived at the wall walk. Crossing that threshold delivered us into a mystifying panoramic of darkened woods glistening under silver moonlight. The breathtaking view compelled me to slow my pace and capture its full magnificence. Staying here works well for me, I said. I like the sound of that, she said, clasping her hands over her skirt as she stood beside me, her gaze fixed on the treetops and their rustling leaves, gently swaying with the warm wind. I dug my clammy hands inside my jeans pockets. Swallowing became a struggle. My mouth was so dry. I stared at Raven sidelong. Had she any idea of the restlessness her nearness stirred inside me? All the while, a scene kept playing in my mind in a continuous loop. That moment at the grand stairs landing, when she'd tripped and we'd touched for the first time. Never before had I experienced such a powerful surge of energy with a human. I longed to understand it, longed to touch her once more and perhaps relive this wondrous feeling. Slowly I moved closer until my arm almost brushed her shoulder. I think you'll like your new lodgings, she said, standing perfectly still. The brief distance between us seemed like an ocean, a painful space that hurt down to my bones. If that is your assessment, then I'm certain I will. My voice was lower, deeper, more intimate than I would have foreseen. She gave no answer, save the sudden flushing of her cheeks. Your brother sure has a lot of snakes, I added with a lighter tone, a brief smile stretching my lips. Raven turned, giving me a coy stare. He sure has, she said, taking a step back. She then headed towards the door at the end of the wall walk. Well, that was a stupid thing to say. I winced. Lowering my head, I sucked at my teeth. I exhaled sharply, then followed her down the walk. As we reached the doorway, Raven stopped at the threshold, holding it open. "Don't worry, Drahos," she said. "You'll find no snakes in here." "That's good to know," I whispered, certain that I blushed. "There might be a few rats," she teased with half a shrug. I cracked a smile. "Suddenly the snakes don't seem so bad," I said in all honesty. Raven laughed. The sound was a beam of light spearing through dark clouds. Its gleam so bright it filled my heart with joy. It then dawned on me, in the vastness of my punishment, Raven was the sole creature keeping me afloat.
Chapter 8. Raven, the Library. A thrill ran through me as I dashed into the tower's second level. I'd made sure to walk in first so I could capture the shift in his expression when he entered and discovered the library's magnificence. Folding my arms across my chest, I leaned against the stone balustrade and waited. Drahos lowered his head while he crossed the doorway, sternness hardening his features. Once he stood inside, his gaze shot skywards, but his expression barely phased. "A full tower, laden with books," he mumbled, sweeping with a glance the sturdy bookshelves that lined the stone walls, a multicoloured array of muted shades. He seemed more pleased than impressed, which struck me as odd. Breaking the tower's dimness, a growing amber gleam flooded the walls as a grandfather clock tolled somewhere downstairs. The sound spiralled up, tangling with the quiet flip of parchment and the thud of hardcovers being slapped shut below. The library had sensed our presence, and it stirred into life, eagerly welcoming us. No one had set foot in here since the tragedy. Drahoslav stared at me with a sudden frown. "Is somebody down there?" he asked. The muscles in his neck and jaw tensed, his hands clenched into fists, and his stance changed, subtly spreading arms and legs, ready to take action. I shook my head. "Just the books, doing what they do," I assured him, waiting for him to lower his guard before I continued. "You'll find your work desk below, along with everything you'll need." My stare drifted behind him, to the hidden staircase that led to the tower's highest level. "To get to your lodgings, you must go through there," pointing at the secret passage. "I'm afraid it's quite a climb." A smile danced on his lips, crisp and genuine. Who would have thought the prospect of mounting 127 steps would have pleased him? "I bet the view up there is splendid," he said, his face alight with amazement. "I bet standing there feels like soaring through the heavens." "It does," I said, bemused. His words had moved my heart. Being a raven shifter, I could certainly relate to that longing. But how could he? What had compelled him to speak such a thing? Indeed, the more he revealed himself, the more I grew intrigued and undeniably fascinated by him. "Let's see it." In a flash, Drahoslav's hand folded on mine. But before I could stop to marvel at the burst of lightning shooting through his touch, he steered me to the stairway's entrance, carefully concealed behind a school banner. My breathing hitched when his grip tightened. He pushed aside the heavy tapestry with a quick sweep of his arm corded in muscle and moved ahead, entering the tunnel, releasing me from the pleasure of his hold, and the banner dropped behind him. My heart broke a little, and disappointment mingled with sadness took hold of it. Seconds later, his hand peered through, beckoning me inside as he curved his fingers. I blushed and blushed again. Even so, I did not hesitate to grab his hand and renew the delight of touching him. He tugged me inside the darkened passageway, a twinkle of joy shining in his hazy eyes. "I'm guessing you're not afraid of heights?" I said, secretly glad that he'd not released my hand this time. "Not at all," Drahos flashed me a smile. He leaned closer, setting my heart into a wild gallop. "Shall we?" he purred in my ear. His voice shot a blow of excitement through my core and between my legs. Unable to utter a single word, I simply nodded. And all the while, the questions kept whirling in my mind. What would it be like to lose myself in his strong arms, to sink my face in his chest and forget all my troubles?
Chapter 9. Drahos, the Night's Delight. This was it, the highest room in the tower. Slanted beams of moonlight pierced the stained glass of tall lancet windows, tinging every surface in a pale periwinkle shade. My vision blurred with forthcoming tears, moved by powerful echoes of my hallowed sanctuary in the between. I meandered inside the chamber, admiring its quiet beauty. Soon I came upon a spacious balcony, welcoming me with doors wide open. Weathered stone softly grazed my fingers as my hands landed on the balustrade. I raised my gaze to the heavens, where myriad stars twinkled in a darkened sky. So bright and hanging so low, they seemed within my reach. My heart skipped a beat, as through wintry clouds, the full moon appeared, casting her mournful light across the fields below. Then the wind rushed to meet me, enfolding me with icy arms, tousling the wavy locks of my white hair. I found myself giving in to its caresses. So alluring, so enticing, the night's delight. It spoke to me without a sound. Soar into the evening sky, Drahoslav. Be free. Yes, I answered in silence. That's all I want. I closed my eyes. My grip tightened on the balustrade, ready to make the leap and deliver myself to the sky's immensity. How I longed to spread my wings and glide through the clouds once more. Drahos, Raven spoke close to my ear. I started. As I turned, I realized she was standing next to me, her eyes full of bemusement, and lips parted to speak words that would never sail between us. Little by little, my hands relaxed on the stone. Horror chilled the blood in my veins. What dangerous cards these human senses had dealt me, fooling me into believing I could fly when such a feat escaped my power. At least for now. I peered into the void below, measuring the several feet separating us from the castle's grounds. A fall from these heights would have meant a certain death for my mortal vessel, and with it, gone would have been any chance to regain my rank as guardian. I must recover my wings, whatever it takes. It's such a beautiful view, she whispered, gliding her hands on the balustrade. My gaze traveled from Raven's delicate hands to her exquisite visage, smooth and graceful, and imbued with youth. It really is, I said, enamored of her large brown eyes, chiseled nose and lips, the way her long, dark hair danced in the wind, framing her melancholic countenance, kept me in a daze. Her cheeks burned red scarlet. She was gentle, serenely wise, and beautiful. Raven, I whispered, narrowing the distance between us, helplessly drawn to her. Yes, she said, alight with hope. Her eyes, precious garnets, glinting in the night. There's something I must tell you. I am a fallen guardian, an angel who's lost his wings. She had to know. I couldn't keep from her this sad truth any longer. Raven's hand slid closer on the balustrade, softly touching mine. A thrill shot through my core right then. It was her nearness, the soft scent of roses emanating from her skin, the way her dreamy eyes locked on mine in fathomless devotion. A sudden heightening of my senses ensued, rendering me powerless as absolute bliss spread across my body. Shallow breaths escaped me, as in vain I struggled to govern this overwhelming feeling. "I'm listening," she added, inching closer until we shared breath. Lust and longing dwelled inside her darkened stare. My hand landed on hers. Raven's lips subtly curved, a flicker of delight flashing through her eyes. Emboldened by her response, my hand went up her arm, slow as it reached her shoulder, soft when my fingers glided up her neck and caressed her jawline. Every detail of her face held such fascination for me. How could I stand so close to her and not appreciate her exquisite beauty? Raven's eyes closed as she lazily tilted her head, yielding to the touch of my fingers. "Kiss her now." "Why do you hesitate?" The whims of the flesh did not escape me. A powerful need built up from the depths of my mortal body, pulsing hard in unrelenting waves. Only she could quiet my unease. I leaned closer. What would it feel like to kiss her silken lips? The cruel ravishment of her mouth stood mere seconds away, and glass shattered below. Alarmed, her eyes opened, whereas unmoved, mine remained fixed on her. And just like that, the moment passed. The spell was broken. "That noise," Raven mused with a frown. She took a step back, away from my reach, which hurt, like the prickling of 1,000 needles stabbing my heart. "The books?" I mumbled absent-mindedly, chiding myself all the while for not sealing her lips with mine when I had the chance. The sweet mortal shook her head. "No, that can't be it," she said, half in apprehension, half in dread. "Come, let's find out." We descended the stairwell, covering the distance to the library fairly quickly. I halted as we reached the end of the passageway, wary of any threats that might arise. Raven darted past me, fierce, and determined to cross the shaft's threshold. In a reflex of my old guardian self, I seized her wrist and pulled her back into the shadows, not without getting a scolding glare from her in return. "Be careful," I hissed rather harshly, innocence reflected in her widened eyes, the purity of one who knew nothing of the perils that lurked in the depths of night, and which often hunted a fallen angel. My greatest concerns were demons. They wouldn't miss the chance to catch a guardian in disgrace. "I don't think we're alone," I added in a smoother tone. Raven opened her mouth, ready to throw a rebuttal, but no sound ever got through, as the hardwood floor outside creaked with heavy footsteps approaching. Shaken up, she turned to the doorway, then stepped backwards, pressing her lean body against mine. My pulse throbbed hard in my ears and throat. Desire burned inside me, pushing me to hold her in my arms and taste the sweetness of her lips. I raised my arm, ready to embrace her and protect her from whatever prowled in the library, but quickly understood she did not seek my refuge. Raven's hands clenched tight into fists, and she slowly crouched, ready to attack. "No," I whispered in her ear, a word that earned me a glower of stubborn fury from her. I would not have her fall under the claws of a rotten devil, or worse, the captain of a legion. Throughout the centuries, I'd made my fair share of enemies, so everything was possible. The heavy steps moved closer. Defiance shone in Raven's eyes. Neglecting my warning, she moved towards the threshold, bold and fearless creature. With lightning speed, I grasped her waist and pinned her to the wall. Covering her mouth with my hand, fast to stifle any noise that could reveal our presence. Raven's eyes flew open, heaving chest pressed against mine. And then an impulse struck me, sharp as the deepest craving. The need to carry on with what remained unfinished between us. Struggling to conquer my weakness for this woman, I retrieved my hand. I held a finger to my lips, begging her to remain silent. And at last, Raven's expression softened. The footsteps stopped before the tapestry that veiled the passageway. Whoever this intruder was, there was no escaping them now. A silhouette darkened the sliver of light between the wall and the school banner. They found us. Chapter 10. Drahoslav, Lauron. Sturdy fingers slipped through the crevice with some hesitation, but gained resolve once affixed around the heavy tapestry. With one quick tug, the hand jerked the fabric aside, spilling bright candlelight inside the darkened tunnel. The pool of light blinded us and shaded the man behind it. Shielding my eyes with my arm, I gave a step forward and stood between Raven and the stranger. The intruder now drew the brass candle holder close to his face, revealing the same shock that raided our faces. He was tall, with a well-muscled body, young, despite the 5 o'clock shadow that somewhat aged him. His golden brown skin glimmered in the amber light, as did his striking pale blue eyes as they swept us in astonishment. The man wore navy blue trousers, a white shirt, and a navy blue woolen vest. The school's uniform. He topped it off with a hooded jacket in the same color. "Raven," he said with a frown. Her face loomed behind me. "Lauron," she said warily, stepping out of my shadow. "Is that you?" The man cracked a warm smile. "Yes, it's me," he said. "Human me." The way he had to clarify his human status only raised my alertness. Raven's lips stretched with relief, but the grin faded fast. "Was that you? Smashing the window?" Lauron stepped back as she moved forward and went out of the shaft. I followed. We moved further down the hallway until we reached a string of tall lancet windows by the staircase that led to the lower level. "I heard it too," I said, examining the untouched panes of stained glass. "How can this be? We'd heard the shattering of crystal only minutes ago." I swept the ground with a glance, yet found nothing. No shards of glass anywhere nearby. "The windows are sealed with magic," she told me with a scholarly tone. "They'll never break. Not without repairing themselves immediately afterwards, that is." Raven paused, then turned towards the stranger. "But you already know that, Lauron. If you are you, then why would you try to smash the window?" A glint of fear loomed in her eyes. "It wasn't like that at all," Lauron said, alarmed. A British accent tinged his voice. He looked over his shoulder as though he feared the books might hear him. I tossed a chair at that thing. He took a hard swallow. Raven's gentle hand landed on Lauron's shoulder, and even when her genuine empathy made her even more precious in my eyes, the sole gesture unleashed rabid fire in my stomach. I looked away and inhaled deep, pacifying breaths as I waited for the feeling to pass. "Lauron, are you unwell?" she whispered, closing in. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "I have," he said in the lowest voice. "A ghost," Raven repeated, raising her brow. She stepped back, glaring at him with a judgmental stare. "You saw a ghost. Here, in the tower. For someone who attended an academy for the magically gifted, She seemed quite the skeptic. The man growled, showing a glimpse of sharp fangs beneath his lips. "Gods, woman!" A feral gleam burned in his eyes. "I know what I saw." "Watch it," I intervened with a low, dispassionate voice. "Give me one reason to break your neck, and I'll do it." I already disliked him, but perhaps my disdain was a testament to human jealousy. Lauron raked me top to bottom with a sultry stare. Well, he licked his lower lip fast, setting the candle on the windowsill. His piercing blue eyes, which had thus far ignored me so proficiently, now fixed on me. "Hello there." He paused. "We haven't been properly introduced, have we?" I remained unresponsive. His provocative demeanor caused me no intimidation. "Who's he?" he asked Raven, in a matter-of-fact tone. The corner of her lips curled faintly. "This is Drahoslav," she said, not in the least threatened by Lauron's feral outburst. "He's the new librarian." "Oh," Lauron started, his bravado all but gone. "I'm surprised anyone would take the job, considering what happened to the last one." Shock flew through me. "Excuse me?" I uttered, whipping my head around. "Raven, what is he implying?" "It's nothing," she dismissed, scratching her nose as she looked away. My forehead creased with worry. "Nothing oftentimes means something," I said, unwilling to let this go. I was mortal now. That much I knew. I couldn't risk dying and going to heaven, not without my wings. And besides, I was beginning to enjoy the human experience. I wouldn't want it to end so quickly. Raven tugged at her shirt collar, still avoiding my stare. She then bit her thumb's fingernail and turned to the window, perhaps hoping that would put an end to this conversation. Well, it wouldn't. I'd see to that. What exactly happened to the last librarian?" I finally asked. "She was killed by a pack of brownies," Lauron stepped in to say. Quite blasé, yet sincere. "Brownies," I repeated. This was getting stranger by the minute. "Household fairies," Raven added with reluctance, folding her arms over her chest. "I know what they are," I said. As a guardian, I'd held complete knowledge of the world. That didn't go away simply because I was now human. "Brownies are friendly creatures, not in the least vicious, much less murderous." I frowned. "They're perfectly harmless." "That's what they'd have you believe, mate." Laurent winked and gave me half a smile. No one would have suspected them. Yet they hacked Ms. Cosworth apart. Right about there. He pointed to the space next to me with a crooked finger. "Laurent," Raven hissed, displeased. "Can we get back to the ghost?" She leaned her head back against the window. "A haunting at Vesley Castle makes no sense," she uttered, her gaze shifting skywards. "Ghosts have been banned from the school for ages, the same as vampires." "Seriously?" Laurent raised an eyebrow at her in disbelief. We all know how that turned out. "Remember that vampire? The one that hooked up with the freshman witch? He snuck into the school and then they ran away. And that's the last we ever heard about them." He cocked his head. "So no, I wouldn't trust much in the school's safety." Laurent's allusion to the vampire Kurt froze the blood in my veins. I could not mention my relation to him, or my involvement in what transpired with the young witch, Emma Summers. If there is indeed a ghost, Then you should inform the headmaster, I said, steering away the conversation. What? Raven's eyes flew open. He's the headmaster. I shrugged, whether we like it or not. Me? Go to Cade? Lauron wrinkled his nose. I haven't talked to him in ages. Not since we were kids. The bloke is trouble. He might torture me just for the fun of it. Wrap his hand around my throat and gently squeeze until I beg him to stop. He tossed a mischievous stare in Raven's direction. Maybe I will see him, he grinned. Ugh, Raven's face contorted with disgust. She playfully shoved him aside with a shoulder bump. No, we cannot tell him. Why on earth not? Lauron asked, suddenly persuaded. I'm with the librarian on this, throwing me a seductive smirk. Raven glided a hand on the windowsill. Cade is a necromancer, raised by the Knights of Death. Hunting ghosts is what they do. They track them down for sport. They collect them, keeping them forever bound to do their godless bidding. Magic talent does run in your family, Lauron mumbled, peering through the window, looking up at the full moon. How's that potion working for you, by the way? Raven quietly asked, her soft eyebrows slightly arching in the most endearing gesture. Lauron looked at her dead in the eye. Isn't it obvious, dearest? A dimple pierced his cheek as he sniggered. Look at me in all my human glory. He referenced his body with a swift pass of his hand. My inner beastie is perfectly tucked away, and all thanks to you. A werewolf who renegaded from his nature. Rare indeed. Any trace of amusement dissolved from Lauron's countenance. Do you think it might be a side effect, the ghost thing? Have I become a specter magnet? The color drained from his face as he shifted from one foot to another. No, I don't think so. Raven bit into her thumb. I brewed it myself. Everyone knows I'm the best at making potions, she turned to say. She wasn't humble about it either. Can't argue with that. Lauron heaved a sigh. She's ace at it, mate, he told me, leaning closer in confidence. But then, why wouldn't she be? She's perfected her own over the years. Right, love? He turned to Raven and winked. What was he talking about? I don't follow. I pursed my lips. Lauron, Raven intervened. We should leave Drahos to settle in his new lodgings. A faint smile tugged her lips before she sauntered to the hallway. Ah, you're right, Lauron said under his breath. Nice meeting you, Drahos. His firm hand landed on my shoulder. I flinched at the gesture. I couldn't help being taciturn. Mortals rarely ever touched me. I'd never allow it, though I'd happily make an exception for Raven. Watch out for the Forbidden Isle, Lauron added with a nonchalant tone. The books are possessed. He stepped back to join Raven by the doorway. Possessed? The word sprung me to alertness. Anything remotely dealing with demons and devils unsettled me, especially now when I had no means to fight them. No fiery sword. No powerful wings. Oh, that they never learned my condition or my whereabouts. They'd certainly relish mocking me from dusk till dawn. Enjoy your library, Drahos, Raven said, holding the door open, the one that led to the wall walk. Don't worry about the ghost, mate, Lauron said, standing on the threshold. I scared the hell out of it. It won't come back. Cade banished the brownies this morning, Raven added grimly, after Ms. Cosworth's funeral. Ghosts and rogue brownies and a dead librarian. I gasped, sweeping the magnificent library with a glance. Cozy enough, I guess. Amused, Lauron leaned against the door's jamb and flashed me a warm smile. Welcome to Vesely Academy.
Chapter 11. Raven, the Haunting Moon. It was a quiet night on the castle's grounds. No birds sang, no gusts of wind brushed past us on the walk back to our dormitories. Nothing but cool air hung in our midst. And we hadn't seen the worst of winter yet. It would have been a dire time without Drahoslav and Lauron's company. I thanked my lucky stars for them. "I didn't expect to see you here, Lauron," I said as we moved down the wall walk. "I thought you'd planned to spend the holidays in London." Lauron zipped up his jacket and pulled down the hood until it covered his brow. "Yeah, I didn't feel like travelling anymore," he dismissed with a shrug. I gave him a knowing look. "I could be wrong, but I think you had other reasons to cancel that trip," I added, curling the corner of my lips in a discreet smile. Despite Lauron's cynical approach to life, he was the gentlest of souls, a renegade werewolf with a heart of gold. We had tried several times to find the right potion, the one that would break the curse cast upon him by the full moon. I could understand his anger, his need to fight the change, because unlike me, he could not gain control over his shifting. He peered through the hood, glancing at the starry sky with undeniable wariness. The moon had haunted him ever since that awful incident when, warped in his wolf form, Lauron had wounded his older brother. Rob almost died. Lauron was my one true friend, and I had such a hard time making friends. "I think you cancelled that trip to stay with me," I quietly said. His clear gaze cut to mine, shuddering blue eyes where silent pain dwelled. "Make nothing of it, dearest," he whispered, slipping his hands into the jacket's pockets. "You would have done the same." "Well, it means a lot to me." I swallowed hard. We reached the end of the wall walk. Lauron pulled the door's lever and pushed it open, holding it for me to pass. "Lauron," I added. Suspicion tinged my tone. I couldn't help it. The question had been whirling in my mind for a while now. "What were you doing at the library?" He released a short gasp. "What does one do at a library, love?" Lauron's face clouded with uneasiness. "Read books," he dismissed. "Since I'd planned to stay here, I gathered I'd need something to pass the time. You know how bleak this place can be." "Bleak," I said, moving past the doorway. "That's one way to put it." "And besides," the gloom dissolved from Lauron's countenance as swiftly as thawing snow. "How could I possibly leave?" He slipped his mask of indolence back on as a faint smirk crossed his lips. "Things are just getting interesting around here." I shot up an eyebrow. "You mean Cade's return?" Undiluted joy sailed through his lips. "I'm sorry." Lauron held a hand up, attempting to tame his laugh. "But he's never looked more handsome," he confessed with flushing cheeks. "What is he now? 23? 24, I corrected, unamused as I moved further into the stairwell. "And ravishing." "And evil," I reminded him with a sidelong glance. "Evil never looks so good," Lauron murmured as he closed the door, leaving us in twilight. "How's your family?" I asked, deliberately shifting the conversation elsewhere. Anywhere would do. There was nothing so uncomfortable as hearing my best friend lust after my estranged older brother. "Shocked," he breathed with a wry tone. "Dismayed at your terrible loss." He passed an arm around my shoulders as we descended the steps. My story with Lauron Michaels went all the way back to our infancy. Our parents had been the closest friends since their student days at the academy. and as it usually happens in such cases, that friendship extended to their descendants. Do you have any clue what went wrong? His voice dropped into a whisper. I shook my head. Cade wouldn't speak of the details. I shrugged, tormented by confusing emotions. Love and hate for the same person had ripped my heart for the past 10 years. Guess he thought they were too grim for me to hear. I sucked at my teeth. As if he cared. He's all you've got, Raven. Lauron's voice had been sweet as he pressed a hand lightly over my shoulder. I know, I replied, still unsure about my feelings. Part of me wanted to feel grateful for Cade's survival, while the other shouted at the first, demanding why fate had spared him from my family's tragedy. Why him? Why did he survive? Why did my sisters die? I should have wanted to scream, to destroy everything, but as I contemplated my family's demise, nothing but numbness enclosed my heart. My mind wandered elsewhere for comfort. A pool of light spilled into the stairway as we approached the landing. At that moment, knowing there was enough distance between us and the library, I dared to pose the question that had burned my tongue for the past half hour. So, I began, what do you think of our new librarian? I bit my lower lip, bracing myself for his reply. Lauron halted on the landing, cunning blue eyes fixed on mine. I feel I've discovered a new passion for that old dusty tower, he said with a hint of malice. I glided next to him and slipped a hand around his muscular arm. He is handsome, isn't he? I asked, with as much detachment as I could muster. However, if anyone could see right through me, that was Lauron. He's lush, is what he is, he purred, locking a hand over mine. He gave me a tug as he trod forward, suggesting we continue our walk down the gallery. I silently agreed. Now, what was that glare you gave me when I mentioned your potion skills? He asked with a smooth tone, curious yet respectful. Where were your manners back at the library? I wanted to ask. His behaviour back then had been proud and vain, not at all like himself. It could have been a side effect of the potion, but I refused to believe it. I had taken great care creating that elixir. I cleared my throat. Lauron, he doesn't know, I told him. We stopped again at the top of the grand staircase. My dearest friend flinched. Hot librarian guy doesn't know you're a raven shifter. His jaw slackened. Are you sure? I mean, I must have called you Raven at least a dozen times. You'd think he'd get a hint. I believe he's under the impression that Raven is my name. I suppressed a smile. It is, really. No one ever calls me Cerise these days. We couldn't expect him to assume our veiled reality. Dearest? Lauron's fierce eyes slightly narrowed, his expression flat as a wooden board. He might be handsome as hell, but I'm afraid there's something wanting about the man's wit if he hasn't connected two and two. He sniggered, playful as a child. He's not magical like us, I explained, holding his hand with fondness. He wouldn't know the meaning of my nickname or the tattoos on my back. Lauron's face lit up with amusement. And are you planning to show him those tattoos? He wickedly asked. Warmth rose to my face. I choked a nervous laugh, pressing my hold lightly as we descended the remaining steps. I never said a thing about that. And that fierce look he gave me when I snapped at you, Lauron growled, his inner wolf bristling. He defended you like a lion, love. A deep sigh escaped through his lips. I wish I had someone who coveted me so dearly. I rolled my eyes back, blushing again. There is no coveting. Nothing is happening between us, I said, slipping away from him as we reached the next landing. For now, he said. Just you wait. A knowing smile thinned his lips. We headed to the common room. When we entered the corridor, I noticed something was different. Inside the shadowed tunnel, something stood out from the familiar silhouettes of the vintage phone booth, the banners, and the array of marble sculptures lining the hallway. This difference lay on the floor, a darkened pile of clothes, the glimpse of a notebook. "Is that?" I mumbled. While my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I thought I'd seen human hair. I stepped closer. "Raven, wait!" Lauron's firm hand seized my shoulder and jerked me back as he lunged forward. He swiftly landed on his knees, next to the pile of clothes, hands on his thighs, eyes locked on the mass lying before him. His broad back and shoulders hindered me from seeing what stood within his reach. My heart froze in this unbearable silence. "Say something, Lauron." "Lauron," I breathed, barely able to speak his name. At last he turned. A glimmer of shock glazed his eyes in the darkness. "It's Sarah Thompson," he said with a grave voice. "She's dead."
Chapter 12. Drahos. Ghosts, fairies, and demons. Alone with my burdensome thoughts, I ambled in the room, becoming acquainted with my new lodgings. I discovered an oak wardrobe and casually opened its doors. Inside, I found a tattered black cloak, a worn-out coat, and an old pair of women's shoes. A dark smear tarnished the coat's sleeve. I tilted my head and sharpened my focus. Leaning closer, the bloodstain became apparent. My fingers glided down the green wool coat. Instantly, I caught a flash of the crudest vision. A woman attacked by a swarm of fairies. Their fluttering wings buzzed like restless bees. I released the garment at once and sprung away from the wardrobe, stunned to have witnessed what must have been Miss Cosworth's last vision. Bewildered like a child, I stared at my hands. Was this a remnant of my angelic power? An echo of the might I once possessed? Why had it happened to me now? Would it happen again? Reality dawned on me then. I was neither human nor ethereal, but a bizarre breed in between. Horrified, I stepped back, stumbling upon a tall piece of furniture concealed under a piece of linen full of soot. I tugged at the fabric, revealing a long antique mirror. Inside the pane of glass, moted dust danced in the slanted beams of moonlight that penetrated the windows. A shimmering rim outlined my human form. The notion began to build up in my mind that I had yet to confront the scars of my punishment. I shuddered at the thought, but compelled beyond restraint, I had no choice but to watch with my mortal eyes the marks the wrath of God had lashed upon me. Slowly I removed my jacket, shedding from it like a butterfly from its cocoon. When the black leather hit the ground, I got rid of my shirt. The pain had simmered down a while back, but still it lingered on my skin. A dull tenderness touched my back and shoulders. My breathing quickened as I prepared to face my wounds. I turned my back to the mirror and slightly looked over my shoulder. The warmth of forthcoming tears gathered in my eyes. And then I saw. Vivid red lines traced the sight, from whence my wings once sprung. A vision that jarred my heart. The wounds extended into finer breaks across my skin, like streaks of lightning. The ancient symbols that inked my spine and shoulders were still there, though fairly faded, deprived of their immortal gleam. Heartbroken, I looked away, towards the window. The first flakes of snow swayed in the wind, announcing an impending storm. I walked closer to the sill and placed my hand on the cold pane of glass. No charm lingered inside the castle's walls. The stories it withheld were far from uplifting, its rooms desolated and mournful. The shadow of a necromancer extended vastly. It already veiled the school with undeniable gloom. Dangers dwelled in Vesley that threatened my frail existence. A powerful sense of foreboding had gripped me from the start, even before such things as rogue fairies and ghosts had entered the picture. Coming across villainous fairies seemed a daunting thought, but ghosts worried me no less. As a guardian, I'd had many exchanges with spirits willingly latched onto the mortal world, forever stuck in between, longing for their earthly lives, too fearful of what lay beyond to move forward. Most specters roamed the earth engulfed in utter sadness, incessantly mourning after their own deaths. But some of them festered in hate and revenge, and those were the ones I would not wish to encounter as a mortal man. This place was menacing to me, as deadly as sunlight to a newborn vampire. Then why did I resist the very thought of leaving? Why would I take the rooms of a woman recently deceased, who'd suffered the most painful departure from this world, and whose spirit might still prowl the grounds of this ancient tower? The corner of my lips slightly curled. I knew the answer. Each time Raven's beautiful face leapt into my mind, it made me smile. Was I in love? Look at you, the mighty guardian warrior. Now an ordinary man and nothing more, a woman's voice taunted from the darkness. A chill split my spine in half. I turned around fast, scanning the room with a glance, but I found nothing. Laughter echoed in the chamber, bright and crisp and full of youth. It could have delighted me had I not known the monster from whom it came. That did not take you long, I quietly said, pacing the room. Although I'd managed to master the tone of my voice, my heart was racing beyond control, my limbs quivering ever so slightly. I clenched my fists tight, hoping she would not take notice. "Come out of the shadows, Elisabeth." Her sensual figure stood out in the corner of the room, etched with the shimmer of silver moonlight. She stepped forward, entering the room's pool of light. She presented herself in a woman's form. No black feathered wings, no incandescent steel armor of hell, no horned helm to make her presence more imposing and state her rank as captain of the Legion. She did not need that, any of it. Watching her emerge from the pond of darkness, even draped in a teenaged female body, made my skin crawl with dread. As she bowed her head, Elisabeth's wavy red hair rippled over her shoulders. 3 braids knitted on her left temple, tangled, and got lost between the heavy locks. With sparkling green eyes and a delicate mouth, her porcelain countenance was an exquisite canvas, set up purposely to spite all angels in heaven. "My name on your lips rings like poetry," she taunted. "Your true name on my lips would sound even better," I replied with audacity. The demon suppressed a smile. "You know very well I cannot give that away." I gave her a smug look. "Don't you want to hear me say it?" I asked, setting the trap. "I long for it," she moaned, "but the price would be too steep. I will never surrender to you, my beautiful fallen one, no matter how much I want you. That is not why I've come." "You've come to mock me in my misery," I declared, standing in the middle of the room, My shoulders squared and my body straightened into a military stance. By the corner of my eye I could see her reflection in the large pane of glass as she cautiously approached me, perhaps uncertain whether I remained master of my guardian power. "Mock you!" Her voice was black satin, stroking me in dangerous, pleasant waves. "We are all for loving humans," she purred in my ear, icy fingers gliding on the nape of my neck, slipping slowly on my back, eager to touch my wounds. I recoiled from her fast. She'd called me human, a vile gesture meant to reignite the hurt of my damnation. And it worked. "Oh, sweet Drahoslav," she said with feigned dismay, the affliction on her face almost believable. "How you cherish your mortal suffering. You cling to it as if the world offered nothing else. Such hopeless bitterness pours from you. I feel your pain." I swallowed hard, fighting back her spell. I would not allow her words to sway my emotions. Demons were fierce manipulators, capable of imbuing absolute despair in humans with a single breath. One word of hers could be enough to make me throw myself off the balcony to my death. "You feel nothing," I replied with a cool voice. Standing next to me, she glanced at my well-defined profile. "Maybe not, but you do," she said with malice. "You could be with that girl Drahos, and none of us would so much as raise an eyebrow. We simply do not care about petty formalities." She licked the corner of her mouth, savoring the venom of her words. Elisabeth's pernicious remarks struck me like a flash of lightning. How dare she tempt me? "Humans are flawed, frail creatures," I mumbled with a hardened expression. "I have no interest in them." Amused, she studied the play of emotions on my face. "I've seen how you look at her," she whispered in my ear. "She's a pretty raven, that one." I whipped my head towards her, appalled. "Away with you, evil temptress!" I spoke righteously. A smirk crossed her lips, surely pleased with my denomination. "It's delightful, really, you calling me temptress." Her icy hand landed on my bare chest. "Just look at you, Drahoslav. You're the one in possession of an enticing body." Elisabeth's fingers glided on my torso as she stepped around me, her viperous tongue slithering on her lower lip, and so sensual. Your every move is an open invitation to sin. "Be quiet, devil," I muttered, a thread away from losing my patience. Had I carried my angelic sword, I would not have hesitated to slip the blade beneath her chin. "My, such a temper!" Elisabeth pouted her crimson lips. "Have you lost your angelic temperance along with your wings?" Her demonic eyes lit up with excitement. She was enjoying this rendezvous. Elisabeth had deliberately wounded me yet again. It should not have shocked me, but it did. I lowered my gaze, ashamed of my dishonor. "Have I upset you?" she asked with a subtle frown. Even her tone rang sincere. "I didn't mean to. Actually, my intentions are quite the opposite." My jaw clenched. "Say your piece and be gone forever." I huffed. "You like giving orders, don't you?" she purred, stroking my arm with her fingers smooth as marble. "Angels are creatures of habit," Elisabeth sighed. "You are no longer a guardian, though." Her eyebrows raised slightly, almost innocently. How she basked in my misfortune. "Is that all?" I said through clenched teeth. Pain and desolation building up inside me once again, as they had back at the lake. Elisabeth's eyes lit with the flames of hell, only to dim a second later. Deceivingly subdued, she pressed her cheek against my shoulder. "I can help you get your wings back, Drahoslav," she said with a lover's tenderness. I tilted my head towards her, staring at the demon with a sidelong glance. "I bet you can," I whispered, goading her on. "Mm-hmm," she uttered, pleased. "And I bet your boss would be more than pleased to hold me in his debt," I added knowingly. Her expression shifted to bemusement. She rushed to stand before me. "Drahos, that is not—" Her mouth worded soundlessly. She hesitated to say more. I leaned closer to Elisabeth until our stares met, and a breath stood between us. "You forget. I've played this game many times before," I said in the lowest of voices, cupping the side of her face with my hand. Elisabeth's darkened eyes glimmered with fright and desire. "And although I appreciate your generous offer, I'm afraid I must decline." After that, I drifted away from the demon. Dipping my hands into my jeans pockets, I turned my back on her, never losing contact. For as I stood before the mirror, Elisabeth's reflection surfaced on the pane of glass, scintillating against the dark night. The captain of the Legion gasped, transfixed by my answer. "Drahos, what is the matter with you? Don't you want your wings back? All your power reinstated?" she hissed. Fury contorted her face, showing a glimpse of the demon inside. She stepped closer, stopping inches behind me. "I can give you that and more," she pressed, and there it was. The promise, a demon's single weapon to bind a human soul. Not interested. I turned. My Legion would do well with a recruit like you. Lowering my chin, I held her stare with all the Guardian's fierceness that lingered inside me. "I will get my wings back, on my own. I don't need your help or anyone else's." Elisabeth grinned, flashing her sharpened fangs without a care in the world. "You are proud, Drahos," she told me, pleasantly surprised. "I am assertive," I muttered. Her eyes burned with the flames of hell. "Pride made us what we are," she growled. 100 dissonant voices tangled inside her throat. The sound raised the hair on the back of my neck. I was not unfamiliar with the terror-brand voice of Legion. However, this body was, and it was frightened, rightfully so. But the unsettling sound then clashed with another. The chiming of a bell downstairs. The bell struck once, and its pristine echo climbed to the tower's highest level, reverberating in a powerful wave that shook Elisabeth to alertness. "How are you doing this?" the captain hissed, recoiling from the sound in full dread. "I am not," I breathed. Ignorant of the sound's source, I furrowed my brow but couldn't help insinuating a smile. The bell struck once more. She wavered, trying to comprehend what transpired at the ground level, but unable to stick around as the sound cast her away. "This isn't the last of us you'll see." Elisabeth took another step back into the shadows, then another, until she entered the pond of darkness and finally disappeared. The minute she vanished, my knees weakened, and I crashed on the floor, struggling to breathe. I considered myself lucky to have escaped the captain's fury before she decided to unleash her wrath upon me. But that bell, was it more than a coincidence? Had the hand of God played a part in its unfolding? Or perhaps my brethren had intervened in my favor. and I was not forsaken as I'd thought. Hope gleamed in the dark depths of my soul, that I may be redeemed after all. I gathered myself up, heart pounding hard, throbbing in my throat. I ran downstairs, tracing the celestial sound that had spared my life. By the time I reached the stairs landing, the bell no longer rang. The sudden stillness broke as sheets of parchment turned somewhere beyond view. Carefully, I meandered toward the desk. A candelabram's candles ignited by themselves, filling the chamber with an amber radiance that strangely soothed my restlessness. I picked up the candelabrum and dashed to the aisles, darkened as dawn was still far from close. One by one I inspected each lane, with desperate eyes, hoping to catch a glimpse of white feathers, glimmering with a holy, radiant light that only guardians keep. And then a voice inside me spoke, so low yet so true that it stabbed its way from my entrails to the surface, until I could no longer ignore it. No one is here, Drahos. Indeed, you are alone. A heavy sigh escaped my lips. But that bell, I whispered, sweeping the room with a glance. Perhaps my brothers had abandoned me, but the bell had rung. It had to be around here, somewhere. Where is it? I glided my hand over the desk's papers, pulled open the drawers, and inspected them with endless despair. But I found nothing. I turned around, slumping my shoulders, leaning back against the desk. Before me lay a most intriguing aisle, its entrance, a gaping mouth of horror framed with scintillating cobwebs. A wooden sign scribbled in Latin hung from the roof. Forbidden Isle, I read aloud. Perhaps my answers dwelled in there.
Chapter 13. Raven. The Cursed Ones. Sarah, I whispered as I knelt beside her. We were left alone when Lauron went to call in Cade. One look at her pale face and glazed blue eyes fixed on the ceiling forced me to recognize this tragedy for what it was. Sarah was dead. Her gaping mouth and widened eyes conveyed the dread frozen in her countenance. "What frightened you so?" I asked in vain, for she could never answer. "What did you see?" She'd been such a quiet girl, always lingering about the castle in the evenings, always keeping to herself. She'd spent every holiday at Vesley for the past 3 years. I ignored the reason. And now, I'd never know. She would take her secret to the grave. I heard the muffled thud of shoes striking the carpeted hallway behind me. More footsteps than I would have expected. Curiosity compelled me to turn, but I could not look away from her. A pair of shiny black loafers appeared inches away from me. "Care to explain what the two of you were doing roaming these halls at this late hour?" Cade huffed, all but fuming with anger. I pursed my lips tight, mindful of holding my tongue. No pleasant words would have sailed between my lips otherwise. "What about you, Michaels?" he pressed, looking at Lauron, who now stood next to me. "Cat's got your tongue as well?" Lauron swallowed hard, struggling to hold Cade's powerful stare. "No, sir," he managed, clasping his hands behind his back. "Sorry, sir." He bowed his head. "Oh, woe is me," Cade said under his breath, gliding a hand across his brow. "I would be perfectly content assuming my rightful role as leader at the Death Knight's headquarters." He dug his hands into his pants pockets and paced around Sarah's body, his cold stare sweeping her with indolence. Instead, the old man dies, and I get to prowl across this wretched castle and stumble upon random demi-mortui damsels. Infuriated by Cade's intolerable disdain, I all but gritted my teeth, clenching my jaw firmly. My hands closed into fists as I remained there, perfectly motionless. I pushed myself to say something. "How can you speak such foulness?" I muttered, my entire body quivering with fury. Cade flinched. "Foulness?" he asked, seemingly intrigued. "I know nothing of that. Strength and weakness. These are the only paths life has to offer. And what is man's greatest weakness, Cerise? The single force capable of destroying us? That would be fear." Cade crouched in front of me until our stares met. The corner of his lips curled in a sinister smirk. "Allow me to present you a great revelation. Conquer your fears, and you will become invincible. Embrace your fears, and then nothing, not even death, can ever touch you. Because what else is there to dread, if not death itself? It is, after all, the ultimate challenge." Shaken to the core, I whimpered. A man and a woman walked past me and joined my brother. The woman was tall and slender, with delicate chiselled features, full red lips glistening in the candlelight. She wore high-waisted grey tweed trousers and a white silk blouse with puffed sleeves and a loose fit. I glimpsed the string of pearls that hugged her neck. Her untamed ash-blonde hair fell below her shoulders. She fixed her blouse's collar with a quick tug, mindlessly showing the skull and roses tattoo on her neck. She was one of them, a death knight, like Cade, as young as me. The woman stared down at me with indolent brown eyes. Her gaze then cut to Sarah. Not a shred of emotion surfaced on her face. "Exile," Cade whispered, welcoming her with a faint wave of his hand. "Ah," the man exclaimed, dipping his hands into his pants pockets while he looked at Sarah. He was tall and well-formed, and wore a full black attire, trousers, shirt, and a black and gold embroidered vest. His jet-black hair was long and gathered at his nape into a low coil. "Some entertainment," he added, straightening his sparkling cufflinks. A skull and a snake on each sleeve. "Are we playing some sort of Vesley clue?" A cynical smirk tugged his lips. "I love a good whodunit. Is this your idea of a welcoming party, Cade?" "Dushan," Cade quietly said. The man frowned. "What?" he argued, turning to face my brother. The dagger with a coiled serpent inked his neck. Another necromancer. "Take her," Cade told them. The man heaved a sigh. He shook his head and got on his knees, slipping his arms under Sarah's body. The mage carefully lifted her and got on his feet. "Dushan," Cade said. "Keep her safe." Dushan's expression hardened like that of a soldier. He gave Cade one quick nod and turned to the hallway, carrying Sarah's body away. The woman, Exile, followed, and as darkness swallowed the three in the tunnel, the most uncomfortable silence brewed in the common room. But not for long. "Where are they taking her?" I demanded to know as I rose from the floor. My brother's green eyes swept me from top to bottom with undiluted condescension. "Where else?" Cade said, shrugging his shoulders. "To the infirmary." "But she's—" Lauron struggled to speak, caught in a daze by Cade's imposing presence, which was quiet, like a mournful shadow, yet gleaming and alluring as the full moon. Completing the sentence would pose him a challenge, so out of mercy, I jumped in. "Dead," I added. "Sarah is dead." Sheer black fright swept through me at the sound of my voice. Cade contradicted me with a smile that set my teeth on edge. "Not yet, little sister," he retorted in bitter sarcasm. "Not fully." I shuddered. Cade's devil-may-care insouciance as he addressed his dominion over necromancy unsettled me through and through. Though that could hardly be said about Lauron, who stared at my brother with unfiltered infatuation. Cade's eyes closed. He summoned a deep breath, holding it in, then looked blindly skyward. He heaved a heavy sigh. "Now tell me," he said in a warmer tone. "What happened?" His stare lingered at the space where Sarah's body had lay moments ago. "We don't know," I stammered, shaking my head. My brother's expression slid into a frown. "Very well. Keep your secrets," he said. "I will take care of this either way." He turned to the hallway. "Go to your rooms." "There's a ghost in the castle," Lauron blurted. Cade stopped midway. "A ghost?" he said without looking back. I stabbed Lauron with the harshest stare. "What are you doing?" I all but hissed, utterly gobsmacked. "Where?" Cade asked with a velvety voice that sent a chill through me. "In the library," Lauron added, subdued. For all my glaring looks at him, it was as if I'd vanished from the room. My brother turned. His eyes flashed with anger. "The library," he muttered, marching towards me with a turbulent expression. Cade's unmitigated fury turned me into stone, and although I would have loved to fly away, something pinned me to the ground. Was this his magic? But before I could even give some thought to the question, my brother seized my arm and jerked me closer. I stared at him with widened eyes, struggling to conceal the dread as it invaded me. My heart thudded in my chest. I could scarcely breathe through my opened mouth. "Your pretty bird flies into this school tonight, and not an hour later there's a ghost sighting at his lodgings and a half-dead girl on the premises," Cade spat. Fighting through my fear, I spoke. "What are you implying?" I raised my chin, defiant as I met his darkened stare. Cade shook in disbelief. "Must I spell it out for you?" he growled. "You must." "Do you even know who he is?" Cade raised his hands, showing me his palms. Now his brow creased with worry. "Don't you understand the danger we're in?" he whispered. "Someone wants us dead." "That is your belief, not mine," I mumbled, looking away. What proof did he have? Instigating dread, wouldn't that be the perfect means for Cade to manipulate me? Cade gasped in exasperation. Some wounds never healed. They festered for eternity.
Chapter 14. Drahos. The Forbidden Isle. My breath hitched a little as I stood before the darkened aisle. The books are possessed, Lauron had said. Not the most pleasant advice. I'd already faced a frightful demon. Did I really want to test the several weaknesses of my mortal vessel? But the bell had clearly rung, just before, and its pristine chime had driven Elisabeth away. Someone must have known its power. Someone must have intervened in my favor. There was nowhere else to look but the Forbidden Isle. Setting my fears aside, I took the first step that would deliver me into that sinister snout of obscurity. Within seconds, I witnessed as jagged, leather-bound tomes rattled inside the cage shelves, while others, broken free, randomly switched places. I moved deeper inside. Such magic hardly lured my interest, but the thing hovering at the end of the aisle certainly did. It was light, and it was faint, as a dream upon the first minutes of awakening. As I advanced, I recognized a familiar face within the brightness. It was a profile engraved in my soul, the one that had haunted every waking minute of my curse. It was a visage I'd thought I'd never see ever again, now faded and translucent, and shimmering with an ethereal gleam. When the specter's identity struck me, a shudder scurried down my spine. My limbs froze, but she moved closer, gliding in the air, soft and graceful as a cloud. I blinked twice, hesitant to trust my mortal eyes. And yet, the vision persisted. She was real. I'd feared discovering a countenance full of anger and rabid fury against the soul thief who'd wronged her so heartlessly. But as she raised her foggy chin, all I found was soundless pain, endless grief, like that of the many lost souls I'd come across in my time as a guardian, wandering this earth. I scarcely believed she would have forgiven me. Perhaps she'd forgotten who I was, the evil that had spawned from me on that accursed evening. There was but one way to tell. My lips parted briefly. "Emma," I whispered. Emma's empty eyes spurted into life at the sound of her name, woken from some stupor as if by the purest magic, and I watched as the hurt washed away from her face and reshaped into derision, bringing forth the hatred I'd so dreaded at first. The air shifted in our midst. The pungent scent of earthbound spirit filled my lungs, and a whirlwind sprung from nothing. The powerful wind shook the bookshelves, sweeping away sheets of parchment and long-forgotten feathered quills. I took a step back to steady my stance, and even as the harsh wind lashed at my face, I would not look away. Emma's mouth gaped in horror, mouthing words I could not hear. Raising my arm, I shielded my eyes against the dust and debris suspended in the air. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for slipping your ancestor's soul into your mortal body. I should have said it, but would it make a difference? The harm was done, and Emma's body lay miles away in Romania. In a fit of rage, Emma's spirit dashed towards me. I should have fled, but my body failed to respond, keeping me anchored to the ground. I braced myself for the mighty blow, and as the specter darted through me, cold and emptiness embraced me. And I could have sworn my heart ceased beating. Everything went black.
Chapter 15. Raven, Sarah Thompson. I had a hard time sleeping through the night. When Cade came to Vesley, he brought our memories with him. Cherished instants of our childhood had flashed inside my mind in the wee hours of the morning. I wondered if he'd sent them. Perhaps he'd cast a spell to sway my broken heart, hoping I might welcome him back into it. Perhaps he played no part at all, detached and uncaring of the damage his betrayal had caused. Out of all the moments to reminisce, I remembered the birds, the wounded ones I used to salvage from the moors. Those images had leapt in my mind's eye with extreme vividness. From the gravel footpath leading to our home uphill to our snow-veiled lands, extending as far as the eye could reach. Cade and I used to walk to town on Sundays, as early as daylight would allow it. I was 7 years old, and Cade was but 13. A year from then, he would leave us. We were returning home early as we'd fetched Mother's items from the market faster than usual. Incense, jars, seeds and bulbs filled my brother's brown leather satchel. My black boots skipped in puddles of muddied ice water as we reached the crest. Bryson Tower's walls rose a mile away, imposing against a sky awash in purple with orange hues. "Here," Cade said, offering me his hand. "I got you this." A red velvet ribbon appeared in his hold, gently twisting in the wind. My eyes flew open. We shared a smile. "I saw the way you stared at it," he added, carefully tying the ribbon around my braided hair. "I gathered you'd like it." "I do," I said, bouncing restlessly with glee. "I like it very much." I danced and skipped some more, happy with my new ribbon, when a sudden gust of wind lashed at us. The harsh wind's chilly fingers tangled my hair, loosening my braid and my pretty ribbon, which became free. "No!" I cried, immediately dashing towards it, as the breeze carried it away. "Cerise," I heard my brother call in the distance, but regardless, I kept running, tracing the flash of red as it rippled in the air, finding its way into an open field of frozen rocks and sun-kissed grass. I moved on, running over boulders and an unfriendly terrain. Nothing would stop me from recovering my precious ribbon. Nothing would deter me from... I halted. By the corner of my eye, I had glimpsed bright crimson on the frosty field. White, dense mist escaped through my parting lips as I regained my breath. Slowly, I treaded closer, and there, beneath a dried-up tree, I found my flash of vibrant red. And it was not my precious ribbon. It was a lovely bird, lying on the frozen grass, motionless. "I can save him," I mumbled. I rushed to the poor creature, my clumsy legs faltering in heaps of sleet. With no time to waste, I dug my hands into the hardened snow where the bird rested. My numbed fingers finally broke through, and I held up the robin. I pressed the poor bird against my coat, hoping to convey some warmth, but it did nothing. The robin did not move. Tears gathered in my eyes, and I shuddered, not with cold but with bitter disappointment. "Cerise, what is it?" Cade knelt beside me, stroking my hair with fondness. "It's too late," I breathed, as bitter tears slithered down my ruddy cheeks. My brother's pale hands glided over mine, long delicate fingers cradling the robin in a gentle grip. A quiet smile thinned his lips. "It's never too late," he assured me with a comforting tone. Cade brought his hands close to his mouth and whispered faint words into the creature, words that eluded my hearing. "Look," he said, opening his hands. I leaned closer, staring at the robin, waiting for the unknown, and then the bird's wings twitched. The movement had been swift, and just as I mistrusted what my eyes had seen, it happened again. Now the robin cocked its head. It was alive. Only it had been dead a moment ago. A soft giggle escaped my lips. Bewildered, I covered my mouth with my hands. My heart sang with delight. I turned to my brother. A warm glow flowed through Cade and extended to the robin as quiet happiness lightened his expression. "You did this," I whispered in awe. "You gave it life." Cade's eyes shuddered with unrest. "You mustn't tell anyone," he leaned close to say, although no one but us was there. "Not a thing of what you've seen. Promise me." He'd spoken with such earnest apprehension that I quickly nodded. However young, I questioned the reasons that called for such secrecy. Never had I witnessed such powerful magic. No one in my family had. Cade had done a wonderful thing. It had been a beautiful display of his natural abilities. Surely such a wondrous act was worth sharing with the world. Surely. Cade seized my wrist. He tugged hard enough that it snapped me from my pensive state. "Say it, Cerise," he demanded with a darkened stare. "Say you will not tell a soul." A deep frown creased my brow. "I promise," I said. "Not a soul." Relieved, my brother's lips thinned into a smile. He then raised the hand that held the robin. "Go home now," Cade whispered to the reborn creature, and as though the bird had understood, it spread its wings and launched into the wintry air. It was only as I grew older that I learned the horrors of necromancy. Only then did I realise. Cade's magic had seemed to have done good back then, channeling the breath of life, infusing it into the robin. But such powers came at great expense, the roots of which were so terrible, hardly anyone would speak of them. The price to pay for death magic was steep, a death for a life. Sometimes the toll was even worse than that. Yes, there had been a time when Cade had been almost as gentle as the birds I used to rescue. But did he not remain the same? Had he not acted thus last night, when he'd taken Sarah? Would he use his dark magic on her too? Of course he would. Cade would save her life. But did that somehow make up for his alliance to the Knights of Death? I closed my eyes and buried my face in the plush pillow. Alora's crisp smile flashed in my mind. My sister's face, along with the others, would come when I least expected. It stung to remember. I swallowed the pain and prayed to all the gods for sleep. Not much was known about Sarah Thompson. People scarcely knew a thing about her past or the reasons that compelled her to spend the holidays at the academy year after year. It was said she'd been the love child of a high-phase dalliance with a mortal woman, but those were only rumours. One thing remained true. Sarah Thompson was clairsentient, but it was more than that. Sarah's gift twined with clairvoyance. Any kind of touch heightened her abilities. An accidental bump could wake in her a powerful surge of emotions and images. Past, present, and future. She saw everything. Sarah claimed to have little control over her power and presented that as her reason to avoid people in general. And that was how Sarah's extraordinary gift also became her personal curse. Like each of us at Vesley, she carried a burden in her soul. The more I thought of it, the more I realised the castle's grounds doomed everyone who dared to set a foot on them. Was Drahoslav the exception to this rule? I wasn't sure. I'd recognised the gloom in his stormy eyes at first sight. I peered into the long hallway. Amber rays of dusk penetrated the windows, slicing the corridor with slanted beams. At the end of the corridor, tall double doors marked the gateway to the infirmary. I'd slept all day, or rather lingered in bed for too long, but now I needed answers, or at least some sort of reassurance. I had to see Sarah. I had to make sure she'd made it back from the gruesome state I'd found her in. The doors creaked as they opened. A tall, athletic man appeared under the lintel. It was my brother's friend, Dushan. I held my breath and pressed my back against the wall, heart thumping hard as I heard him march closer, his leather boots striking the carpeted ground with powerful strides. I winced and prepared myself to be called out for lingering on this side of the castle, which was forbidden to students. But as I pressed a hand against my heaving chest, the rhythmic thumps muffled and vanished. After a moment, I dared to pry again into the hallway. No one lingered about. Had the dark mage disappeared into thin air? More likely he'd found a secret passage. Not that I doubted Dushan's magical abilities, but I trusted the abundance of hidden doors at Vesley. A grandfather clock chimed the hour. Dinner time. Every soul in the castle would gather in the great hall. But not for long. I had to move fast. I dashed down the corridor and did not stop until I reached the door and pulled it open. The room was vast and swallowed in twilight. A flickering hearth roared at the far end. Rows of brass-framed beds lay lined up on both sides. An oak desk and 2 large cabinets bordered the entrance. On the last bed, near the fireplace, lay Sarah Thompson, wrapped under a down comforter, tucked into the plush mattress. Her eyes were closed, her pale hands clasped above the covers. I tiptoed to the bedside, still wary that Dushan might return earlier and discover my intrusion. I'd already crossed Cade twice, and probably should not risk facing his fury, but I just had to see for myself, to know that Sarah would recover. As I stood next to her, I knew she lived. Sarah's lips and cheeks blushed, sizzling with life, unlike the moment when I'd found her lying on the common room's floor. That much set my heart at ease. "Sarah," I whispered. My hand hovered over her arm, but I retrieved it fast as I remembered her condition. She opened her eyes, her brow creased with bemusement. Raven?" she said with a weak voice. "Sarah, what happened to you? I asked with urgency, aware of my time restriction. Lauron and we found you at the bottom of the stairs. Dead, I wanted to add, but then decided against it. You looked terrified. Little by little, the confusion washed from Sarah's face. Her stare became sharper, her blue eyes alight with a flood of memories. Raven, she started. I saw something. Her soft and sullen tone shot gooseflesh up my arms. Sarah raked the space behind me with a quick glance, and I looked back, wary of any evil that might have befallen us. We're alone, I assured her, for now. I remembered the bleak pair who'd taken Sarah to this chamber, Dushan and Exile. It wouldn't take long for either of them to finish dinner and return to the infirmary. What did you see? I pressed. Sarah's large, dreamy eyes widened. Her delicate face lost all colour. I saw, she whispered, a ghost. A ghost, I cried rather loudly, gobsmacked as I put two and two together. If this was not the same spectre seen by Lauron yesterday, then surely the school was not far from becoming ghost central. Sarah struggled to sit on the bed. I attempted to help, but reminded of the consequences of touching her, I refrained. There hasn't been a ghost sighting inside the castle, she added with wonder. Not for 100 years. I know. They usually linger in the grounds outside, I mumbled, my mind whirling with endless theories, trying to understand the reasons for this entity's presence at Vesley. Did the ghost hurt you? I had to ask. Hurt me. Sarah's voice broke and her eyes glistened with impending tears. Raven, it was worse than that. She bit her shuddering lip to prevent from sobbing. It touched me. What? I breathed appalled. Let me in, it said. Then its freezing hand landed on my nape. She pulled up the blankets, quivering with dread. Sarah swallowed hard. I collapsed right then. I must have hit my head hard. I can't remember anything else except the sense of being cast aside within my body. Goodness, Sarah, that's terrifying, I said, shaken by her tale. The ghost took over your body. Not fully, she mumbled, echoing my brother's prescient words. She's not dead. Not fully. Ice skittered down my spine. I don't believe the ghost was acquainted with the methods of possession, Sarah mumbled with a vacant stare, the tears already gone. Dreading the answer, I leaned close to ask, Is it still there with you? No. Sarah shook her head. Your brother kicked it out, she said. My brother, I mused, stricken with a second question. Sarah, did you touch Cade? She added knowingly. Sarah pursed her lips. I did not. I'm sorry, Raven. That's all right. I looked away, disappointed. What would Sarah have seen had she dared touch him? In all fairness, I had no clue what I'd expected to learn from Cade. Perhaps I'd hoped to understand his reasons for leaving, for taking the Death Knight's dreary oath. But would it make a difference? My brother was what he was. Nothing could change that. Raven, Sarah began, about the new librarian. Is someone in there? A man's voice called from the hallway. Damn it! I hissed, leaping away from the bedside as my eyes fixed on the doors. Raven! There's a secret passageway through there. Sarah pointed at the tapestry that covered the wall behind me. Hurry! I nodded. Will you be all right? I asked. Who's there with you? The man said as heavy footsteps approached us. I will, she whispered. Now go. I yanked the tapestry aside and saw the narrow door. The wooden slab receded under my hand until it fully opened, revealing a dark tunnel. I snuck inside and closed the door behind me. My heart throbbed in my throat as I heard the doors unlock and the mage walk inside the room. I heard voices, Dushan said. Who were you talking to? Were you talking to that ghost? I don't know what you're talking about, Sarah quietly answered. I was asleep. The conversation muffled as I moved further, entering a circular staircase so narrow that each step fitted only a single foot at the time. I pressed my hand against the damp stone wall to steady my balance. As I descended the stairway, engulfed in pitch darkness, I blamed myself for not being the kind of witch who could cast an incantation and create light out of thin air. My gifts relied on potion making, and even at that I did not excel, no matter how much I proclaimed it. When it seemed the shaft had trapped me in an endless spiralling descent, I arrived at the landing. My hand explored the slab before me and discovered a splintery wooden door. I gave it one quick push, and nothing happened. Oh, this is just perfect, I muttered, pressing my shoulder against it, then pushing harder, using my upper body until I made it budge. It worked. One more push, and the door opened, spilling blinding light into the narrow passageway. And with it, a freezing gust of wind sailed through. Finally I made it. But where have I made it to? Chapter 16. Raven, Blue 32. Sunsets at Vesley had changed. It was a bleeding sun with smears of crimson spattered on a purple sky. The wind had shifted too, colder now and always howling. I stood on the battlements, watching as the day died on the horizon. Each day, for the past 10 years, as darkness first touched the sky, I'd shift into my raven form. It had taken me a decade to perfect a potion capable of stopping the curse, if only for a few hours. But the thing about magical potions was some could not be consumed daily, for the magical dregs lingering in one's blood might then provoke unwanted side effects, and sometimes death, as was the case with my latest concoction. I dipped my hand into my wool coat pocket and held the vial against the glimmering sunlight. Nightshade. The toxic berries tinged the elixir in dark blue. Poison. Such was the cost of partially silencing the curse inside me. A wry smile stretched my lips. At the tender age of 8, I had crossed a mighty wizard. My mischief had irked him enough to brand me with the shifter's curse. Little did he know one day I'd learn to cherish the fruits of his wrath against me. It took years before I came to terms with my condition as a raven shifter. I drew comfort knowing that when I turned 21 years old, the age when I'd receive the full ownership of my Bryson power, I would be able to control the change. Father had promised it would be so. Mother had done her best to help as well, brewing and testing all kinds of elixirs. Seldom did they work, and when they did, the effects lasted little. Yet, it was her intervention that inspired me to learn the fine art of potion making. The nightshade potion had come to me not a few months back. My first one, capable of delaying the change for a full evening. I called it Blue 32. The reason for this name was simple. It was my 32nd attempt, using the same base formula, and the nightshade tinged it blue. Funny how things worked. The minute I'd made the discovery, I realised I actually enjoyed shifting into a raven from time to time. In fact, I hadn't drunk Blue 32 in weeks. Also, Father had been right. My coming of age was approaching, and over the past few days, I'd gained some control over the change. Erratic, most of the time. The night I met Drahoslav, I'd shifted back into a woman, when in fact my plan had been quite different. I'd meant to take advantage of my raven form, to watch him while sparing myself from having a conversation with this handsome stranger. However, fate had betrayed me, and yet I could not have been more thankful for it. Tonight, though, I decided I'd drink Blue 32. I wanted Drahos to see me as a normal woman, not the cursed witch who shifted into a bird every evening. The hope beat in my heart that I'd soon win his trust and then openly confide in him my truth. But for now, I raised the vial at eye level. The blue elixir sparkled for an instant. I pulled the cap off and poured the potion into my mouth. The poison tasted like blueberries. Darkness now unfolds across the fields, and I grew calm, knowing I could see Drahos with no lingering concerns. With that assurance, I continued my walk along the allure. However, I did not walk alone. Cade's pernicious words haunted me all the way, and I could not silence them because they happened to be true. Yes, I knew so little about Drahoslav, nearly nothing, yet I had no heart to distrust him. Every supernatural instinct inside me agreed that such peace emanated from him, such quiet strength and unwavering confidence that no evil could ever latch to his soul. Nevertheless, the longing in his clear grey eyes remained undeniable. The way he carried his unspoken mourning made him the most beautiful man I'd ever seen. At last, I arrived at the library's tower. My heart raced as I pulled the door open, anticipation building up inside me. I longed for his company, longed to see those soothing eyes and lose myself in their serenity. I took care not to make a sound as I descended the spiral staircase, hoping to glimpse him deep in work behind the desk, going through the tower's vast book catalogue, fascinated by the innumerable ancient volumes the library possessed. Yet as I reached the lower level, Drahos was nowhere to be seen. My stomach clenched, taken by a sudden wave of apprehension. The stillness of the room haunted me further. Not even the books changed shelves or turned their pages as usual. A chill clutched at my heart when, stepping back, I stumbled on a dozen scattered books lying on the wood-tiled floor. A trail of ripped pages led to the forbidden aisle. I gasped, panting in terror. Even so, I pushed myself to the aisle's entrance. The narrow way went high and deep, and as I moved, the bookcases seemed to lean in, threatening to swallow me in darkness. Faint light beams poured inside through the lancet window at the end, and there I saw him, lying in a pool of silver moonlight. Drahoslav. Chapter 17. Raven of Gifts and Curses. "Drahos!" I cried, struggling to breathe. Tears smeared my cheeks as I rushed to his side. When I finally reached him, I crashed on my knees, broken as if my bones had melted, and nothing but sheer will held me together. "Drahos, wake up," I said, cradling his head between my hands and gently resting it on my lap. His face was pale, yet gleamed faintly. His eyes were closed, blonde lashes clasped and sealed them tight. I stroked his cheek, immediately aghast by his freezing skin. I couldn't shake the frightful thought, the voice reminding me this was too reminiscent of how I'd found Sarah in the common room. Shuddering, I considered the dire possibility. Is it too late? Can I save him still? "I will not lose you," I whispered, clearing the tears from my visage. Drawing a deep breath, I forbade myself to tremble any longer. "Wake up," I demanded, gliding my hand over his strong jawline. "Wake up!" In a moment of madness, I slapped his cheek. "Ow!" he groaned, wincing. New life breathed inside me when I glimpsed his grey eyes, flecked and ringed with iridescent gold. Joy and relief tangled in my quickened heart, and I thought a brief laugh escaped my lips. "Drahos, are you all right?" I asked, feeling my lips slip into an effortless smile. His eyebrows slanted in a frown. "It hurts," he grumbled, taking a hand to his flushing face. "You must have had a bad dream," I blurted nervously, then bit my lower lip, annoyed at myself for lying. My fingers glided through his blonde hair. It shimmered like long strands of lustrous glass. Having him so near me, I couldn't help being swept in a daze by his passionate beauty. His brows and eyes were startling against his fair skin and light hair, and his lips were firm and sensual. I hadn't realised I'd been holding his hand until his fingers interlaced with mine, softly pressing them. My cheeks burned, and yet I found no will to release him. "How are you feeling?" I whispered, pushing him to speak, longing for his smooth voice to caress my senses. Drahos gave me an inquisitive stare. "Hungry," he uttered. "I think." He took his free hand to his chiselled abs, which I'd not noticed before. I swept his taut frame with a slow stare, stopping to admire his bare chest and strong arms corded with muscle. Even as he lay on the floor, he looked powerful and imposing. Why was he not wearing a shirt? Who cared? He was alive, and his body was perfection. The corner of my lips twitched in a shy smile. "What happened?" I asked. "Can you remember anything at all?" Our hands unfastened as Drahos sat up. He laid his head against the wall, his eyes filled with worry. "The ghost," he said, taking a hand to his nape. "She was here." "She?" I leaned forward. Again, a ghost. Could this be the same ghost Sarah had encountered? The same ghost seen by Lauron in this very library? It had to be. "I know her," he said under his breath, now gliding his hand to the back of his head. A scowl surfaced on his face. "Last night, something hit me." "The books," I suggested with a shrug. "I warned you to watch out for them, remember?" "I don't think that was it," Drahos said, immersed in his thoughts. "I think it might have been her doing." "Who is she?" I asked, trying to keep my focus away from his bare torso. "It's Emma," he hurried to say, as though he could not hold this truth inside him any longer. Bemusement afflicted him as he hugged his muscular arms. "Emma Summers." "What?" I started, immediately garnering my full attention into our conversation. "Drahos, that cannot be. Emma ran away with that vampire, Kurt. It was quite the scandal. Everyone knows about their love story." My words displeased him. "They're wrong." He glowered and turned away. The force of his seething reply took me off guard. "But then that would mean—" I clasped my hands over my lap, too dismayed to pose the question. However, I had to know. "Is Emma dead?" His icy stare cut to mine. "No," he said quietly, tormented. "She's not." Drahoslav's face clouded with uneasiness, as if dormant fears and uncertainties had quickened back to life. The ferocity of his passion both excited and frightened me. It reminded me of when I'd found him at the school's copse, sitting by the lake. The same fathomless despair gleamed in his shimmering eyes. So many emotions twined inside his heart, yet he would not say a word. Determined to find out, I held his hands in mine, this time, consciously. I did it, hoping it would sway him to speak freely. But would he? "From the moment I first saw you, sadness and grief have lurked in your eyes," I breathed. "Whatever pains your soul, you mustn't keep it silent." I paused, giving him a meaningful stare. "Drahoslav, please, let me in." He shivered. "Never say that," he begged, stricken with horror. Climbing to his knees, he pressed my hands near his chest as he leaned forward. "Raven, where did you hear those words?" Something extraordinary happened then. I could feel his dread course through me, binding me like a vine. "Sarah," I then realised. "The ghost attacked her too. She—" "Emma sought to claim her body," he whispered, defeated. A sigh sailed through his lips. "Did she?" "No," I told him. So many questions burdened me, and yet I picked the one that would allow a normal answer. Have you met Sarah? He gave me a swift nod. Did she survive? He asked with a dispassionate tone. She did, I said, my voice now frail and wavering. Panic like I'd never known before welled in my throat. Drahos, what is going on? Drahoslav got on his feet. In the aisle's dance of light and shadows, the tattoos on his arms and chest appeared to gleam. I tried to think back on what I'd studied, and my mind found nothing that would remotely come close to these symbols. He offered me his hand, and I took it, slowly rising from the floor until I stood before him, mere inches apart. He leaned down with the utmost sweetness, searching my gaze. Forgive me, Raven, he whispered, his eyes flickering in the twilight like summer lightning. Magic dwelled inside them. True magic. This was no illusion, no deception of the moon. I must be blunt. Another woman lives inside Emma's body. I froze, my eyes wide, striving to understand. Who's taken over Emma's body? I asked, shuddering through and through. His broad back and shoulders fringed with the bright moonlight that sifted through the glass behind him. Kurt's former lover and Emma's ancestor, Mary Summers, he said, and his tone was crisp as the still air around us. Drahoslav inhaled deeply, straightening his posture. His every movement was swift, full of grace and virility. How can that be? I mumbled with a frown. Spirit possession hardly ever turned out in common conversation, much less was it covered in the school programme. Moved by my innocence, his fingers smoothed over my jawline. A thrill rushed through me immediately, but that did little to appease my worries. She slipped out of the gates of hell, he said with a tenderness that contradicted the words. No horror touched his face, not a trace of astonishment, as he spoke. How do you know all this? I asked, feeling my hands quiver. Because, lowering his hand, Drahos drew in a long breath. I'm the one who stole Mary's soul. He did not waver as he confessed this jarring truth. No, that's not possible, I argued, shaking my head. No one can cross the gates of hell and live to tell the tale. Not even a necromancer like my brother could steal a soul from the netherworld. His stormy eyes bore to mine. A guardian could. Guardian, I stammered, taken aback as a sudden dizzying spell went through me. Drahos, are you an angel? Drahoslav bowed his head. Slowly he flexed his arm against his chest, offering me his shoulder. He then slightly turned his torso towards me, so that the dim light scattered on his back. And then I saw. The wounds where wings once sprung were deep and recent. The flesh so tender the mere sight of it pained me. Tears gathered in my eyes and blurred my vision. I took a hand to my mouth and moved closer. On an impulse, I reached to touch the scarring skin, but suddenly refrained and took my fingers to his arm instead. You're a fallen one, I said with a broken voice, a tear gliding down my cheek. It wasn't disappointment that filled my heart with ache, but the understanding of the reasons for his suffering. His loss was greater than mine could ever be. At least I took some comfort, knowing my family had moved on to a higher sacred plane. Meanwhile, as a fallen, he had nothing. No hope, no solace, no redemption. Raven, he begged. Drahos tilted his head, subdued like a wounded beast. I should have told you sooner. It's just... Never mind that, I said, forcing myself to smile, even though my heart split apart at his disgrace. You will get your wings back. His sullen expression did not change. I will play the game, he said with a wry tone. Repent and pay my dues, make amends, and hope I am shown mercy. Drahos hesitated to say more, but swallowing hard, he tackled his uncertainty. However, even then I know my cause to be a lost one. There is another way, I mumbled, summoning all my strength not to fall apart. He said nothing, but stared at me in disbelief. First, we must summon Emma's spirit. My voice came low, cold. Raven, he said. My blood sizzled with excitement each time my name sailed through his lips. What are you saying? Let me finish what you started, I said, my eyes rapt on him. In my mind I glimpsed his true self, the angel endowed with wide-spanned feathered wings, the mighty guardian of light towering over me. In my raven form, I can deliver Emma's soul to the gates of hell. Your raven form? He repeated. Drahos inclined his blonde head, soft fingers grazing my arm. You're a shifter? I am, I said, lowering my gaze. His firm hand cupped the side of my face with fondness, his thumb subtly raising my chin until our eyes met once more. There is no shame in that. The words sailed through his lips, their sweetness soothing me like pleasant kisses. I flushed, stunned by his tenderness. There is, if it stems from a wicked curse, I mumbled, caring little to go back to the time when my life had changed forever. And perhaps he understood that. He must have noticed the roughness in my voice. A brief gasp escaped him. That night when I met you, he said as the shock of discovery hit him full force. There was a raven, by the lake. I nodded and said no more. It was you, he added. Fathomless regret darkened his countenance. I was rude. That is all past, I assured him. Even when his troubles ran deeper than that incident, he'd care enough to seek my forgiveness. I could have easily lost myself in his gentle eyes, the soft expression of his brow and slowly parting lips, so I pushed myself to speak. When you stole Mary's soul from hell, I began, you caused an imbalance between the realms above and below. I pursed my lips. If we fill that vacant space with another spirit, then... Restitution? Drahos interrupted. Although huskiness lingered in his voice, his tone resonated with apprehension. Your slate will be clean again, I told him, clasping my hands so he might not see them quivering with the thrill awakened in me by his nearness. But what about Emma? That wouldn't be fair to her. The spell of his voice bound me and lured me closer. I've wronged her once before. Something snapped in me that instant. Sizzling fury rushed through my veins. Drahos, she almost killed Sarah. My stomach clenched as a horrible possibility assaulted my mind. Last night, she could have killed you. My chest heaved and my face flared, impassioned as I spoke. As long as she's free, Emma will stop at nothing to return to the world, even if that means destroying a life to claim her chosen body. My determination never faltered. The way things stand, there is no other choice. We must deliver her soul to the gates of hell. Let the powers that be decide her fate then. A faint frown creased his brow. I cannot... I will conjure Emma's spirit through the Knights of Death's grimoire, I said, taking a step back. I know Cade keeps it in his desk. My expression hardened as I folded my arms over my chest. Necromancy? He all but hissed, appalled. Raven, it's dangerous. You cannot meddle with death magic. He paused to catch his breath, refraining from his unexpected outburst. It would make you no better than Cade, he added, striking the final blow. Drahos would have said anything to dissuade me, but I knew what had to be done. It's the only way to reclaim your wings, I said, harsh and resolved. My mind's made up. You cannot change it. I was turning to walk away and set my plan in motion when Drahos seized my waist. I will not have you damn yourself to ensure my salvation, he spoke in my ear, pulling me closer as he tightened his embrace. My heart skipped a beat. He slightly eased his grip, allowing me to turn and face him in such closeness that we shared breath. His grey eyes glimmered with unspilt tears. You must find a worthier cause, he said in the lowest of voices. Do not waste your gift on me. Warmth spread across my chest. Drahoslav, I whispered, powerless to resist him. No one is worthier in my heart. My cheeks burned. His eyes bore into my own. Oh, Raven, he moaned. Closing in, he kissed me with a hunger that belied his outward calm. I yielded as his arms crushed me to him, drinking the sweetness of his soft lips, while blows of ecstasy rushed through my veins, pressing me for more. A sense of urgency drove me. My body ached for his touch. I teased his lips apart with my tongue, shocking him, if only for an instant, every inch of him turning taut. Soon after, he surrendered to my whim, welcoming my deeper kiss, toughening his arms around me. And now it was him who took the reins, him who screamed with his whole being the untamed need to claim me his.
Chapter 18. Drahos, the gravest sin. Fire burned through me, a tempestuous blaze rising from my core, overwhelming my senses in such rapture that surpassed anything I'd ever experienced. Not even in the Almighty's presence had I felt such depths of adoration. Blasphemy. The chiding proclamation echoed in my mind, harsh and threatening, but I pushed it aside and delivered my entire being to the powerful flames exploding inside me. When her tongue entered my mouth, lapping mine in a deeper kiss, I moaned, drunk with fervent desire. My hands acted out of their own accord, seizing her waist, tracing up her sensual figure until they stopped to cradle her flushed face. In an instant I took command and pinned her against the bookshelf, crushing her body with mine, claiming her lips with desperate longing. And although this kiss filled my heart with constant ripples of excitement, soon I realized I wanted more. With panting breath, I parted from Raven, enough to see her glazed dark eyes fix on mine. Her swollen lips and blushing cheeks increased my thirst for her in uncountable ways. The need to call her mine raged inside me. It wouldn't listen to sense or reason. I wanted her, body and soul, the gravest sin for any guardian. But it was not that which caused my hesitation. I was human. I could well ravage her in a whirlwind of passion, then carry on with my purpose and regain my wings. But what would become of her when all dregs of my humanity had vanished, and nothing but the ethereal guardian remained, detached from such earthly emotions? What damage would that carve into her heart? Drahoslav, she whispered, do you not want me? Heartbreak touched the words. I do, I said, gliding my fingers through her hair, delighted by the sweetness of her unblemished skin. Fresh roses flooding my lungs more than I should. Her hand folded in mine. Then show me, she said, luring me out of the forbidden aisle, through the ground floor, towards the staircase that led to my lodgings. And compelled beyond reason, I followed. I knew then I'd always follow her, wings or not, damned or blessed. She was the purest soul I'd ever met. The only one capable of filling my heart with soundless bliss I'd long forgotten. Chapter 19. Drahos, the universe in me. Watching over mortals for thousands of years had taught me more about them than they presumed to know themselves. I knew all about the act of human lovemaking. My condition as a guardian, however, had distanced me from any feelings of desire. And now, for the first time, it blazed through my veins and stirred a violent flood of excitement in my core. Raven halted at the chamber's doorway. My heart shuddered, dreading she would hold any regrets. But my fears vanished as she turned, and standing on tiptoe, her lips touched to mine. I gave myself freely to the passion of this kiss. Our clothes were shed fast. I pulled her to me, roughly. Her sensuous form molded to the hard planes of my body. I could feel her uneven breathing, the gentle touch of her hands as they explored me, delivering warming shivers through my limbs. I swept her, weightless, off the ground, then eased her onto the bed, where she lay panting, her chest heaving. Something awakened inside me then. It was primal and fierce, like the might of my angelic fury. I straddled her waist fast. Temperance and all my past restraint went out the window, out into the winter sky, where lacy flakes of snow drifted, painting white the quiet panoramic spread before us. Not a sound stirred in the room, save the howling winds and our quickened breaths. A low melody that spurred me to take my lips to a path of ecstasy dawning on her neck, then further down to the pit above her collarbone. With boldness, I took my kiss lower, to the valley between her breasts. Raven moaned with delight. Her body went taut and arched against mine. She bit her lip, taming the silent urge that pulsed inside her, begging her to scream. And as I roused her hunger, my own grew louder. "Drahos, I must have you," she said in a broken whisper. "Right now." I sat up, feasting my mortal eyes at the shapely beauty of her naked form, my gentle fingers lingering on her waist. Resolved to have my way, I leaned down until my mouth skimmed her ear. "No," I breathed. "Not yet." The sheets crushed inside her fist when I lowered my face. My stubble grazed her belly as I caressed her smooth skin, exploring her, learning the many ways to make her tremble with excitement. And then my lips sailed lower still, and they stopped between her legs. And there, my kiss turned lazy, until her body convulsed, and she cried out in delirium. When she was spent, lost in the daze of this undying rapture, I dropped my body atop of hers. "Now you can have me," I told her, heat building up in my core, longing to explode. "Gods, yes," she groaned, clinging to me with quivering hands. In a fit of untamed passion, I seized her wrists and pinned them above her head, pressing them against the mattress. I gasped in sweet agony as I entered her. At once she hooked my waist between her smooth thighs, driving me deeper, again and again. And it was now I who fell imprisoned by her will, I who released myself to such fathomless abandon that thrilled my senses and also overwhelmed them. Skin to skin, we were as one, man against woman. And in this place of suspended bliss I discovered ecstasy as I'd never known before, a delirious trance where she became everything to me, my world and purpose, my goddess to serve and worship without end. While our bodies rocked together in absolute harmony, I gave her all I was, but her gift to me was greater still, divine bliss, unparalleled abandon. Locked in this embrace, we were infinite as the universe, untouchable, eternal. At the height of this forbidden glory, I moaned. My body shook in one last release. I closed my eyes and surrendered to this rapture, waves of pleasure crashing inside me as I lay helpless in her flaming hold. When the moment passed, I sighed in pleasant exhaustion, elated, complete. Raven curled up against my chest, and we both drifted into a profound sleep.
Chapter 20. Raven, What We Are. Having him had been more glorious than I'd ever imagined. Drahoslav had shed from his perpetual detachment, turning into a most fierce and giving lover. I belonged to him, body and soul, and that would never change, regardless of the fate the future held for us. Afterwards, we'd slid into the deepest sleep in each other's arms, and in that comfort, I had pleasant dreams. Dreams of my life as it used to be when my family lived, replaying vivid memories of the times we shared in our home. My eyes were moist with joyful tears as I woke the next morning. Seeing him lying beside me only rounded up the feeling. It also made the blow less hurtful as I faced reality. When Drahos woke up, we made love again. This time it had been sweeter and unhurried, with relaxed anticipation. We had taken the time to explore and arouse each other, to give each other pleasure in more ways than before. I tried to learn him by heart and hold on to each moment as if it were the last, because it might as well have been. The minute he regained his wings, this dalliance would be over. And as merely considering this truth wounded my spirit, I silenced those thoughts and focused on the warmth of his embrace, his subdued tenderness as our bodies melded, escaping the bleakness of this world. As he reached the crest of this abandon, he cried my name and brought me with him, and I locked my arms around his chest, burying my face in his neck, wishing I could keep him here with me forever. We lay on the bed, exhausted and exhilarated. I took one deep inhalation, struggling to catch my breath and ease my racing pulse. Lying next to him seemed like a beautiful dream, but it was real, and I had to repeat that to myself each time my eyes scoured him through. Drahos clasped his hands at his nape, a smile tugging at his lips. "What do you usually do on a morning like this?" he purred in my ear, handsome as the gleam of sunlight bathed his bare chest, spilling on his powerful arms corded in muscle. I glided closer and pressed my ear above his heart, listening to its quickened beat. "I'll stroll about the copse. I'll carry a book and snuggle in the shade of a welcoming tree." "In the snow?" he asked, slipping his fingers through my hair. "It reminds me of home," I mumbled, my gaze adrift, "but it is not the same." My mind went back to the walk downhill, and the moors with the wintry fields, low banks of fog slowly flowing and covering my legs. Drahos whipped his head towards me, puzzled. "I thought you'd spent all your life here." "No," I softly said, smoothing my hand on his arm. "Bryson Tower is my home, in Yorkshire. My father was gathering mother and my sisters to bring them here when the attack happened." I paused. This would have been our first Yule together at Vesley. He swallowed hard, anchoring his attention on me with undiluted concern. "We don't have to talk about this." "It's all right," I said, sitting on the bed when he seized my wrist. "Raven," he whispered, and his voice was sweet as honey. "You are not alone." I looked at him over my shoulder. A glint of longing twinkled in his eyes as they locked on mine. "Aren't I?" I whispered in a dour tone. A wry smile curled the corner of my lips. He rose from the bed and knelt in front of me, firm hands gripping my arms, the fierceness of his stare almost unsettling, revealing a glimpse of the mighty guardian in him. "I will stay with you and live a mortal life," he suddenly said. Words I'd never expected to hear. My body stiffened in shock. "Let us put past us this folly. I have already lost my wings. I do not want them if it means losing you." I stared at him, speechless. A sliver of ice trickled down my spine, stunned that he would give up everything so freely. For me. "I could never ask that of you," I said, astounded to pronounce the words when having him meant so much to me. Drahoslav's crystalline grey eyes bore into my own. "You wouldn't have to," he added, eager as he held my hands. Fearful clarity reached me in that instant. I slid a hand away from his tender hold and smoothed it over his strong jawline. "Drahos, you're an angel," I began. "Your soul was never meant to be tied down to flesh. Surely that alone breaks you in more than one way. Such soundless suffering. You've hidden it well." His eyes shuddered and his breathing hitched as the truth reached his heart. Wordless, he lowered his gaze. "I will not have you betray your nature." I pursed my lips. "We are what we are. That cannot be changed," I whispered, looking into myself, heaving a heavy sigh. "We cannot make the choice because it never was ours to begin with." His gaze cut to mine, bemused. At once I freed from his hold before regret and selfishness caught up with me. I took my clothes and slipped them on. Drahos followed suit and got into his jeans. "I'll see you tonight," I said, combing my hair back with my fingers as I ambled to the door. "We need my brother's grimoire. I have a plan." In silence, Drahos trudged to the threshold after me, a slight frown creasing his brow. His gentle fingers slipped between mine. "Raven," he whispered, his eyes glinting with yearning, "I love you." My lips parted, but no sound came through, even as a thrill coursed through my veins while I listened to those words. Drahos closed in until we stood a breath apart. His mouth found mine and trapped it in a slow, tender kiss, and I responded to him with the same warmth, holding his handsome face between my hands. Then I stepped back and left the room. Chapter 21. Raven, the Book. Dusk stretched with radiant arms across the gallery as Drahos and I hurried to the headmaster's chambers. Running into Cade worried me little. Since Dushan and Isil's arrival at Vesley, my brother had opted to spend most of his time with the Knights of Death. Usually they lounged at the great hall, exchanging gossip and what-not by the hearth. We turned left and halted as the red double doors loomed at the end of the hallway. I swallowed hard. Each step towards those doors marked a step away from my beloved angel. "What is it?" he whispered in my ear, scanning our surroundings with a fierce glance, expecting someone might have discovered us. I said nothing, but turned to meet his stormy eyes flecked with gold, watching as they gleamed in the twilight. The corner of his lips slightly curled. Drahos inched closer and dove his fingers through my hair, his thumb caressing my jawline. As he gave a step further, he pinned me to the wall, pressing his firm body against mine. My breath hitched as he drew closer still and sealed my mouth with his soft lips. His luring fragrance of sandalwood and moss permeated my skin, and I felt myself surrendering to his whims as his tongue teased my lips apart. My knees buckled. I would have had him here if he'd willed it so. A grandfather clock chimed the hour in the distance. 9 p.m. My brow creased with worry. Sensing the sudden shift in my mood, Drahos parted briefly. "Something troubles you," he said without inclination. I nodded. "Where is Lauron?" I finally said. "He should have been here half an hour ago. We have no time to waste." Drahoslav tilted his head. A smile danced on his lips. Suddenly he started. He looked away into the hall, as though his hearing had picked up some noise I'd missed. Again he swept the premises in a flash, making sure we were alone. Satisfied, his gaze then cut to mine. "Do we need Lauron?" Drahos asked, his serene voice immediately enfolding me with ease. "He's ace at picking locks," I replied, and my hands landed on his firm chest, hard planes of muscle tensing beneath my palms. whereas I am as skilled as a potato at such things. I pursed my lips. A brief laugh escaped his mouth. Drahos bit his lower lip, staring at me intently. My cheeks burned. "Do you know how to pick a lock?" I teased. He bent close to my ear, bold fingers curving on my lower back. "I know you're an amazing woman," he whispered in his bedroom voice, "and I know you'll find a way into that room, with or without Lauron." I flushed hopelessly, irretrievably. Unable to stop my face from turning the colour of a cooked lobster, I avoided his stare. Even then, I felt him smile with delight. "Your confidence in me is astonishing," I mumbled, my pulse skyrocketing by the minute. The way he stood before me, powerful and reassuring, conveying such protection that expanded for miles, made me feel like nothing in the world could ever harm me. Drahos folded his hand over mine, our fingers interlaced. Yet for all the intimacy blooming between us, a shadow of ache skulked in my heart. Drahos would recover his wings soon, and for us, that would mean the end of anything that had only just begun. I hated to acknowledge it, but my instinct of survival warned me to be ready, to shield myself from suffering any more pain. "Raven, he began. "I'm late, I know." A voice spoke behind us in a blasé tone. We turned into the hallway and saw Lauron strutting on his way to meet us. He looked dapper in dark denim jeans, a black pullover sweater layered on top of a white stiff cotton shirt, paired with flashy Air Jordans. Weekends exempted us from wearing the school's uniform, but tonight Lauron had made an extra effort. I picked up the scent of his expensive cologne when he was still several feet away from joining us. "I can see that," I muttered with a frown. Lauron's witty blue eyes noticed Drahos and I were holding hands. A subtle smirk tensed his lips. Fortunately, he said nothing, but his silent glare sufficed for me to read what it implied. As he slightly shot up an eyebrow, it said, "See? I told you so." "Where were you?" I asked, taking a hand to my hip, hoping to dissuade him from entering that embarrassing talk. To my surprise, Lauron's cockiness faded quickly. He dipped his hands into his jeans pockets and began shifting from one foot to another. Whatever was the matter with him? I gasped with impatience. "Oh, never mind that. Just please work your magic," I begged, pointing at Cade's door. Lauron grinned, apparently flattered. Then, without saying a word, he took his left hand out of his pocket. His fist remained closed tight, but something stuck out from its hold. At last, he opened his hand, revealing the item with all the dramatics of pulling a rabbit out of a magician's hat. My eyes flew open, my mouth agape. In Lauron's hand was an ancient set of 3 iron-forged keys. Keys I knew perfectly well. Drahos released a scant breath, astonished. "Are those—" he said, stepping closer to Lauron. "Yeah, mate." Lauron flashed him a brash smile. "They are." He then dashed to the door, stuck a key inside the lock and turned it over. A loud clang resonated inside. He pulled the lever and the door slowly opened, screeching all the way as it swayed on its rusted hinges. My mind reeled with confusion. "Where did you—" I mumbled, perplexed. "How did you—" Another gallant smile. "I'll explain later, love." Lauron stood aside and signalled the way in with a wave of his hand. "Now, would you please hurry? I'd like to get these back before Cade realises they're missing." "Right," I nodded, pushing all my questions to the back of my mind. My hand landed on the smooth slab of wood, worn with time. "Wait for me here," I told them. "I will get the book. It shouldn't take long." "I'll go with you," Drahos said, stepping forward with the selfless commitment of a soldier. or a lover. I bristled at his nearness. I can do this. My voice came harsher than I'd intended. I lowered my gaze, ashamed. Did he know of the battle stirring in the depths of my heart? Half my blood roared at me for doing this, while the other pushed me forward. Drahos looked at me, baffled. "I know you can," he whispered. I took in a sharp breath. Right. I nodded, crossing the threshold fast. The headmaster's chamber overflowed with murky shadows. Impenetrable darkness surrounded me. Nevertheless, I moved further. My nose tingled as it picked up the pungent scent of magic. It permeated the air, heavily so. Shocks of worry struck my core when I considered the spells Cade might have set upon this place. Thunder rumbled nearby. The stone walls shuddered and the ground shook beneath my feet. Not the most welcoming environment in which to prowl, my brother's rooms. That, and the complete lack of light, intensified my concerns. I tried to feel my way through the entrance, remembering the layout with the crescent pit and the dais that led to my brother's desk. 1, 2, 3, 4. I counted 10 more steps, calculating they would deliver me to the nest of vipers. It then dawned on me. The snakes. I couldn't hear them. It was as if the room were empty. Perhaps they were asleep. But why should I worry? Those serpents were an illusion, the product of a spell concocted by Cade to lather himself in grandeur and provoke intimidation. I took one more step. Immediately, I met an unexpected wall. "That's odd," I mumbled, placing a hand on the surface. It was smooth and hard and slippery like polished silver. And cold. So cold. Running into a wall at this point made no sense. I stood exactly in the middle of the room, right where the viper's pit began. Only there were none. No vipers, no sky, no light. I didn't like it. Any of it. I smoothed my hand along the wall, expecting to meet a corner. Only that moment never came, and the block curved enough to make me wonder if indeed this was a wall at all. Suddenly, the surface slipped beneath my hand. I had not moved. No, this was not a wall. Dread clawed down my spine with icy fingers. If this wasn't a barrier, then what on earth was it? My heart chilled, white mist drifting through my gaping mouth as I stepped back. And then the hissing began. The hideous sound resounded in the room. My eyes shuddered with fright, aimlessly searching the target that cloaked itself in the pitch darkness. "What is this?" I whispered, nauseated as the scent of magic grew stronger. My pulse throbbed hard in my ears and throat. Lightning struck, filling the dome with an incandescent glow, outlining the silhouette of the creature trapped inside the blinding flash.
Chapter 22. Drahos, the things one does for love. Restless like a prowling lion, I paced the hallway. Raven had stepped into the necromancer's den, alone. Out of respect for her wishes, I'd allowed it, but not a minute had passed when a sudden sense of foreboding seized my mortal heart. I could not bear such helplessness, not when it was I who'd once fought evil and intervened in humans' aid. Oh, but everything was different now. I no longer cared to be the hero who won all wars and wielded the blade of truth and justice. My sanity hung from the frailest thread, for I could not protect the single creature who'd won my love. "You're going to dig a hole in the ground if you keep pacing like that," Lauron said without mirth, casually leaning against the wall while he fiddled with the keys in his hand. I blinked, snapping out of my detachment. "She's been there for too long," I said in a cool voice. Laurent raised his groomed, dark eyebrows, a glimpse of arrogance peering through his flat expression. "How long would you take to walk across a nest of vipers?" he sneered. "She's brilliant, mate. She's not that brilliant. No one is. A crooked smile tensed his lips. Unamused, I remained silent. Lauron scanned me with an appraising stare. He carefully slipped the keys inside his jeans pocket, then moistened his lips before speaking. You know, when Raven asked for my help, she put me up to speed on certain things, he began, scratching his chin as he moved closer. It became clear to me then. In Lauron's eyes, I was a stranger. The intricacies of friendship escaped me, so I had to assume this cynical wariness of Lauron's answered to his high regard and protectiveness towards Raven. However, that did not gain him any leniency with me. He walked around examining me all the while with defiant blue eyes. "So you're an angel," he mumbled, finally stopping before me. "I've never seen one." I gave him a hard look. "You're not meant to," I quietly said, "and I am no longer one." Lauron smirked. "Which is why you need those wings," he said, with a hint of derision. "You do know she loves you?" The shifter knitted his brow. I startled. "What?" He delivered the words so carelessly. I did not expect to hear them. Even when I'd confessed to her my feelings, she'd not spoken of her own. "Raven," Lauron continued, now pointing to the red double doors at the end of the hallway. "She's walking through a den of snakes to get your wings back, you realize." There it was, that overzealous nature, that need to defend one's dearest love. I understood his apprehensions, and yet I absolutely resented him for them. Finding myself at a loss for words, I simply nodded. If indeed she returned my feelings, then that would have made me the happiest being in all creation. I relished contemplating her face as it drew in my mind's eye. Then along with that pleasant memory came the strain, the ceaseless worry that this quest of mine would put her life at risk. For I knew full well the powers of light and darkness were no child's play. Meddling in that supernatural war compromised everything. But was she aware of it? "Do you love her?" Lauron blurted. My gaze glided from the floor to meet Lauron's glinting eyes. "With all my heart," I told him, never wavering. Lauron stepped back and stumbled. "Bloody hell," he stammered. A raised eyebrow showed his amazement, dark and humorous. "You seem surprised," I said, slipping into a frown. Lauron released a scant breath. "Well, you've barely met the lass," he added, dipping his hands into his jacket's pockets. "I mean, until a few days ago you were an angel. You knew nothing about human love." He paused, wrapped in his own deliberations. "How can you be so sure?" This, he almost asked himself. "I do not know how love is forged or how the workings of the human heart are construed," I honestly said. "I only know this forceful feeling overflows inside me like nothing I've ever experienced before. And I know it streams to her, invariably, effortlessly." My voice faded to a hushed stillness that led to half a smile. I would do anything to see a sheen of joy in her eyes. Lauron's expression relaxed as he heaved a heavy sigh. "Ah, yes," he said tersely, "the things one does for love." A bitter smile thinned his lips. "Yes, I would do anything to bring happiness back into her life. And if my wishes had any chance of succeeding, I had to make sure no hurt had come upon her first." "I need to get in there," I said, ambling closer to the chamber's entrance. "Have a little faith, Drahos," he suggested, standing in the middle of the hallway, watching me as I stopped before the crimson doors. "It's just an office room," Lauron added, shrugging his shoulders. What could possibly go wrong?
Chapter 23, Raven, Fangs. My plan had gone horribly wrong. Every muscle in me went taut. Vipera aspis, I mumbled in awe, looking skyward. The giant beast's wide amber eyes turned their vicious gaze to me, their slanted pupils narrowing as they gulped my image. And as its mouth slowly widened, I saw the white sheen of sharpened fangs. Its black forked tongue unfolded before me, rolling on the ground, tracking my scent. A monster had made it past the walls of Vesely Castle, and my brother had opened its doors to it. The creature charged towards me, gliding straight in my direction. I held my breath. The slithering sound of scales grazing the ground chilled the blood in my veins. Through stormy clouds, the moon peered, flooding the room in silver light. Only then did I realize the snake had moved past me, still hunting with its long dark tongue, anticipating any movement. But why had it missed me? Why had it not swallowed me whole when I'd face its blackened mouth? It cannot see me, I whispered, shuddering with fright. Was this another of Cade's illusions? I doubted it. In a single bite, the snake could devour me completely, and that would mean the end of me. So, no. I was not willing to risk my life upon that frail hope. Swirls of darkness hugged the crawling monster as it moved, partly fading the serpent's body as if made of condensed smoke. Magic lived inside it, dark and dreadful. I plucked at my sweater's cuffs, stepping back slowly. My brother's desk stood far away. I could not skip through the snake's body as I'd done with the smaller ones before. The only way to reach the desk would have been flying across the room. I'd already taken Blue 32, so shifting was impossible. And even then, the creature could have trapped me in a single snap. One more step, and I struck against the icy wall. The blood drained from my face. I glanced sideways to my left. The room seemed to stretch, and what few feet stood between me and the door appeared like endless miles. Would I even make it to that doorway in time? I pursed my quivering lips tight. A sliver of light poured in as the doors slightly opened. "Raven?" someone whispered. Drahoslav. He entered the room, unaware of the danger crawling in our midst. He discovered me quickly, pushed against the wall. I bit down hard on him with my gaze, my hands shaking uncontrollably, even though I pressed them hard against the freezing stone. I then turned towards the snake as it materialized from darkness once again, its slithering belly fuming with dark shadows. A panicked expression seized Drahoslav's visage the minute he glimpsed the creeping monster. He stepped back immediately, mimicking my stance against the wall. His arms stretched and his hand reached mine. Drahos then nodded lightly, and his fierce eyes, glinting in twilight, spoke to me in silence. "We're getting out of here," they said. "Everything's going to be all right." I believed him. And though it took every shred of willpower in my being to move, I slid one foot to my left, lazily, when the doors flung open wide. "What is taking you so long?" Lauron cried in an outburst of annoyance. Drahos scowled. "Lauron, no!" he cried. Lauron's eyes flew open when he saw. He swore, slamming his back against the stone wall as the viper lunged towards him, hissing a shriek so loud it pierced my hearing and made me cringe. The hideous snake immediately dissolved into smoke and shadows, and I knew again it would materialize, surely inches away from where we stood. And perhaps then we would not be as lucky as to escape the fate that lay inside its unhinged jaw. "Run, Lauron! Run!" I urged, gripping Drahoslav's hand tight as we sprung into a race for our lives. But paralysed with dread, Lauron did not move. In a flash, the giant asp appeared before us, its menacing fangs glistening in the mournful light. The creature's head lashed back, ready to snap its lethal bite and sweep us into its mouth with it. "Come on, Lauron," Drahos groaned, grabbing his waist, raising him off the ground with ease as the snake thrust its bite against us, striking the wall full force. A rain of rubble crumbled to the floor, and the earth shook beneath our feet. "Raven, go," Drahos said, carrying Lauron over his shoulder as if he were no more than a puppet. With my heart thudding louder and louder, I dashed through the doors, into the hallway. Again, the walls rumbled, and it seemed the entire castle shook to its foundations. I lost balance and fell to the ground. Another failed bite of the monster. But had it failed? I desperately stared at the ajar doors, fright freezing my blood as I lay on the floor, hoping, waiting for a sign from Drahos and Lauron. And yet, nothing. Warm tears blurred my vision. A sudden weight pressed on my chest. I could not breathe. The castle rumbled once more, as did my entire being, invaded with terror. Suddenly the doors burst open, and Lauron rolled to the ground through them. "Lauron!" I scrambled to my knees. "Where's Drahos?" I begged. When his blank stare revealed he knew nothing, tears glided down my flushing cheeks. A flash of light flickered through the doors. Seconds later, Drahoslav darted out of the room, a mass of wild blonde hair over a dishevelled white shirt, revealing his firm muscles. He shut the doors fast, bracing himself against them, when another blow rocked the grounds. It was the monstrous snake, striking again and again, determined to have us for dinner, even if that meant tearing the castle apart. It dawned on me then. "Lauron, the door," I implored, getting on my feet. "Lock the door." "What?" Still sprawled on the floor, hands covering his head, Lauron lifted his chin and frowned at me, confused. "Why? What difference does it make?" He all but spat. Another blow pounded hard on the walls, sweeping a dusty cloud through the entry's crevices. Drahos held the doors fast, keeping them shut at all costs. "Do as she says," he demanded. Reluctant and choked with undeniable fear, Lauron got to his feet, hands trembling as they dug the set of keys out of his jeans. He cautiously stepped closer, and at last slipped the key inside the lock. The hissing grew louder, a shrilling screech that made me shiver. It was as if the creature had somehow read the knowledge tumbling in my mind. It was as if it knew its playtime had reached an end. One mighty strike and the castle shook with the force of a powerful earthquake. "Do it, Lauron," I said. "Hurry!" Lauron took a deep breath and finally turned the key over, locking the doors. I stared expectantly at the red entrance, as though our lives depended on it, because they did. A minute passed. A faint gleam appeared in the carvings of the arched frame. At first, I thought I'd imagined it, but then symbols I'd once believed merely ornamental grew alight with magic. In an instant, the 3 arched lintels gave off a flash of red, blinding light, which swiftly dimmed until it turned back into its ordinary state of worn-out wood. The ground shook once, and with that, all traces of dust and debris from the collisions disappeared. I assumed the same restoration would have happened inside Cade's chambers. The quake finally halted, not a sound came through, and stillness prevailed upon the castle, as though nothing had happened at all. A firm, long-fingered hand came down over mine. It gave a slight tug, prompting me to rise. So I did. Heaving a heavy sigh, I leaned against the wall. The ache in my chest almost seemed to explode. My breaths became too shallow. Unable to repress a minute longer the tears brimming my eyes, I openly wept. Strong arms whisked me away and wrapped me in a comforting embrace. "It's over," Drahos whispered in my ear, his voice a soothing croon. "You're all right." His fingers glided through my hair and gently smoothed my jawline. I yielded to his hold, burying my face in the hard planes of his chest, then slowly raised my gaze and met his. "I don't think so," I said, transfixed. I inhaled deeply, trying to pace my breathing back into normality, but I failed. This time, all efforts to keep my frail control were useless. Panic and anxiety welled up in my throat as I'd never experienced before. All the pain I'd silenced in the past had masterfully crawled up to snatch me, and I sobbed bitterly. The hallway became stifling. My blood rang hard in my ears, and a faint dizziness assaulted me. If only I'd pass out, I would be grateful to rid myself of this unforgiving feeling. "Raven," he whispered. Bemusement dwelled in Drahoslav's grey eyes, their golden flecks faintly glinting in the twilight. He pressed a gentle hand on my chest. "Breathe." The words slipped through me like a soothing balm, easing my racing heart within seconds. My limbs no longer trembled, and the suffocating heat dissipated. I stared at him, bewildered by this glimpse of magic emanating from him. "I failed." My voice broke as I spoke. I could not bring myself to say it. I failed my father and mother. I failed my sisters. I failed Cade. For no matter how much I'd wanted to save them, their fates lay beyond my reach. And now I'd failed him. My beloved angel. His one chance to win back his wings had slipped away, perhaps forever. Even so, I dared to experience a speck of joy. Relieved, having him near me. Grateful, knowing him spared from Cade's dark magic. Drahos said nothing. His arms tightened around me, pressing me against his chest with selfless devotion. I closed my eyes, yielding to the comfort of his nearness, when a low grunt drifted through his lips. He stepped away and jerked his back against the wall, steadying his body's weight. By the time I looked up at his face, all colour had drained from it. "Drahos?" I breathed, hurrying to hold him as a sudden dizzying spell blocked his balance. He raised his chin, leaning his head against the stone wall, yet his gaze latched onto mine. A brief smile tugged the corner of his lips. "I'm all right," he said, pale and exhausted. "Why did it stop?" Lauron mumbled. His mouth displayed careless annoyance, yet apprehension seeped through him. "Raven, is that thing gone?" His hands clenched into fists, the muscles of his forearms hardened beneath his sleeves. "No," I said in a sombre tone. "Not gone. Locked away. That room was riddled with magic." I spoke absent-mindedly, my attention set on Drahoslav. Fine beads of perspiration glistened on his brow, and so was the lock. Lauron moved closer. "Cade is no fool," he muttered. "So where's the book?" "The book?" I blurted in an outburst, all but stabbing him with the harshest stare. "Do you honestly think I would not have grabbed it, had I had the chance?" Fury came through my voice, unhindered. Lauron's face slackened. "Raven, The deepest regret built up inside me. I should have fought harder to get my brother's grimoire. I should have found a way because Drahoslav's happiness depended on it. Then a greater fear lurked in my heart. Had I let the moment pass? Had I failed my task on purpose? Drahoslav slipped down the wall. "Oi, mate!" Lauron caught Drahos in his arms, inches before he hit the ground. "Is he hurt?" he asked me. I scanned him with a hurried glance and found no wounds, no traces of blood that would alarm me. "No, it's not that." The words drifted. "Then what's wrong with him?" Distress strained Lauron's voice. Up until now, I hadn't thought he'd care much about Drahoslav. When had that changed? "I don't think he's eaten a thing," I mumbled, shocked at the thought. But it was the only sensible explanation that came to mind. That had to be it. "Mate, is that true?" Lauron asked, unmistakably appalled. "You've not eaten a thing since you've become human." His countenance slid into a scowl. "No biscuits? No bread and butter?" Drahoslav slowly shook his head, a gesture that incited Lauron into uttering an array of profane words. "We need to get you something to eat." I slipped my arm underneath his. "Drahos, can you walk?" I asked, and he replied with a quick nod. Lauron harumphed. "The keys?" He sighed, stepping back into the hallway. "I should, He gestured with his hand. "Go," I said. "I'll take Drahos to the kitchens." Chapter 24. Raven. Hunger. We skulked in the depths of the darkened kitchen, sitting by a large rectangular oak table. The castle's rules relaxed during the holidays, and what duties usually lay upon a dozen men and women now rested on a single cook. Thankfully for Drahos, whoever was in charge had forgotten to lock up the pantry, probably out of exhaustion. And thus I'd snuck out a few trays of fruit and bread and spotted a pair of roasted chickens resting by the hearth, still warm. I found plenty of wine bottles in the cabinets and ale cooling in the freezer. I poured a jug of ale for him, a glass of wine for myself. While we settled in our seats in silence, the adrenaline in my blood faded, but the words rang incessantly in my mind. I have failed him. My fingers interlaced as I clasped my hands over the table. I thought it would be easy, sneaking in, stealing the book. It never occurred to me that Cade would be shrewd enough to protect his dark grimoire with a monstrous snake. I pursed my lips. Drahos gave me no answer. Burdened with shame, I had avoided all visual contact with him for the past few minutes. Now my gaze slowly drifted to meet his stormy eyes, too fearful to discover heartbreak and disenchantment in them. But what I found struck me even more. Drahoslav's eyes sparkled with awe as they locked on the roasted chicken resting on the plate before him. Next thing I knew, he grabbed the leg, yanked it off, and dug his teeth deep into it. The warm, juicy meat melted in his mouth. A low moan rumbled in his chest. "This is amazing," he mumbled, mouth half full, dragging the basket packed with steaming bread rolls close to him. Drahos tore off a chunk of bread and dipped it in the gravy saucer, then jabbed it into his mouth. Again he groaned in delight. I never knew food could taste so... I raised my brow, stunned. "Delicious?" I added, somewhat sceptical. "Yes," he said, as though I'd provided him with a great revelation. "Yes, this is delicious." He contemplated the luscious meal set on the table. "It is stimulating and warm and so rich." "It's food," I said dryly. A dimple pierced his cheek when he gave me half a smile. "Yes, it is." Drahos licked his silken lips, eyes now locked on the piece of bread trapped between his fingers. He finished it in a single bite. "Drahoslav," I began with uncertainty. "Is this truly the first time you've eaten since—" "Yup," he replied, grabbing the jug of ale. He took a long swig, and once he'd swallowed that down, he charmingly gasped, "This is all new to you." I blinked, pondering my realization's deeper meaning. I hadn't quite thought of it. To him, everything was new, not only mortal pain and loss, but every delight the human world had to offer. "Drahos, would you say this meal is the greatest pleasure you've experienced so far as a man?" I had to ask. He dropped everything and straightened immediately. His expression swayed with graveness. No. Absolutely not, he assured me, stretching his arm across the table, then holding my hand with fondness. His fierce grey eyes glinted in the shadows. I would rather feast on you 1,000 times given the choice. His voice came low and sensual, and sent a tingle through the pit of my stomach. A mischievous grin followed. I giggled like a fool. That awareness alone made me blush. Words eluded me. All I could do was give him a forgiving smile. Drahoslav's countenance grew alight with lust and yearning. Without releasing me, he licked his free hand's thumb, then pushed aside the trays with a single sweep of his arm. Like a lion on the hunt, he crouched and slunk forward, shoving aside the table, reaching me in a flash. His firm hands were gentle as they cradled my face, his breath warm as he drew closer. Our lips met in a passionate kiss that aroused my hunger for him. Would it happen again? Would I lie between his arms again, riding the countless waves of ecstasy only he could deliver? Drahoslav trailed kisses down my jawline and stopped to nibble my earlobe. You are my greatest delight, he whispered in my ear, his voice rough and enticing. I'd have you right now if you'd allow it. My heart jolted and my pulse pounded hard, and as his lips grazed my neck, I moaned, bursts of excitement shooting through my core. A delicious shudder heated my body. I ached for his touch. If you don't mind the taste of savoury kisses, that is, he teased in the naughtiest tone. Unable to resist, I parted just enough for our stares to meet. Does it look like I'd care? I said, locking my hands on his nape. Drahos flashed me a sensual smile, his appraising stare raking me before he moved closer. His lips skimmed along the sweep of my cheek, awakening every nervous fibre in my being. What about the book? I murmured, yielding to his fiery demands, as if anything mattered, other than his hands exploring my body. To hell with the book, he said in a sharp, sultry voice. He lifted me from the seat, effortlessly switching our places so that now I sat on his lap. His hands glided to the small of my back, his grip tightening until our bodies all but blended. To hell with the book, he'd said. Did that mean he'd chosen to stay with me? Was I delirious? I was. He could never denounce his nature, no more than I could revoke mine. But I silenced those thoughts and welcomed his fiery kiss, his voracious passion slowly burning into me. Are we doing this here? I breathed, freezing as my senses came to life. Now? Do you want to? He moaned, brushing his lips against mine. Because I want you so badly. His touch, firm and persuasive, demanded more. I do, I whispered, thrilled to feel his uneven breathing on my cheek as his hold tightened. With renewed passion, he reclaimed my lips. His furious kiss sent spirals of ecstasy through my core. I shuddered against the firmness of his chest. My hands descended to his waist, hasty to undo his leather belt, when a loud thud echoed in the room. The kitchen's heavy doors creaked open. Light, dragging footsteps ensued. We started. Reluctantly, we parted inches from each other, just enough to look at the doorway. Little else could be seen beyond the cluttered cabinets and a dozen copper pots and pans hanging from the ceiling. The steps drew closer. Whoever this was, they would meet us soon. Drahos glowered, and a low groan lingered in his chest. It's probably Lauron, he whispered with shortened breath. However self-assured, a speck of alertness surfaced on his countenance. I know, I mumbled, seemingly in control, even though dread chilled my blood. Slowly, I got to my feet and straightened my clothes. My gaze fixed on the entrance, waiting to determine the intruder's identity. At last, through flickering candlelight, we glimpsed a long mane of golden hair, delicate hands with porcelain skin, and dreamy blue eyes that sparkled with the gleam of magic. Her thin lips stretched in a shy smile the minute she saw me. "Sarah," I said, pleasantly surprised. "You're no longer in the infirmary?" Still shaken by the disruption, stating the obvious was the best I could come up with. I bit down on my lower lip. Sarah's hands clasped over her skirt. Hesitant, she took a step further inside. She glimpsed over my shoulder, noticing Drahoslav's presence. Once ascertained, her gaze cut back to me. "Your brother said I could leave, so I did." Her voice was soft and melodious. A faint smile curved her rosebud mouth. "But I'm so hungry. Is that chicken any good?" "It's delicious," Drahoslav said, dragging the table back into place with a single tug. He rose from the chair and carefully rearranged the table setting. He then pulled back a seat and offered it to Sarah with a quick hand wave. "Oh!" Flustered, her cheeks flared red. "So he's told you he's an angel," she said nervously. "Good." Well, this was awkward. Just how much had she seen with that swift touch? I remained silent. While my face burned with anguish, Sarah was thinking. I could all but hear the whirling in her head, processing the many thoughts and images manifesting in her mind's eye. "You were in Cade's chambers," Sarah added, slightly narrowing her eyes. "The plan to get the book did not work." My lips parted, gobsmacked by her vision's clarity. She'd gotten that much information from a single bump with Drahoslav. And why did these revelations involve me exclusively? Did Drahoslav's thoughts revolve solely around me? I blushed and blushed again. "Why do you need a necromancer's grimoire?" Sarah asked in an unruffled tone. She slipped into the chair and prepared herself to listen. Reminded of my failure, I slumped back into a seat. "I need it to summon the ghost, Sarah, the one that attacked you." I paused, hesitant to say more. "It's no ordinary spectre," I added. My gaze met Drahoslav's, searching for a sign of reassurance. Would it be foolish to trust Sarah with this news? Drahos understood and nodded in agreement. "It's Emma Summers," he told her. Sarah's reaction did not wait. She heaved a burdened sigh. "Yes," she dryly said, crossing her arms. "It's her." My eyebrows shot up. "You knew?" The words rolled off my tongue, unwilling to believe what I'd just heard. Sarah shrugged. "I saw her, remember." "But you never told me." We had no time to chat as I recall it. Her gaze drifted to Drahos, then again to me. "Are you trying to get his wings back by restitution?" "Yes, that was the plan," I said, astonished at her grasp of the netherworld's workings. Such subjects eluded the school programme. I only knew about them because reading in peace was so much easier in the Forbidden Isle. Those shelves were crammed with texts devoted to dark magic. But it's useless. Without the book, I cannot summon her. Sarah tilted her head. Her eyelids fluttered shut. "No, you can't." She then opened her eyes, exposing an icy vacant stare. "But I can," she said, fierce and determined. "Huh?" Drahos spoke, looking down at the convalescent creature. "What do you mean?" A shadow came over her visage. "When Emma entered my body, she did not know quite how to control it," she told him. The detachment with which Sarah spoke of her possession sent shivers down my spine. "Yes, you mentioned that," I said, trying to win back her attention. Where was she going with all this? It worked. Sarah's empty stare dissolved as she turned to me. "After Cade pulled Emma out of me, I realised part of her essence stayed behind." Sarah pursed her lips. She dragged a basket of bread rolls closer. Her delicate, pale hand hovered above the plate, as though it was swinging the strings of an invisible wooden puppet. I can feel it lingering in my heart. The faintest whisper of darkness. "That's not creepy at all," a playful voice taunted. Lauron. He was standing on the kitchen's threshold, a hand on his waist, a cynical eyebrow shot upwards. He tugged his pullover sweater down, scruffy after our deadly encounter with my brother's pet. Sarah gave him a flat stare, drawing in a frustrated breath. "Pay no attention to him," I dismissed, batting my hand in the air dismissively. "Sarah, how can you summon her?" I leaned forward, ready for action. She spread her hands on her skirt. "I can use the dregs of her spirit as bait to call her back," Sarah said simply. "Is that possible?" Drahos asked, his voice tinged with wonder. Sarah gave him a brief smile and nodded. Drahos crouched beside her, levelling their stares. "Why would you help me?" he whispered in a low, velvety voice. "Because," she said, watching him with kindness, "I must believe in second chances, Drahoslav. I must believe no one is ever truly forsaken." These last words she said with keen intent. A silent exchange took place between them. Clearly, there was more to this conversation than what was being said. "Well, we need to do it quickly." I spoke, breaking the meaningful moment. "The window of opportunity is closing. The longer he remains human." "What?" Drahos asked. A worried expression marred his face. "What window of opportunity?" he added, shrugging his shoulders. My limbs turned to stone. "He doesn't know," Lauron uttered in pure shock. "Raven, you didn't tell him?" He scowled. I drew up a shallow breath. No words came through. I simply stared at Lauron blankly while chewing the inside of my mouth. "Have you noticed that your magic is fading? Since the moment you were cast away as a human, your link between this world and the next has slowly diminished," Sarah said with a soothing voice that challenged all the harshness in its meaning. "If we do not act fast, your connection to the netherworld will be lost forever." "No, I can't have that," he uttered, troubled by the sole possibility of losing his ties to his home. Absolute dismay drained all colours from his face. His eyes shimmered with withheld tears. "We won't let it happen," I said, determined as I rose from the chair, even though pain clutched my heart as I spoke. "Sarah, will summon Emma your way. What do we need?" Lauron dragged a chair and joined us as we prepared the plan. This time, it had to be right. This time, I could not fail. Chapter 25. Raven, Scabrous Conversation. The following evening, Drahos and I arrived early at the wall walk. We sat on the wide embrasures, nestled in each other's arms, resting against the copse. Although the gods had blessed us with the clearest night free from winter storms, and the magnificent view of vast woods veiled in mist spread before us, we were not here for the sake of mere enjoyment. The towering height caused us no dismay. Quite the contrary. It thrilled our senses, breathed new life into the bleakness of our worlds. For one could not be closer to the starry sky, not unless one possessed wings to dive into the night and lose oneself in it. Few people in the world had the privilege to live such an experience, the liberating power of soaring through the clouds. Drahos and I had once shared such freedom. We'd both known the release only flight conveyed, both of us supernatural creatures endowed with gifts so precious that eluded all human understanding. He and I were so similar. Streaks of blood red lingered on the horizon. I rested my head against his chest, surrendering to the embrace of his strong arms corded in muscle. Wrapped in his hold, time passed quickly. Night set in. Meanwhile, My mind whirled incessantly. Tonight we would summon Emma's spirit. Tonight Drahos would recover his wings. From that moment onward, immortality would distance him from me forever. His heart would no longer be human. His feelings would certainly change. "Will you remember me once you've won back your wings?" I suddenly said, gliding my hand on his across my waist. "When you're immortal again, and your human heart has gone." His chest stopped heaving. His grip on me grew firmer. "Raven," he spoke in my ear, a low, soothing croon, "knowing you has changed me in more ways than can be told." He paused. "A part of you will always be with me." Drahoslav's fingers caressed the side of my cheek. Just thinking of it shattered me. My vision blurred with withheld tears. I swallowed hard, trying my best to prepare myself for this changeless fate. But no matter how much I tried, I simply was not ready. "I'm ready," a delicate voice said. Sarah stood perfectly still beside us. She hugged a brown leather messenger bag between her hands. "Is it time?" Drahos asked with a frown. "Nearly," Sarah stated, raising her shoulder in a half shrug. A deep sigh escaped Drahoslav's lips, his fingers interlaced with mine and pressed down lightly. "Right," I said, forcing myself away from him. I'd poured all my heart and soul into our forthcoming separation, so much so that I hadn't even considered my fearsome flight into the netherworld. In all my 10 years as a raven shifter, I'd never attempted such a thing as opening a portal, much less crossing one. The task entailed too many perils. The portal itself could close shortly after my passage, trapping me in the afterlife for all eternity. As my feet touched the ground, I shuddered. Drahos seized my arm in reassurance, stepping close behind me. "You don't have to do this," he whispered, resting his chin on my shoulder. He knew the risks. He must have known. Looking back, I met his misty eyes. "I must," I said, my voice resigned. "It is the only way to stop Emma and recover your wings." His expression stiffened. He slid his hand away from me and raked his fingers through his mane of light blonde hair. As he raised his gaze, he gave me a ruthless look. "What is it?" I asked, concerned. "What's wrong?" He all but gritted his teeth. "I should be the one leading this strategy, not you," Drahos muttered, his hands clenching into fists. "I despise the way things stand, not having the power to command spirits, holding no influence in neither hell nor heaven." He paused. "I am worthless, nemagiki." "Non-magical," he'd said. Hearing all that bitterness pour into his words wounded me. How he suffered contained inside his mortal prison. Selfish, to pretend I could somehow keep him with me. "Don't do this to yourself," I told him. "You've fought more than your fair share of battles already." I stretched my arms around him and embraced him with a hug that had lain dormant inside me for too long, needing to come out. Drahos yielded to my hold, burying his face in my shoulder. "This will be over soon," I whispered, more to myself than to him. A chilling breeze scurried through the embrasures. The wind howled a piercing cry. I stared at the peaceful view of swaying trees and blackbirds springing off them, fluttering their wings as they sailed into the night. "We need Lauron," Sarah smoothly intervened. "Where is he?" My countenance slipped into a pout as I slowly released Drahos. Turning back, I swept the wall walk both ways with a glance. Lauron was nowhere to be seen. "That's odd," I mumbled. "He should have been here a while ago." "Is he always late?" Drahos coolly said, digging his hands into his jacket's pockets. "No," I glowered. But then I remembered his delay last night when we stalked into Cade's office. "Not usually." The words drifted into the white mist that escaped my breath, but my thoughts lingered. "Although lately—" "Raven," Sarah said with urgency, Did you drink the potion?" She sat on the floor and tossed her long golden hair back with a flick of her hands. She then dragged the bag to her lap and opened it. "Pink 38, I said, reading the time on the pocket watch pinned to my sweater. "I will be able to shift when the time comes." Puzzled and intrigued, I studied Sarah as she extracted several items from the bag and laid them before her. A medium-sized rectangular brass-framed mirror, a white candle, rose petals, all essential elements for the summoning spell, I assumed. Sarah shivered, but the chill spreading through her core was not one which responded to the cruelty of winter. I knew it because I'd felt it as well. It was the onset of a supernatural chasm waiting to strike in our midst. 3 a.m., she said, her voice full of gloom, not a minute sooner or later. She took out a box of matches and a crystal shade. "Yes," I replied, subdued by Sarah's confidence. Meanwhile, I pondered if her spell would involve any fey magic. "I will do everything just as you told me." Watching her prepare the incantation's layout was spellbinding in and of itself. "Good." A thin smile stretched Sarah's lips, amber light gleaming on her face as the candlelight grew. She covered the candle with the shade at once, then dipped her hand into her bag and withdrew a pouch of white salt. On her knees she began to spill the salt around her. "A protection circle," Drahos said, stepping closer, as drawn to Sarah's practice as I was. Sarah lifted her gaze, pleased as she met Drahoslav's stare. She faintly nodded. "Emma will come through the mirror. The ring of salt will bind her inside." "With you," he uttered, concerned. Light smouldered his gold-flecked eyes when he stooped next to her by the burning candle. "Sarah, are you sure you're not underestimating? Bloody Boreas and all the winter gods. Whose idea was it to do this up here?" Lauron said, stomping his feet hard on the ground to keep himself warm. All heads turned to him, invariably handsome in dark denim jeans, a navy blue pullover and matching wool peacoat, striking red Jordans. "It may not be snowing, but it is freezing," he scowled. "Lauron," I began, ready to scold him. "Chilling to death to catch up with Emma in the afterlife. Is that the new plan?" Lauron mocked, a crooked smile twisting his lips. "If it is, you can count me out," he added, brushing an invisible fleck of dust off his sleeve. "You're late," I said through clenched teeth, giving a step towards him. "Come now, dearest." Lauron raised a hand, a gesture meant to cool my temper when in fact it managed the opposite. The insufferable smirk on his visage finally vanished. "I'm only joking," he said with caution. "Can we go over the plan again?" "There's not much to it," Sarah told him. She finished the circle and returned to the centre, and there she sat. "I will summon Emma's spirit, and when she comes, I will bind her in a magic sphere." "Then I'll shift into a raven," I continued, "open a portal above the lake, and deliver her to the gates of hell." Ice streamed through my veins, the purest dread coursing through me. But I was determined. This time I would succeed. Lauron folded his arms over his chest. He slowly shook his head. "And my part in this is?" he asked. "Guarding the east access to the wall," Drahos said, disdain brewing in his tone. "I'll keep watch on the west tower." I see." Lauron pursed his lips. He then scratched a vague itch on his nose. "And if someone comes, then what?" he challenged. Drahoslav's expression stiffened. "Then we'll step in," he added with a dispassionate tone, squaring his broad shoulders. "Mate!" Lauron released a mirthless laugh. "I'm not a guardian like you," he said, raking Drahos with his fierce blue eyes. "Do you find this amusing?" Drahoslav said in a low, paused voice. "You do realise how dangerous this is?" Lauron's eyebrows went up, surprised. He took his hands to his waist and slightly raised his chin before speaking. "Worried about dying, are you?" He smiled, defiant and provocative. "It is not my safety that concerns me," Drahos was quick to reply, still in command of his emotions. Although his breathing had quickened, the muscles in his neck and jawline tensed. His gaze glided towards me, then to Sarah. Lauron drew one deep breath. "Listen, I don't have what it takes to knock someone down," he said, looking downwards. He bit his lower lip, and for a moment, sadness touched his countenance. "Not in my human form." "Then shift into whatever becomes you." Drahos all but spat, bristled. He moved closer to Lauron, stopping inches away to look down at him. Lauron's hands clenched into fists, nails biting into his palms. "I will not shift into a wolf, ever again." A low growl lingered in his chest. A glimpse of the beast in him appeared as his eyes burned with spectral blue flames. "Not for you, not for anyone." "That's all right," I intervened, stepping between them. "If anyone comes, Lauron." I took out a flask from my sweater's pocket and put it in his hand. "Just throw this at them. It won't kill them, but it will stun them enough to buy us some time." With furious eyes locked on Drahoslav, Laurent took the flask and nodded. He stepped back, and the evening's shadows gathered around him, embracing him until only the flicker of blue eyes remained. And then, nothing. "The time has come," Sarah said, settling into the middle of the circle. "I'll summon her now." Chapter 26. Raven. The drop into the unknown. When ravens fledge, they will engage in brief bouts of soaring. The lack of underwing coverts warrants the many pitfalls they will run into as they learn to fly. They will crash and thrash against trees. They will tumble down several feet until they hit the ground. Ravens will endure these ordeals, renewing their flight each time they fail. I'd always marvelled at that pivotal moment when a raven spread its wings and dipped into the harshest winds for the first time. The drop into the unknown. How frightening it must have been, delivering oneself into a fathomless void, not knowing whether death awaited on the other side of the fall. A gust of cool breeze engulfed me, tousling my hair, gently bringing my awareness back to the wall walk where I stood. Why had those remote thoughts seeped into my mind just then? Perhaps the dangers we were about to encounter had shaken me to the point where I needed an escape. Perhaps I sensed death roaming nearby. "Maybe you should hide, Raven," Sarah softly said, settled in the middle of the circle. Her almond-shaped eyes contemplated me with sweetness. There was a hint of cunningness in them too, like the eyes of a woman who'd seen more than what her age deserved. For a second, I had the feeling that Sarah possessed the skill to reach into my thoughts. What nonsense! If that were the case, I could have sensed her prying into my mind, like I'd detected the many times when Cade had struggled in those efforts. I nodded in agreement. Drahos and Lauron had already taken their posts at both ends of the wall, so that only left me. I'd promised I'd stay nearby in case Sarah needed me. Although judging by her magic setup, it would be hard to imagine Sarah could ever need someone's assistance. She knew perfectly well what she was doing. I climbed atop an embrasure, a few feet away from Sarah, hoping to blend in the shadows, and thus remain invisible. From this place, I saw as she held the mirror and pressed one hand against the glass. "Spirit of Emma Summers," she began, "show yourself." The wind picked up into a lashing breeze, yet the candlelight persisted. I covered my eyes with my forearm, resisting the impulse to shun my sight. That decision paid off as I noticed Sarah's reflection in the mirror slowly change. It was a subtle difference. The same blue eyes and rosy lips, the same porcelain skin and melancholic gaze. But something in the way she moved seemed off, as though the reflection were a rough mimic of her, not human. Gooseflesh shot up my arms. The person inside the mirror was the dormant part of Emma, the one dwelling inside Sarah, feeding off her like a dreary worm. The parasite had sprung to life, claiming to be whole. "Come to me, Emma," Sarah said, luring the vengeful spectre. Her eyes glazed. They became vacant, with widened pupils that called for darkness. "Finish what you started." The voice came with no inclination. Sarah's index finger softly touched the mirror's surface. At once, a flash of light like that of a camera burst through the glass. Sarah flinched, awakened from the trance, and her eyes filled with fierce terror. She jerked her hand away, dropping the mirror beside her. She never once left the circle, which gave me a strange sense of relief. "Sarah," I breathed, fearing for her safety. No matter how proficient she might have been in the craft, summoning spirits was beyond our skills, a practice frowned upon by the magic community, warranting exile. Only necromancers dealt in such dangerous games. But why was she so frightened? Why did I recognize the freezing dread trapped in Sarah's eyes? Yes, I'd seen it before. That time, in the common room. I followed the thread of her gaze, which ended in the mirror. There I saw her reflection, only it did not match Sarah's position. A pale hand pressed the glass, craving to come out. The hand pushed through the pane of glass, splintering the mirror into myriad pieces that tinkled on the stone floor. Long, delicate fingers emerged within the frame. A ghostly forearm followed. Sarah's face washed with fear. She gathered her knees close to her chest and hugged her legs tight, fighting the trembling that shook her body. I forced myself away from it too. Any other thought in my mind quieted when Emma fully surfaced, her spectre lightly hovering above the ground. Her darkened eyes fixed on the one who'd summoned her, and that empty stare raised the hairs on the back of my neck. Although the shape seemed human, her eyes said otherwise. This was no Casper, but a vicious entity determined to claim revenge. Every muscle in my body went rigid as Emma lifted her hand, pointing at her chosen vessel. Sarah. The tower's clock chimed the hour in the distance, an ominous gong that called 3 times. My breathing raced and became shallow. I looked at my hands, but there was flesh where I expected to see black-blue feathers. Why had I not changed? My throat clenched. Sarah's shaking hands reached for the vial where she'd prepared her spell. She pulled the cap off and quickly spread the flask's contents on her palm. She closed her eyes and tried to say the words, but hardly could she focus with such a vile spectre before her. A low whimper escaped my lips. Again, I watched my quivering hands. Still nothing. "Change! Shift into a raven right now! Change!" "Say the words," Emma told Sarah, her voice low and ragged. I recognized the rage lingering inside her. It spread a chill right through my core. Sarah's face paled fast. Emma's spirit had consumed most of her vital energy, leaving barely enough to keep her conscious. Even then, Sarah fought against the harrowing spectre. Her lips quivered as she spoke. "Spiritum," she uttered. Next thing I knew, Sarah's eyes went blank. Her head jerked back, and her body collapsed to the ground. No, I mumbled. Emma's spirit remained unmoved by what had transpired. She stared down at Sarah with cold detachment, confusion lingering behind her black eyes. Then something snapped inside her as she noticed the ritual's elements, and fury, not fear, edged her face. "Come on! Come on!" I said through clenched teeth, staring at my palms, desperate to rush the transformation. At this point, I'd pinned all hopes on shifting and pulling Emma with me in my raven form. Even so, Nothing happened. The ghost became restless. Emma swept her surroundings, planning to escape, but the circle of salt contained her. I had to do something before she figured a way out. This is my one shot. I might not get a chance to trap her again. Not after this. Not after she's discovered our intentions. I held on to the stone, my heart rushing through my ears. The soothing wind played with my hair, as if aware of my resolve. I exhaled one long breath to steady my nervousness and prepared myself to face whatever came my way. "Emma," I said, leaping off the battlement. With cautious steps, I moved towards her. The spirit cocked its head, too angular a movement to look human. Her black eyes locked on mine, and a rough shiver rippled through my limbs. "Forget about her," I said, pointing at poor Sarah, lying on the freezing stone floor. "Her body is weak." I bit my lower lip down hard, my pulse skyrocketing as I committed to my conviction. But I am not, and I am here. Emma's expression softened. An empty reflection of joy, or something akin to the human emotions, surfaced on her visage. The smile stretching her lips remained bizarre. The spirit then swayed in the air, stopping at the edge of the protective circle. Behind the ghost, I saw Sarah's pale hand slightly move. "She'll be all right." The spirit called me closer with a crooked finger. I did as she wanted, compelled to her by a stronger force than my own. Her arms opened in a welcoming disposition. Then her mouth moved to speak. "Let me in," she whispered in a jarring mimic of a human voice. An icy panic crept into my chest. And still, I took one more step closer. I knew what had to be done. Whether I shifted became completely irrelevant. If I could trap Emma inside my body, then it would be easier to contain her. "Yes," I said with a quick nod. "Take my vessel as your own." The wind carried to my ears the noise of distant struggle. Was that Drahoslav's voice? Was he in danger? "No!" Drahoslav called, his voice torn with despair. "Raven, don't!" I faltered. In a flash, Emma's spirit dipped inside me, a horrifying embrace freezing me inside out. Her spirit roamed through me, violently expanding, frantic to take control. She would not make the same mistake as she had done with Sarah. Her eagerness to possess me overwhelmed my senses, driving me so mad I could barely stand. The chill spread through my heart. It numbed my blood and weakened my arms, my legs. My knees finally buckled, and I collapsed to the ground. A dark veil spread before my eyes.
Chapter 27. Drahos, the Wall. It took me by surprise that Dushan would have appeared so soon, but even more so when I realized he was not alone. Behind him, Exile stepped out of the shadows. Her dark eyes scanned me with vile salaciousness. "I want to play with him first," she said coldly. Dushan moaned in protest. "You'll get your chance," he retorted, moving further in the walkway. "Isn't it a bit too late for a librarian to be roaming about?" he asked, slipping his hands out of his pants pockets. An emerald ring on his index finger glinted in the dark. The female necromancer prowled around me in the opposite direction as Dushan. "We know what you're planning," she chanted malevolently, "but it's not going to work." I had no weapon, no supernatural powers to defend myself, but I had a strong mortal body, the skill to attack my opponents, and all the willingness to succeed. "Apparently you've caused nothing but trouble ever since you came here," Dushan said while he fidgeted with his ring. He heaved a sigh. "Cade is not pleased, and when he's crossed, he's no fun to be around. So you see, that affects me directly." "And me," the woman added, She leaned against the battlement's stone wall and crossed her arms, glaring at me with unfiltered contempt. Exile was young, no older than Raven, too young to meddle in death magic, whereas Dushan matched Cade's age. "What are your orders?" I questioned, unmoved. Dushan raised his brow. He made no effort to conceal his astonishment. "You are to be detained and thrown into the dungeons," he said with a stiff expression. "Cade will decide what to do with you later," Exile added. "Come on," Dushan said, weary, as he dragged his feet to meet me. "I'm taking you in." I stared at both necromancers, weighing their possible attacks, considering their distance and position. My breathing rate slowed down as I sharpened my focus, unable to ignore Dushan's obsessive play with his emerald ring. It was a magic piece of jewelry. The spectral light which emanated from the stone made it abundantly clear. My feet spread into a fight stance. "You can try," I told him, curling my lips into a half-smile. Dushan's eyes widened in shock. His face slackened. "What the devil?" he grunted. "You're no match for us, you fool. I'll teach you not to mess with me." The death mage's clenched fist lunged forward, targeting my face. I shifted my body to the left, escaping any contact, bobbing and weaving. A simple tactic used by humans in boxing matches. "Get him, Dushan," Exile groaned, annoyed. "Or I will." Again Dushan came at me, fist ready to smash my face. This time I closed the distance between us, burying my face in his right shoulder, while blocking his arms with my forearms. We struggled, but in a second I shot my right arm under his left and advanced my stance into a T position, immobilizing him in 3 moves. Dushan fought to bolt away, so I swept his left foot with my heel, slamming him hard on the floor. Basic jiu-jitsu. It was all in my head, waiting to be practiced. As the necromancer lay on the ground, I had him at my mercy. I had a firm grasp of his arm, so breaking it would have been easy, but punching his face appealed to me more. Dushan moaned, scrambling his legs as he tried to become free. Useless. "I think I'll punch him." My fist warmed up as I closed it tight. "Ugh, I've had enough," Exile said, dusting off her hands. She stepped away from the wall. A sinister glare filled her dark green eyes. "External pain is so common," she mumbled, tilting her head. "True pain comes from within." Having said that, Exile snapped her fingers. I jolted at the sound. Seconds later, a harrowing wave coursed through my body, a violent turbulence spreading in my core like a tsunami. Excruciating pain burned me inside out. So unbearable, I had no choice but to let go of Dushan as I dropped to my knees. "I didn't need your help," Dushan muttered, gathering himself up. "Why, you're welcome," she retorted with a flat face. "It's all right. Drahoslav," Exile crouched beside me. "You can scream if you want to. I know it hurts." No scorn lined her tone. It had been a candid statement. Her scrutinizing gaze raked me with intent. She was testing the lengths of her magic, playing with me as she'd mentioned before. I winced as the torment increased, and thousands of shocks pulsed across my limbs. This time, I dropped on all fours. Unable to sustain this torture, I groaned, slowly raising my gaze. And there, a few feet away, I watched as Raven stood in front of Emma, locked in a trance with that wretched spirit. Sheer black fright swept through me. Sarah lay on the floor, unconscious. "No," I mumbled. pushing aside the death mage's curse. "Raven!" Isel and Dushan flinched as I called her name. For the first time, they looked beyond what transpired between us. The female necromancer's eyes widened. "Dushan, are you seeing this?" she asked with mild urgency, then licked her lips. "Do you see the ghost?" As Isel sank deeper into absolute awe, the power of her spell gradually faded. "Yes, I see it," Dushan huffed, sweeping the dust off his sleeves. "We should catch it before Cade gets here." Both fiends exchanged a quick look. Otherwise, we'll never hear the end of it. While the pain subsided, I quietly garnered my strength to make a run to reach Raven, to stop her from establishing any connection with Emma. Emma Summers was no longer the mortal girl I'd once known. Her wandering spirit, too lost and too condemned to even possess a sense of identity. There was but one blind force driving this specter almost by instinct, and that was revenge. "I agree," Isel said under her breath. "Cade's been so snippy lately. I'd find him a girlfriend if he weren't so damn picky." The moment arrived. In a flash, I got on my feet and sprinted towards Raven. Each step shot ripples of fathomless pain through my entire being. Still, I pushed through, but scarce feet away from getting to her, I heard as Emma's unnatural voice uttered the words, "Let me in." Icy fear laced around my heart. "Raven!" I cried. "Don't!" It was too late. Emma's tragic spirit dipped inside my beloved's body, harsh and violent, in the vilest of possessions. "No, no, no!" I mumbled like a fool, dragging my fingers through my hair. I gave one more step, ready to kneel by Raven's side, when a sudden oppression overwhelmed me. An invisible chain coiled around my body, holding me back. I could not move. "Raven!" I called, desperate to see her eyes open. Dushan cackled behind me. "Raven! Raven!" he taunted, taking the chance to cuff my shoulder as he sauntered past me. Aisel stopped outside the circle of protection, detached. While she examined the magical layout spread before her, I swallowed the strain of my magical confinement, hardening my expression so as to not reveal a trace of it. I wouldn't give them that satisfaction. My heart, however, drowned in a very different kind of anguish, as I watched my love defeated by a specter of my own creation. Any pain I endured paled in comparison to suffering that knowledge. Dushan turned to look at me with an inscrutable grin. "You're pathetic," he spat, crossing his arms. I glanced at him sideways. "Do you always rely on her magic to get away with your silly games?" I told him with no inclination. The female necromancer's eyes widened with amusement. She choked a laugh. Her reaction did not fare well with Dushan. He scowled, then seized my hair into his fist and jerked back hard. "Shut up, fallen one," he muttered, drawing close to my face. "Fallen one?" The words caused a fissure in the shadow of my heartbreak. Transfixed, I stared at the fiends. How would they know? But then something else caught my eye. Movement in front of me. Sarah slowly gathered to her knees, confusion brewing in her countenance as her eyes set on mine. And what she saw deserved no less of a reaction. When I should have been caring for my beloved as she lay unconscious, I stood before her, paralyzed by the darkest spell of the necromancers standing at my sides. "Drahos," Sarah breathed, a pray for reassurance, when I had none to give. I looked at her, subdued by the sadness gleaming in her blue eyes. "Sarah," I began, but winced as my invisible bonds grew tighter. Sarah's lips parted with shock as she witnessed the effects of the necromancer's magic. Her face turned to Dushan, gliding to Exile next. "Exile," she whispered, "you don't have to do this." Exile started, as if snatched from a wicked dream. For a moment she seemed truly shaken, but then her mouth slipped into a frown. "Shut up, Sarah," she all but hissed. "How could you be so stupid as to invite a spirit in again?" Her breath hitched. "You're lucky to be alive." The voice came low. Unable to hold Sarah's earnest stare, she turned away. Exile bit down on her lower lip, then swallowed hard. It dawned on me then. Spirits could not take possession of a human body without their consent. That's what separated them from demons. Why would Sarah give up her mortal body so willingly? Not once, but 2 times. My gaze narrowed on her, frail and broken, as she knelt on the ground. She truly was lucky to be alive. Unless... Footsteps from the eastern side of the wall approached. All eyes turned to the walkway, to the veil of impenetrable darkness that lay ahead. From this fathomless obscurity, bright red tennis shoes emerged. I looked up, tracing the man's silhouette. His golden brown skin faintly shimmered in the moonlight. Chiseled lips, deep-set blue eyes scanning the tragic scene spread in front of him. "Lauron!" Sarah cried. She hugged her arms, barely strong enough to hold herself together. "Emma plunged into Raven. They have Drahos." Her pale, delicate fingers pointed towards me. The single movement caused her a great deal of pain. Or so I thought. For she took her free hand to her shoulder almost immediately and winced. When Lauron fully absorbed Raven's condition, I expected him to rush to her side. Yet he remained perfectly unmoved. The renegade wolf shifter's gaze swept Raven with laziness, then locked on me. He dug his hand inside his jacket's pocket and extracted a small flask in his fist. He stared at the bright red liquid, his countenance devoid of any emotion. "Use the potion!" Sarah cried. A glimmer of tears rimmed Lauron's eyes. His jaw clenched. He swallowed hard. Still, he did not move. "Lauron!" Sarah's voice broke with despair. The wolf shifter's brow creased with determination. He slowly opened his hand. The crystal flask rolled off his palm and crashed on the ground, smashing into 1,000 shards. Any hope of recovering the elixir shattered along with it. "Well done, Lauron." In all its huskiness, the voice spoke with authority. The figure emerged from the pond of darkness, tall and well-built, with a short mane of jet-black hair, and fierce green eyes glinting with magic. "Cade," I said, so low the name passed, unheard. The leader of the Knights of Death stopped next to Lauron, relaxed as he glided both hands into his pants pockets. In silence, he took a minute to scrutinize the scene. Meanwhile, Lauron's bloodshot eyes swayed to Cade, utterly subdued. "Lauron, you traitor!" Sarah sobbed bitterly. With an air of disinterest, Cade sauntered closer to Raven. He looked at her as if she were no more than a casualty of magic gone wrong. "Take her to my chambers," he whispered. The minute the female necromancer left my side, I growled and fought against her spell, however useless, she had been more careful this time not to lower her guard. Dushan and Isel approached my beloved, ready to fulfill their orders, when Raven's eyes suddenly opened. Panic struck her pale countenance, her shuddering dark brown eyes fixed on mine, glistening with despair. Sharp relief cut through me as I saw her regain consciousness. But too soon, the feeling faded. In a split second, I questioned what my eyes beheld. Was this woman truly Raven? Was this woman Emma, now in full command of Raven's body? My breath hitched. Absolute dread trickled down my spine, freezing like crushed ice. I parted my lips to speak her name, but no sound came through. Raven's expression hardened with resolve. In a flash, she propped on her knees, hands pressed against the stone floor, arched back, slick and graceful as a wildcat. Driven by a maddening force, her body thrust forward. She dashed to the wall and climbed the embrasure, halting inches away from a fatal drop. She turned around and faced us, widened eyes sparkling with forthcoming tears, cheeks and lips burning red scarlet as she raised both arms to her sides. Cade's face slackened, fearing the inevitable. "Cerise!" he called. An open hand extended in midair, as if by sheer will he could stop time itself. I wished he could. Raven took a step backward. The sweeping sound of rubble beneath her feet broke my heart. A gentle breeze picked up her hair, stirring the strands around her cheeks. Seconds stretched into eternity. She then gave one more step, and her head lashed back as she delivered her body to this endless night, to the winter breeze and its chilling arms that would carry her to the hardened ground. "No!" I growled, watching her fall. My knees buckled, Isel's magic the sole force keeping me standing. Soundless pain ate me away, inside out. In the deafening silence that prevailed, I heard myself sob and moan with grief and rage. Absolute rage. Chapter 28. Drahos. The Fall. "Raven!" Lauron roared, rushing to the embrasure where my beloved had stood. When he reached the edge, a powerful burst of lightning slashed the heavens. Lauron leaped back, shaken by the expansive blow. Static built up in our midst. I could feel it tingling in my flesh. Seconds later, a pulsing light sphere rose below the crenellations, spilling slanted incandescent beams upon us. The light was all but blinding. Still, I found myself unwilling to look away. Aesel's spell lost strength in the commotion. I seized my chance the minute the magic turned its weakest and bolted free towards the battlements. And then I saw. The light condensed into a fluttering gleam that outlined Raven's figure, suspended in midair. Her sweet lips stretched with triumph, delighted as she opened her arms, embracing the light as it enfolded her. I found it impossible not to match her smile. Raven's limbs faded into the radiance, reshaping fingers into feathers, arms into black-blue covert wings. And once the transformation was complete, her wings flapped twice, and Raven ascended in the winter wind. Another flutter and she soared higher, ready to dive into the night and lose herself in it. This was her. This was my Raven. She was free, and she was as beautiful in her shifted form as in her human self. Forget about the plan. I wanted to tell her. Forget about everything and fly away from this accursed land. "Oh, I warned you, little sister," Cade growled, as though the weight of his own words consumed him. Without disturbing his stance, He raised both arms, hands aiming at my love. "Bring her to me," he whispered in the darkness, with a cool voice. And then, at his command, black smoke burst out of his open palms, twirling and stretching several feet beyond into the starry sky. This was no ordinary black fog, but a necromancer's fiercest weapon. Dark spirits, broken into Cade's servitude. They swirled in the evening, interlacing in a vicious web that soon reached Raven and tangled her in shadows. The net drifted closer, gently hovering as it made its way back to Cade's hand. When flesh and shadows made contact, the web vanished in thin air, leaving Raven in her shifted form. Cade moved fast and seized Raven's shivering wings, smothering any chance of escape. "You've borne this curse long enough," the necromancer whispered, tenderly stroking Raven's fringed wings. "It's time for me to spare you from it." His voice was soft as a feather, yet cold as a hungry grave. "Leave her alone," I roared, thrusting towards Cade with a heart full of rage and a body that found strength where there was scarcely any left. Cade saw me coming, raking me with a derisive glance. "Oh, you're still here," he mumbled, dissatisfied. He rolled his eyes, then flashed his free hand at me, casting an invisible blow that sent my body flying several feet. My back crashed hard against the merlon. I heard the loud crack of stone crumbling and bone breaking. Suddenly, the magic dissolved, and I slammed on the floor, powerless as a marionette. Icy stone chilled my cheek as I lay on the ground. I have to get up. At the first effort to stand, the sharpest pain in my left shoulder raised my awareness, shedding all confusion from my head. I winced as the hurt spread across my back, soon realizing a warm liquid trickled down my nose. I took a hand to my face and swept it clean. The hand came off drenched in crimson smears. This is blood. My human blood. "Don't you have books to file?" Cade added, towering over me. "Wings to mourn?" A cynical smile curled the corner of his lips. "Go away, Drahoslav the Fallen. You're not needed here." In one arduous attempt, I set my hands on the blood-stained stone. My arms slightly trembled, and I knew the hurt that would follow. Even so, I raised my chest, pushing through the torment that burned my shoulder. Like a wounded wildcat, I crouched, feral eyes piercing through Cade. "Set her free," I demanded while I waited for my body to gather enough strength to attack. "Shut up, you insolent fool!" Ready to kick me to the ground, Dushan marched towards me, but Cade raised a hand, silently ordering him to stay back. Cade looked down at me, feline green eyes narrowed. "Or what?" he purred, seemingly amused by my defiance. A muffled ache throbbed in my chest and shoulder each time I breathed. The blow had wounded me far beyond what I'd first imagined. How frail this human body was. I took a hand to that painful spot, tender as I touched it. Yet the pressure gave me enough relief to prop one knee off the ground. "Or," I hissed, "you will pay dearly." Cade smirked. "I'd like to see that," he huffed with arrogance. "Drahos, just look at you. You're seriously wounded." He raised his chin. "I'll tell you what. I will give you a chance to flee. My sister seems to like you for some reason. Sparing your life will make her happy, I should think." He paused. "Walk away now, and you might be able to live a full human life." My breaths turned sharp and shallow, the pain increasingly acute, yet somehow I found the will to stand. I leveled my gaze with the vile necromancers. "Go to hell," I told him, leaning forward, furious as a beast. Cade started, shaken as if indeed I'd struck him with my words. "Do you have any idea of who I am, the power that I wield?" He all but hissed. His jaw tensed. The muscles in his neck stiffened. "How I deal with my sister is no concern of yours. You are nothing but a graceless fallen. You have no say in our affairs." He took one deep breath, struggling to garner his fury. "Now go away before I lose my patience." Flustered, Cade heaved a sigh. He turned on the ball of his feet, ready to leave. This was my only chance to defeat him if I ever got one. "Don't you dare harm her!" I growled, disregarding his warning. In a spurt of sudden strength, I lunged against the necromancer. Careless of my fate, determined to free Raven from her brother's talons. Time slowed down when Cade looked back, his eyes gleaming with spectral green flames. In a split second, I acknowledged my mistake. I just hoped it didn't cost me my life so I could save hers. With Raven still in his hole, the Death Knight opened his free hand. A dense cloud of black smoke spurted from his skin, winding around me, enfolding me. The smoke solidified and turned into thick, black vines. The vines sprouted thorns that dug into my skin, stabbing me with an agonizing embrace growing tighter and tighter. As I struck the ground, I roared, not in pain, but drowning in frustration. I couldn't save her. I had no power. I was a mortal man, vulnerable and helpless. Never had I detested so my human condition. Cade stepped closer, soaring over me, staring down with unmitigated disdain. "I must applaud the fervor with which you fight for my beloved sister," he said, stroking her wings with the tip of his index finger. "But I cannot condone any type of subversiveness, you see." He paused. "Say goodbye to your precious bird, Raven." Growls and moans escaped my lips as my pain doubled along with my rage. The wretched vines crushed my legs, my arms, the pain itself too keen for my mind to endure. I could feel myself slowly drifting away into a place of silence. But then, the hurt shone bright, hauling me back into reality. Cade walked away. His footsteps echoed as they struck the stone floor, breaking the unholiest silence. "Come on, Sarah," Isel said with a low, mournful voice. "I won't touch you, but you must come." Sarah's quiet sobs reached my ears. She joined Isel, and now both strolled down the wall walk. Lauron and Dushan followed. They all dipped into the evening's shadows, disappearing in the castle's entrails, leaving me behind to a harrowing death. Warm tears gathered in my eyes as heartache overwhelmed me, not for my fate, but that of my friends, and amidst them, my fiercest love. I had fought the unfairest battle and lost. Now Raven suffered in the necromancer's hold, and I was powerless to save her. I knew then my fate was sealed. I knew then the choice I'd make. Chapter 29. Drahos, Wings. Alone, abandoned in a dreadful stillness, I could sense my fleeting life escape me. The deadly thorns stabbed deeper with each shallow breath of mine. Rivulets of warm blood streamed from my limbs, drenching the stone ground underneath. Cold clambered up my arms and legs, shedding a dull, pleasant numbness. The sickle moon had fled the sky, leaving a coat of stars to light the wall walk. I fixed my gaze to that sky, haunted by incessant thoughts of my beloved Raven. He will hurt her. Cade will tear away her wings. The words echoed in my mind, more painful than the torture of my magical imprisonment. There was no denying it. I'd found myself at the end of the line. This body was all but spent, destroyed inside and out. I could never save Raven now. And yet, I refused to accept one more loss. This could not be the end. Not after everything we'd gone through. Barely able to keep breathing, I closed my eyes. In this moment, I tried to reconcile my heart and soul with the course I'd already chosen. My lips briefly parted. "Elisabeth," I said in a gasp of burning air that left my lungs. Not a minute passed, and the air stiffened. The nauseating stench of charred skin and rotting flesh hit my nostrils. My body retched, sickened by the hideous smell. Between that and the unbearable pain ripping me apart, I felt myself fading. My mind ready to surrender into blessed unconsciousness. The distant noise of high heels striking the ground brought me back. Slow and pensive steps approached me. The sound soon came to a halt, reigniting an impenetrable silence. Only the wind howled, and I heard my sharp breaths leave my wounded body as it desperately clung to life. "Is this a bad time?" she asked, her velvety voice a kiss of night. I remained silent. "I can see you're tied up," she mocked. "Perhaps I should come back later." Elisabeth's heels grazed the slabs of stone as she turned, ready to leave. "Don't go," I grunted, each word an arduous struggle. "What's that?" she asked with a thin voice, feigned with concern. "Are you asking me to stay?" She snubbed. "Me, the incarnation of evil?" "Elisabeth!" I groaned, blinded by a shot of pain, as a large thorn dug deeper into my thigh. I sensed the heat of blood as it gently drained from my wounds and smeared my clothes. Set me free. When my eyes finally gained some focus, I saw her standing a few feet away. She lazily removed her polished white gold helm, long coiled horns glinting in the dark. She locked the helm underneath her arm, then sauntered towards me. Her locks of red hair danced in the wind, furious flames that framed her beauty. She was imposing, invested in her demonic armor, proud in her sublime malevolence. Metal scraped the ground when Elisabeth knelt beside me. Her lustrous helm landed on the floor. Caught inside the pristine surface was my bleeding face. Seeing that devastating image raised my sorrow even further. The slight curl on her lips told me this had been her intent all along. The captain stooped lower and pressed her silken cheek against the ground. Her fiery eyes locked on mine, incandescent as burning coals. No sympathy dwelled inside them. "I want you to beg," she whispered in a throaty, sensual voice that sent shivers through my torn body. "Just a little," she added, now with a playful, girlish tone, wrinkling her nose. I drew one scant breath, and it cost me the most strain I'd suffered thus far. "Please," I moaned, wincing as terebrant hurt crushed me, threatening to drive me mad. My mouth went dry, my throat burned. But all the while, a name lingered in my mind. And in this frantic pandemonium, I held on to that floating bark of sanity. The only thing that mattered, the only one worth saving, was her, Raven. A tear slid down my cheek. The captain's sharp red nail skimmed along the thorn nearest to my face, and as she reached the end, she pricked her fingertip with it. "Ow!" She grimaced, pouting like a child. "Your suffering must be great indeed." For the first time, genuine emotion surfaced on her countenance. Pity? Perhaps not. Elisabeth's wound swiftly healed before my eyes. The few droplets of blood vanished within seconds. "Have you reconsidered my offer, then?" she asked in a dispassionate tone. "Yes," I whined, barely able to speak. I could feel myself letting go again. My eyes went blank as another blow of pain wrenched my limbs. Elisabeth tisked, "Don't go, Drahos." Her gentle thumb smoothed on my cheek, sweeping away my tear. She took the finger to her mouth and licked it. I've always had my eye on you," she whispered with a lover's voice. "But you know that already." Her lips stretched in the faintest smile. "All those centuries. How you enjoyed taunting me with your beauty, your ungodly might. Even as a mortal, you are absolutely stunning." She paused, delighted as she swept me with a lazy glance. "You've resisted me like no other creature ever has. That only made me want you more. I have fantasized about your fall from grace for ages, my sweet angel. In my dreams, I envisioned myself as your salvation when the moment came. And now, it has arrived. A warrior like you in my ranks will make me the envy of all captains. And I really want that." A wicked giggle escaped her crimson lips. The high-ranked demon got on one knee. "Drahoslav the Fallen, will you join my legion?" Elisabeth asked, sensual and resolved. My voice came low and throaty. "I will." Elisabeth grinned, revealing her sharp fangs. Her eyes lit up with the flames of hell. "Wonderful!" She clapped once, then straightened to stand. "I knew I'd get my way eventually. I always do." She took a deep breath, beholding the blood-drenched scene laid out before her, savoring each gruesome detail as if she'd set the stage herself. Finally, she squared her shoulders and raised her chin, shamelessly proud as she prepared to speak. "I free you from your chains, my beautiful fallen one," she said, elated to show off the reach of her demonic power. By and by, the pressure constraining me diminished. The lethal thorns began to fade, my wounds gradually healed, and the pain subsided until there was nothing left but a mild tingling on my back. I got on my knees, relieved, beyond any measure. I drew in one long breath and exhaled the air sharply, and I relished in the renewed life coursing inside me, loving the unspoiled human man that I was again. But my happiness would not hold. In an instant, the prickling of my back burned through flesh and bone, so strong that I scarcely could endure it. My body contorted with unbridled pain. I winced and moaned, and slammed my hands onto the bloody ground before I knew it. My entire system was shutting down, one piece at a time. The air no longer sufficed, even when I gasped for it. In the midst of my disheartening turmoil, my gaze shot upwards, to the demonic captain. She stared down at me, serene, green eyes, cold and distant. "You deceived me," I said in a hoarse whisper. What did I expect? Why would the captain of a legion of demons keep true to their word? I never should have trusted her in the first place. I knew better. Even so, I'd risk everything for the woman I loved. Tears gathered in my eyes, blurring my vision. Transfixed with heartache, I swallowed hard, knowing well nothing could prepare me to face Elisabeth's whims. The demon knelt in front of me. "I would never." She cradled my head between her hands with such sweetness it stunned me. "Listen to me carefully, Drahos. I am going to take the life out of you," she purred in my ear, so enticing and dreary that it made me shudder. "The mortal part in you, that is." My breathing hitched, frightened as I had yet to shuffle off this mortal coil. When all the certainties of my past existence as guardian had forsaken me, I found myself as vulnerable as an ordinary man. This may hurt a little. Elisabeth's fingers glided on my jawline with obscure longing, her lips drawing closer to mine. But don't you worry. I'm going to make it easy on you, she whispered, passing her hand over my eyes. When her hand glided away, I saw misty gray eyes and pale freckled skin, hair dark as night, pink lips smooth as silk. This was Raven. Only, it was not. Before I could oppose her, Elisabeth inched closer, narrowing the distance between us. Her lips found mine and sealed my mouth with voracious hunger. Fire burned through the passion of her kiss, a taste of the pleasure I'd discovered once in Raven. A flash of desire, the perfect trap to take over my will and bend it as she pleased. She buried her tongue in my mouth, lapping mine with taunting strokes, to which I yielded, dominated by her power beyond reason. Elisabeth wrapped her arms around me, seizing me in a fated grip. I heard the crisp sound of powerful wings spreading several feet wide, then the sudden silence as they enfolded me under their sullen shadow. My body grew colder in her hold, lighter until it became weightless, and as my eyes opened, I saw both of us suspended in the fading evening sky. The glint of stars so strong and so close, my hand reached out to touch them. In this wondrous state of sacred bliss, nothing but thankfulness built up inside me. I was grateful then for Elisabeth's choice to take Raven's form, grateful for the dark gift she'd bestowed upon me, grateful as I looked down at the glistening blood smeared on the castle's wall walk, grateful that I'd never meet such pain again, such senseless suffering. As I reached the crest of this unbridled ecstasy, I moaned. Elisabeth parted briefly from our kiss, leaving my mouth burning with desire. Still invested in Raven's form, her lips curled, overtly pleased. Her hand then separated from me, sharp red fingernails glinting in the first beams of light, as the sun rose in the blood-red horizon. And in one heartless move, her talons stabbed my chest, her hand reaching fast inside me. With a pain that paled in comparison to what I'd already endured, I strove to become free from her vicious grip. I fought and pushed and jerked my body, to no avail. All efforts were useless, and the more I fought, the higher she ascended in the heavens, the greater the insult for the Almighty to see. In the struggle, all trace of Raven abandoned Elisabeth's face, until only the demon prevailed. Again, there was fiery red hair and sparkling green eyes, and the most malicious grin stretching her finer lips. I held her stare, defiant yet unwilling to break free from this unending torment. Then, Elisabeth's talons clutched my heart. The sudden clasp winded me, and still made me scream with unbearable strain. And once more, I saw the face of death, and this time it opened its sweet arms to me, so welcoming, so inviting. I closed my eyes and surrendered to my fate, releasing myself to this final dark embrace. Chapter 30. Drahos. Rise. Darkness and silence enveloped me. Was this death? If it was, I found it quite soothing. A pleasant, everlasting dream full of nothingness. All my worries, my past pain and confusion were gone. I faintly remembered having a pressing concern, something I wanted more than anything in the world. But for the moment, it escaped me. Drahoslav! A muffled voice called in the distance. Open your demon eyes. Compelled beyond reason, I followed the order. When my eyes opened, I recognized the stone wall before me and the crimson trail on the rough ground, smears of what had once bled from my mortal body. I stared at the vibrant stains for a long while, expecting they'd spark in me some reaction. Neither pain nor sadness touched me. My last minutes as a man caused me no attachment. Gradually, my sight adapted to the pale light of dawn. It didn't sting, but it bothered me. I moved closer to the wall and stood next to the embrasure. I saw wintry woods extending to the bright horizon, the glimmer of a lake turning blood red, a lone kestrel soaring on the hunt. My hand landed on the coarse, cool stone. With a single touch, a downpour of images flooded my mind. From the moment of my fall, from grace to my first human kiss. Time froze as I remembered. Her thick dark brown eyelashes, the smoothness of her unblemished skin, the crisp smile of her rosy lips, the unhindered passion as our bodies melded in the fiercest ecstasy. I knew then what I'd had. I knew then what I'd lost. Overwhelmed by this sudden understanding, I crashed to my knees and buried my face in my hands. Infinite emotion stormed in my core, not pain or regret, but the deepest love, not sadness, but wistfulness and fathomless longing. I was no longer human, so why did it happen? Why did she unleash such a cataclysm inside me? Then it all came back. The spell gone wrong. My beloved Raven climbing on this very embrasure, leaping into an unknown fate, and Cade holding her prisoner in her shifter form. Cade. The shimmer of platinum gauntlets caught my eye. Pristine metal, engraved with filigree and ancient symbols, like the ones that used to mark my limbs while invested in a human form. My gaze glided up my arms. Black ink filled the spaces that once marked my alliance to divinity, ciphers, the same that gleamed on Elisabeth's armor. A white gold breastplate glistened on my chest, chiseled with such intricate detail it defied any gift within man's dexterity. I twisted my arm, and in a moment of valor, looked at the reflection caught on the smooth platinum vambrace. The same gray eyes stared at me, the same light blonde hair, white under the gleam of dawn. I came back, I mumbled, bewildered. Sensuous laughter resonated around the wall walk. Did you now? Elisabeth said, taunting. I could hear the smile in her voice. It was I who brought you here, Drahoslav. Never forget that. It struck me then, what I had done. Lightning coursed through me in shocking, powerful waves. The symbols that tattooed my arms ignited like sizzling embers. I looked over my shoulder, wary of what I would find. Fluttering black silken feathers appeared in the corner of my eye. I sent the order, "Spread your wings." The muscles in my back tensed, pushing my coverts into motion. The crisp sound as they extended filled my eyes with tears. Now I am truly fallen, I whispered in the lowest of voices, staring at the ground, watching the slanted shadow cast before me. My powerful wings spanned across 6 feet wide, lustrous dark feathers gently rustling in the morning breeze. You are more than that. Elisabeth's heels clicked against the stone floor as she drew near. Her footsteps halted behind me. She crouched enough that her lips brushed my earlobe. She then said, "You are my soldier and you will thrive by my side. Only the captain of a legion could make a veiled threat sound like a motivational speech. "Rise, Drahoslav," Elisabeth said, standing upright. "Rise, and embrace the power of darkness." I obeyed her command, forced by her will, bound to her whims from now on. When I turned to face her, I found her waiting with a platinum falchion in her hold. "Take this sword," she said, offering me the pristine blade. "This will be yours to wield, ignited with the fires of hell." A cynical smile curved my lips. I gave her a quick nod and seized the falchion by its chiseled iron handle. "I remember," I mumbled, thinking back on the many times I'd stood on the other side of this sword's edge. "Good," Elisabeth said, satisfied as she picked up her helm from the floor. She stepped back, beholding her creation with undiluted pride. "You know, being mortal served you best in the end." I couldn't help but frown. "How so?" I asked. "It made you unique. And even more beautiful," she said, raising her brow with wonder. "You might be the only demon in all of Gehenna to have experienced love and lost it. You've known human suffering, rancorous hatred. Those feelings latched onto your spirit, Drahoslav. Being immortal will not scrap them away." A deep sigh escaped her lips. "I pity the lost souls that will fall by your demonic wrath." A glimpse of truth loomed through Elisabeth's conceited remarks. I was immortal again, but tainted with my brief human history. That made me different from any guardian or demon. Whether to call it an advantage, I did not know. Time would tell. "I hope you're ready," she added, slipping on her shiny helm. Sunlight and blue skies reflected on the metal. "We have a war to win." "I will abide by your bidding," I said, facing her in all her demon glory, her flaming red hair dancing in the wind, merciless, unnatural green eyes piercing me through. "I have but one request." Elisabeth started. Her eyebrows shot up. "And why would I accept the terms of a mere foot soldier?" she asked, intrigued. "Because," I said without inclination, stepping closer until we stood a breath apart from each other, "I will have my vengeance." The captain's eyes widened with delight. A faint smirk tugged the corner of her lips. "On the one who killed your human self?" she asked with unrelenting curiosity. A hint of fangs appeared as she gave me a smile. I made a silent admission. "Well, I cannot oppose you on that," Elisabeth said under her breath. She climbed onto the embrasure, magnificent as she stood near the edge, brash and fearless. Her gaze swept the horizon with languid delight. "Claim your vengeance," she said, looking back, "and come to me as soon as it's dealt with." "I will," I said in a low, dispassionate voice. The captain of the Legion faced the wondrous panoramic once more. Her red-rimmed black wings expanded in an imposing display of might and fury. She took a step into the abyss, then dropped off the wall and soared to the netherworld. As I stood there, alone, I realized how suited I was for deceit. For my thoughts were far from hurting Cade. I had no room for hatred right now, not when my sole purpose lay in rescuing Raven. Chapter 31. Drahos, Kill the Necromancer. In the blink of an eye, I materialized inside the Headmaster's chamber. The moment my feet touched the wood-tiled floor, the powerful scent of magic penetrated my lungs. I could make out Cade's voice, no more than a distant, muffled sound. At once, A burst of warmth expanded from my core. Fire, not blood, coursed through my veins. Perhaps Elisabeth had spoken the truth. Perhaps fury and hatred would drive me like no other demon. Whatever it was, a renewed force spread through my human form, invested in pristine darkness. My hand clenched around the hilt of my sword. The tables have turned, Cade. This time, I have the high ground. I did not attempt to deny that undiluted contempt seeped through me. The desire to see him suffer whispered in my ear, encouraging the bleak thoughts that already fed my soul. I stood on the chamber's threshold, concealed in the shadows, my newly found allies. My demon eyes raked the room until they spotted the necromancer. Cade was standing atop the dais. His dark grimoire lay open on the carved ebony desk. He leisurely flipped through the pages, searching for a spell. Sudden rattling caught my attention. The noise came from a round black cage set on the desk. Locked inside, my beloved Raven fluttered her black-blue wings, restless. Every muscle in my body went taut with shock. I could read her feelings now. I could see past the shifter's veil and tap into her despair, her soundless pain. She thought me dead, and I was. The sole notion shattered her heart. Imprisonment was the least of her concerns. I prowled in the twilight, dauntless, as I crossed tinged beams of sunlight filtered through the stained glass dome. The air was warm, redolent of old parchment and burning candles, and the unmistakable reek of dark magic. I realize this situation is quite difficult for you, Cade told Raven, referencing the birdcage with a wave of his hand. He leaned both hands on the desk and crouched enough to level his gaze with hers. However, it is most convenient for me. Ever since I got here, you've seemed to have a hard time listening to what I have to say. You've managed to avoid me, even though merely a dozen people roam these halls. Well, I am glad to have your full attention now. I have much to tell you, Cerise. But first, he opened a drawer and extracted a glass sphere. It was perfectly round, clear, and had no lid or fenestration. Cade opened the cage. He dipped his hand inside and took hold of Raven. Subdued by her affliction, she did not resist him. "Why on earth would you call a spirit into you, dearest?" he mumbled, stroking her head with a gentle finger. "Don't you know a human body can only take one soul at a time?" He sighed. "You're lucky to have shifted successfully before the ghost had a chance to claim your body in full." His free hand raised the crystal sphere, matching both Raven and the glass at the same height. Madness would have been the least of your problems. Was he really worth losing yourself? He paused. It doesn't matter really. He's gone now. A deep-throated cry escaped from Raven. Cade cocked his head, bristled as though he could understand her complaint. "You think I don't care about you? You're the sole reason I came to this wretched castle." He bit his lower lip. "You despise me, I'm sure," he added, setting the sphere over the dark grimoire. "Forgive me, Cerise. This will not be pleasant." He took his hand to her chest, then spoke into her heart with the lowest of voices. "Et vocavi vos spiritum, ab hoc vasa pretiosa, quod principio tibi." I recognized the language. It was Latin. He'd said, "I summon thee, spirit. Leave this vessel. I command thee." Simple words, yet fearsome, when wielded by the darkest power. Raven cawed and batted her wings. Yet Cade remained impassible at her distress. He slowly retrieved his hand from her, and as it parted, a black swirl of dense smoke pulled out of Raven with it. He then closed his hand around the crystal sphere, transferring the spirit into it, binding it inside. "You're not going anywhere this time," he whispered, feline eyes locked on the crystal sphere. "You're mine now, Emma Summers." It hardly surprised me that Cade would have learned her identity. Lauron surely must have passed on to him everything he knew, and then some more. I should have known better than to trust him. Lauron's admiration had been clear from the beginning. Of course, I'd only realized it now that I'd gained enough distance from the mortal world. At last, Raven was free from Emma's haunting spirit. I had to admit, Cade Bryson made being a necromancer seem easy. I'd come across several death mages before. They all strive for power and darkness. But Cade was different. Dominion over the unfleshed appeared to come naturally to him, in a way that I found too disturbing. "Raven," I told her in silence, "I am here, my love." "I've hurt you deeply, dearest," Cade whispered, still unaware of my presence. "I don't expect you to forgive me for what I did, and I don't expect you will forgive me for what I will do now." He picked up something from the desk. The object in his hand glinted in the pale blue twilight. A black-handled knife. "Atame," I mumbled, as one sharp breath left my lungs. It was no ordinary blade, but one infused with unearthly power, capable of gutting out the fiercest demons from any given vessel. This penknife could break Raven's shifting condition, but it could also break her soul forever, leaving a wraith of a woman behind. Why would he even take that risk? I'd seen enough. "Don't you dare touch her!" I roared. My harsh voice echoed in the vaulted room with such unnatural resonance that the blade dropped from Cade's hand. He did not release Raven, however. Cade started. "Who are you? What do you want?" He swiftly pressed Raven against his chest, rattled to the core as his eyes scoured the room. "Let her go," I said coolly. While emerging from the pond of darkness, a hand pressed firmly on my falchion's hilt. Cade's face paled when his shuddering eyes landed on me, invested in my demonic armor, glimmering sword bound to my waist, ready to be unsheathed. And as that had not horrified him nearly enough as I desired, I slightly tensed my shoulders, allowing him a glimpse of my wings. "You," he stammered, taking a step back. "You should be dead." "I have died," I told him with a dispassionate tone. I mounted the first step of the dais, slowly expanding my wings. "You killed me, and I have come back as the fabric that weaves all nightmares. Not even your dark magic can harm me now." Oh, I took pleasure in staring at Cade's disjointed face. The wrath of a demon was a most unsettling sight. All his struggles to conceal his dread thus far had miserably failed. Something clicked inside him then. "Are you sure about that?" he taunted, a cynical grin stretching his lips. His sudden rise in confidence alarmed me. Cade's eyes grew alight with spectral green flames. He stretched his free hand, graceful fingers curving as though they danced. A slow twist of his wrist, and streams of shadows rushed out of his palm. The cool swarm of darkness darted towards me. I did not flinch as it shot past me. He missed, It's strange. The chamber turned increasingly cold. Darkness sifted upon me, exclusively on me. The shadow cast on the ground thickened into a familiar shape. By the time I'd contemplated what it was, the rattling began. I acted fast, unsheathing my sword. I turned and swung the blade, which burst into flames at my first touch, and in one quick thrust, the falchion stabbed deep into the monster's neck. The giant snake hissed, and the raucous noise shook the whole chamber. Its head lashed back, sweeping me off the ground, taking me along for the ride. With both hands clenched tight around the handle, I expanded my wings. A single flap sufficed for me to gain momentum and lunge downwards, splitting open the snake's belly. The monster crashed on the floor, rocking the castle to its foundations. It moved vertiginously as it shrieked, snapping at me with its unhinged jaws, ready to snatch me with a single bite. But I had no intention of losing my human vessel and being condemned to lurk in some forbidden void for all eternity. Once more, I ascended in the air, evading the monster's lethal snap. I swiveled my sword, wielding it with renewed warrior prowess. One quick jab, and I sliced the snake's neck from side to side, severing the head within seconds. I soared above the monster, a fast leap to assess the damage inflicted by my attack. The snake did not move. I had finished it. Fiery blade in hand, my body lowered gently until it landed on the beast's head. Thick, dark blood smeared my arms and face. It drenched my hair and stuck to my armor. My gaze locked on Cade. Slowly, with icy determination, I raised my hand, pointing the blade at him. "You're next," I told him without saying a word. He understood. "Seize him," Cade commanded through clenched teeth. Exile and Dushan materialized in the room, enfolded in a puff of shadows. But I paid no mind to them, as they no longer posed a threat to me, no matter how vicious their intent to ensure my destruction. "I've had enough of this," I whispered. My wings spread in one powerful swing, and the entire room shook as if struck by an earthquake. With a single leap, I propelled my body to the air. One swift flap of my wings stirred the chamber with a violent gust of wind. I soared around the room, circling the dome, stretched fingers grazing the stained glass, as my gaze locked on the necromancer below, my eyes sharp as a bird of praise. Cade's apprentices lost heart at the sight of the bloodbath spread before them. "What the—" Dushan cursed, transfixed as he saw the monster's severed head. "Cade!" He opened his arms, baffled, expecting an explanation. "He did this," Exile mused, studying the scene with dread and fascination. Her gaze then shot skyward, awestruck by my demon form. My target became Dushan. I dove to meet him, sword alight with incandescent flames. I would not hesitate to deliver him to the same fate as the serpents. He deserved death like no other creature, if only for his cowardice. Finally, when no more than a few feet stood between us, Dushan puffed out of the room. A cloud of ash and shadows swirled in his stead. Out of frustration, I growled, clenching my jaw so tight that my teeth gritted, until it stung the bone. But my fury found its purpose soon enough. I looked down at Cade, holding Raven close to him, as if that would warrant his safety. The necromancer stared back, either unmoved by my menacing grin or paralyzed with dread. Cade blinked, snapping from the trance. "Exile!" he called with haste, picking up the crystal sphere. "Take her! Take Emma!" "Cade!" Exile hissed, disturbed. Black leather-gloved hands clutched the magic sphere. She slipped it into her coat's pocket. "Go!" the necromancer pressed. With extraordinary quickness, Aisel wrapped herself in a bank of dark fog. The impenetrable darkness that enveloped her soon vanished in thin air, taking her with it. And it was as if she'd never set foot inside the headmaster's chamber. Without hesitation, I took the plunge and dove towards him with demonic speed. Cade's jaw unhinged, mouth gaping as I glided next to him, lashing him with a breeze as strong as a powerful hurricane. I slid my fingers round Raven, gently snatching her away from the death mage. I flapped my wings again, rising several feet fast. I wondered why Emma's spirit would hold such value to them, but the thought passed quickly through me, distracted when Cade turned the grimoire's pages, perhaps searching for a spell that might destroy demons. While sheets of parchment twirled in the whirlwind, unleashed beneath my flight, I looked down at Raven, nestled against my chest, still in bird form. My brow creased with worry. Why had she not shifted back into a woman? The hour of her change was well past us. Whatever the reason for this delay, one thing was certain. I could not fight Cade if it meant putting her in harm's way. "Do not be frightened," I told her, pressing her against me as I rapidly ascended to the dome. My thumb stroked her with fondness. "Fly away as soon as you can." I clenched my fist. When the moment came, I shielded Raven with one of my wings. My platinum gauntlet smashed through the glass. The sound of shattering crystal built up as a rain of shards fell upon us. When my demonic eyes caught the first glimpse of clear blue sky, I opened my hand and released her. The burden of my worries lightened as she fled into the bright horizon, and then my stare hardened, shifting downwards to the damned necromancer, turning pages frantically. I landed before him in a flash. "Thorns won't work on me this time, Cade," I told him with an unemotional voice. He sneered. "You don't frighten me, demon." "Your racing heart says differently," I whispered, holding his stare. Cade moved back, one step down from the dais. "What are you going to do, huh?" he said with wavering conviction. "Kill me, destroy all that's left of Raven's family, leaving her truly alone in the world?" I strode forward, clutching my falchion's hilt with a firm grasp. "She will never be alone as long as she has me," I said without inclination. The scraping of metal as I unsheathed my sword sent a thrill through me, feeding the bloodlust that sizzled in my core. Cade's eyes danced with uncertainty. Behind him, a nest of snakes slithered out of the shadows, dipping into the pit at a quickened pace. They hissed and rattled, but the noise no longer disturbed me. "You will never make her happy," he said, looking back as he took yet another step towards the den. "That is not for you to decide, Cade," I muttered. The ciphers inked on my arms blazed like burning coals. I drew my sword. It gleamed with raging flames. I raised my arm until the light spilled on Cade's countenance. "You will never hurt anyone ever again," I said coldly. A dark voice whispered in my mind. "Kill the necromancer," it said. It puzzled me that no fear dwelled in Cade's green eyes. Not yet, at least. "You know nothing, Drahoslav." He spat, taking the last step that delivered him into the pit. "You meddle in affairs you've not even begun to understand." I narrowed my eyes, bewildered by his words, but more so by the serpent's behavior, as their sinister master joined them. The creatures slithered towards him, as if led by a magnetic pull. Each of them coiled around Cade's limbs as he stood in the nest's center, vain and proud of his pet's display of loyalty. But I was a demon warrior now, and that investiture outranked even the most proficient of necromancers. Would the snakes follow my command if I were to tell them to bind him tighter, to wrap his neck and squeeze down hard until not a single breath could ease into his lungs? My lips parted, ready to speak the command. "No," came out instead. To my surprise, I sheathed my weapon and marched directly towards him. The snakes recoiled from me, as I'd suspected. Cade's brow furrowed. When standing inches apart, my hand glided on his neck. Driven by unhindered rage, I dug my fingers into his flesh, clenching tight until the faintest veins in his face burst open. I raised my arm, lifting him, weightless as he was under my preternatural power. Cade offered no resistance, for no strength lingered in his weakened body. "You took something from me," I all but hissed, feeling him fade under my grip as tears gathered in my eyes. "I will never be the same." Cade's eyes turned blank. He was slipping away fast, faster than I wanted. "Die, Cade Bryson. Die and go to hell!" "Drahos," a shuddering voice said. "Don't." Tracing the sound, I looked over Cade's shoulder. There stood Lauron, chest heaving, dismayed by the scene playing before him. "Lauron," Cade groaned, coming back to his senses. Only then did I see true fear bloom in his green eyes. Cade was finally frightened, not for his own sake, but for Lauron's. "Don't do this, mate," Lauron added. A cautious hand raised as if the gesture could somehow ease my fury. "This isn't you. You're a guardian, remember?" I huffed cynically. "Not anymore," I mumbled, raising Cade an inch higher in my hold. "I have the potion," Lauron blurted, now standing next to me. I swung my head towards him, confused. "What potion?" "The one that will shift Raven back into a woman," he stammered. "It's right here. Look." A vial came out of his jacket's pocket. He gave yet another step, entering the den. His hands quivered with fear. I could even hear his heart's gallop. Curious. The snakes did not attack him. "You switched the potions?" I growled, rage burning through me. "You betrayed your friends." I clenched my grip around Cade's neck tighter. "Why would you do this, Lauron? Why would you?" "I love him," he said simply. "Love." The word shook me through and through. My mind's eye flooded with cherished moments spent with Raven on these grounds. A forceful blow called back that heart-warming longing, the endless torrent of bliss as I'd worshipped her flawless body, the desire to see her safe and happy for years to come. I loved her. Madly, profoundly, decidedly. Did I truly mean to kill Raven's only brother? Would that not make me a loathsome creature in her eyes? Had I spoken the truth when I told Elisabeth I would have revenge? Or was I truly here to save her? Were both purposes not one and the same? While I debated these feelings, I released Cade from my hold. He slammed on the floor and somehow managed to rise to his knees. Gasping for air, he took his hands to his bruised neck. Lauron darted to him. Exhausted, Cade pressed a hand on the wolf-shifter's shoulder. His eyes closed as he lowered his chin, murmuring ancient words of magic. The snakes clustered around both men, enveloping them completely. In an instant, the vermin collapsed on the floor. Cade and Lauron had disappeared, and so did the snakes. Seconds later, the sole proof of their presence in the room was the crystal vial that had slipped from Lauron's hold. The small flask tumbled on the floor, rolled and bumped against my feet. Chapter 32. Drahoslav, Demon. Although my preternatural stamina endured through any struggle, weariness caught up with me. This was a different kind of exhaustion, one that clutched my heart while I meandered through the castle, looking back at the moments I'd spent within its walls in my human condition. Stepping inside Vesley had meant diving into a new reality. Not only had another world awaited beyond its magic doors, but I myself had changed. And now, as I crossed the lower Bailey's gates, a feeling of foreboding coursed through me. It told me moving on would permanently cut all ties with the human I once was. It would signify the end of a most beautiful time. And despite the many seasons I'd fared well along the centuries, saying goodbye had never hurt me more. While I strolled down the garden tunnel that led to the dungeons, all traces of the monster's blood vanished from my hair and skin. My armor's quality renewed, exchanging jaded platinum plates for pristine ones, under the play of light and shadows. Cade's dark magic would lose all strength after he quit the premises. I wondered if Vesely Castle's bleakness would take off with him. Would this place now beam with never-ending charm, like it happened in a fairy tale? Would there be a happy ending for me and Raven? I stopped at the end of the tunnel, taking in the panoramic. Bright leaves were being born from weathered trees. The first bloom of honeysuckle added paint strokes of white and vivid green to an otherwise dull canvas. Sunlight bathed the lake's surface, reflecting a gleam of promise in the distance. Winter was over. A raven cawed nearby. I found her by the dungeon's window, perched on the narrow slant of stone. This was the place where I'd first wakened after my fall as an angel. Reminiscing on that chapter in my life stirred in me no interest. But one truth remained indisputable. Walking through that loss had only enhanced the strike of love, revealing it as a beam of blinding light that pierced the darkness. Loosening a deep sigh, I dragged my fingers through my hair. "Why here?" I asked, crushing slush beneath my sabatons as I set to meet her. The gorgeous black-blue raven released a gurgling croak. I couldn't help but smile. "What are you telling me?" I could read her emotions, but not her thoughts. At least not now. Not in her shifter form. My fingers gently caressed the bird's silken coat. "Is anyone there?" A voice called from inside the cell. "Can you hear me?" the woman insisted. Raven flapped her wings, peering inside the chamber. I recognized that voice. "Sarah," I mumbled. At once I scurried along the wall. Raven soared along my side. I stopped at the entrance, blocked by a heavy slab of metal. Raven landed on a branch, a few feet behind me. "Drahoslav, is that you?" Sarah called, angst and despair breaking her voice. "We're here." My voice came low and soothing. "I'm getting you out." I took a step back and stared at the towering door forged in iron. This had to work. I was a demon now. Quietly, I raised my hand, flashing it towards the entrance. "Fall," I commanded with the lowest whisper. In an instant, the heavy plate screeched and churned, then snapped as it broke off its hinges. The door collapsed hard against the dungeon's floor, and the heavy blow lifted a cloud of dirt. that darkened the interior. When the dust settled, we saw Sarah Thompson, curled up in a corner. "Are you hurt?" I asked, lingering by the threshold, too frightened of the feelings this dungeon might evoke in me had I dared step inside. Also, I did not want to scare her. The young witch got on her feet, not without a groan or two. "Not much," she said. Daylight blinded her as she walked outside, so she shaded her eyes with the aid of her forearm. Little by little, her eyes adjusted to the light. She glanced at me, and her lips stretched faintly. "Drahoslav," she whispered. Hope glinted in her voice, in spite of it all. I tilted my head, returning her smile. Then something unexpected occurred. Sarah's arms spread wide, and she rushed to embrace me. Me, a foul demon who harbored passions of vengeance and hate, vile emotions to convey to someone as tender as her. At first I recoiled from her, hoping to spare her from my darkness. Nevertheless, she persisted. Sarah held me in her arms and buried her face in my chest. I took a gentle hand to the back of her head. I did so with hesitation. But the deed was done, and there was no turning back. With her gifts as a clairsentient, she'd learned the truths of my soul. After a minute, she parted from me. Her cheeks flushed as the first tears fell, and the way her eyes regarded me, with such wounded longing, told me she'd experienced everything with me. The agony of my last moments as a mortal man. The toll that tore my soul as I descended into darkness. However, as a demon, in full possession of its preternatural power, that embrace had given me as much as it had taken. For I too had read the secrets that dwelled in Sarah's heart. I discovered the truth of her lineage. Her father, a high fae lord. Her mother, a mortal woman who died in childbirth. A curse much greater than Sarah's clairsentience extended through her lands. But above it all, I sensed such fathomless loneliness, such devastation. "I'm sorry," I whispered. I couldn't help speaking the words. "No," Sarah said. She gathered her poise, smearing away her tears with the back of her hand. "I am." She straightened. "I should have trapped Emma's ghost, but Her lips quivered. "Don't say that," I reassured her. "Her previous attack had weakened you. How could it not? But what you lacked in strength, you made up for in courage. I never should have put you in that position." I drifted off. Regret clenched my throat. "I should have listened to you, Sarah. You warned me from the start. My fate had already been written." "I wish I had been wrong," she breathed. "But you were not," I said, showing her the vial in my open hand. "And that is why I will need your help once more." Sarah leaned closer, knitting her brows. "Is that—" she uttered, stunned. I nodded. Lauron switched Raven's vials before the summoning. My jaw tensed. Rage sizzled in my blood at the wolf shifter's betrayal. He would have her remain a raven long enough for Cade to clip her wings. The words sailed through my clenched teeth. "That arrogant bastard!" Sarah hissed, revealing for the first time a sign of fury. Her brow then slid into a crease of worry. "Did Cade get away with it?" "No," I hurried to say. Raven soared between us, her wings spread wide as if to say, "I am unharmed." After giving one leap about the copse, she glided towards me and landed on my arm. Sarah's face lit up with joy. You saved her, she mused. My gaze strayed to the ground. I bore no pride nor considered myself a hero. For how could one be both foe and savior at the same time? This potion will turn her back into a woman, I said, steering back to the main conversation. At least that's what Lauron told me before he took off. I swallowed hard. Sarah, I don't know how to do this, I added, offering her the vial. I do, she said, easing the strain that assailed my heart. The young witch took the vial off my hand. She carefully removed the cap, then poured the thick blue elixir into her cupped pale hand. Sarah closed her eyes and then pronounced the words, Magice revelare tuum. Instantly the potion glittered with sparkling magic. Sarah drew her hand close to my arm, where Raven had slowly descended. I flexed my wrist, and she swooped onto it, bending her head to drink the liquid. It will take a few minutes, Sarah said with a grave tone. I suppose you'll leave us soon, she added, clasping her hands over her skirt. I remained silent. Desolation surfaced on her sweet visage. I'll give you two a moment. She pursed her lips, then stepped back, heading to the pathway that led to the bailey. Sarah, I said in a blurt, biting my lower lip immediately afterwards. Perhaps I should not have spoken my mind, but given the connection that had transpired between us, I simply had no choice. She halted midway and turned. Yes? Your father loves you, I said. You should go home. A thin smile stretched her lips. She drew a deep breath. Then, without saying a word, she turned and continued her walk to the garden tunnel. Chapter 33. Drahos, an Immortal War. Standing near the frozen lake's embankment, I waited, staring at the snowy shore, the place where I'd wept at my disgrace. Desolation embraced me. I closed my eyes, longing to escape the promise that bound me to darkness. What will become of me now? I whispered into the frosted field, my hand open as it trapped faint flakes of snow. I was immortal again, and had gained all the powers the enemy could bestow upon a fallen creature like me. Yet, for all my demonic might, a trace of my previous human self kept on living. And although the circumstances that had surrounded my death caused me little to no apprehension, inside me lingered the same yearning for those dark, dreamy eyes, the same burning desire to hold and cherish her for hours without end. I had loved, and I still loved, with the same mortal intensity. Hereinafter, I belonged nowhere, not in hell with all its legions, not on earth, with my beloved Raven. Drahos, a soft voice said, what happened? She stepped out of the dungeon, gleaming in ethereal gloom, wrapped in her wool-plaid skirt and sweater, resilient as a precious black prince rose untouched by the harshest winter. Where's Cade? Her speech had been low and fierce, not wounded or forgiving. She drifted down the trail that led to the lake. Had I had a mortal heart, it would have pumped with vigorous blows. Nevertheless, a thrill rushed through my soul, the tainted soul of the damned. Wherever he is, he will never again harm you, I said in a dispassionate tone. That was my vow. Lauron left as well. Her mask of indolence almost shattered as I spoke the werewolf's name. I could all but see the pain piercing through her, but she would not give in to it so easily. Emma's gone too, she whispered, hugging her arms, now standing before me. When Cade pulled her out of me. Raven hesitated. He bound her to a crystal ball. Her eyes watered. She would have been better off in hell other than in the hands of my brother. The specter's fate caused her affliction, but the words aroused in me no emotion. At least in that regard, I'd regained my detached nature. I don't think we'll ever see any of them again, I said. Raven's ruddy lips parted. Drahos, you saved me. Her voice broke, as did her poise. No. I shook my head, a tight knot clenching my throat. I simply stopped what I'd unleashed. This wasn't your fault. It was entirely my fault, I interrupted with harshness. This was my burden to bear. I never should have asked so much of you. A mortal woman, you mean? She murmured, hurt as she looked away. Moved by the sweetness of her countenance, I caressed her soft jawline. My thumb gently stroked her cheek, persuading her stare to meet mine. You know what I mean, I whispered. Raven's gaze cut to me and sailed above my shoulder, where she caught a glimpse of my folded wings. She started, taking her delicate hand to her mouth at first, only to reach towards me a moment later. Subdued by her in more than one way, I bowed my head and gently spread my wings, allowing her to see me for what I truly was. Beams of warm sunlight pierced the meshed branches above us. The faint light scattered through my satin covert and revealed a hint of blue. Your wings, she whispered, joy and suffering quieting her voice. A tear slipped down her cheek when she blinked. Her fingers stretched to brush my glistening black feathers, but froze midway with hesitation. I folded my hand around her wrist and slowly guided her towards me, allowing her to feel the smoothness of my coverts. The feathers faintly fluttered beneath the comforting touch of her fingertips. They're... she uttered in awe. Mine, I said, a tone harsher than I'd meant. My abrasiveness, however, did not push her away. A pensive shimmer loomed in the shadow of her gaze. But how? I gave no answer. How could I speak the words that would surely break her heart? No, I would not. As I closed my eyes, I wished that by the time I opened them, the moment would have passed, and this question might have lost all relevance. But then, as I woke up from that dream and read wariness in her visage, I realized I'd been wrong to contemplate such hopes. I must go away now, I added. My voice became calm, my gaze steady. To heaven? She asked. Slowly, I shook my head. No, that's all changed. I pursed my lips, glancing downwards. Drahoslav, look at me, she whispered, girding herself with resolve. Against my better judgment, I followed her command, and there I met her blushing cheeks and mouth, and her bloodshot eyes sparkling with forthcoming tears. What did you do? Her lips quivered. She inched closer until we shared the same breathing space, her hands clenched tight. What did you do? She demanded, pounding one hard fist against my unyielding chest. Tears streamed down her face in quiet rivulets. Raven shuddered. She broke as the truth finally struck her. I ran my arm around her shoulders and pressed her hard against me, incapable of stopping the pain she now endured. It was a tumbling ball of snow that crushed everything in its path, destroyed any shred of hope. I knew it well, because I too felt this agony. Tenderly, I smoothed a hand to the back of her head and lowered my chin until my lips skimmed her ear. I did what I had to do to save you, I whispered. She parted from me with a frown. Join the enemy? She declared, cheeks flushed with anger. I have. What more was there to say? Nothing could take away this pain. Nothing would mend the hurt between us. And now I must leave you, I added. I have duties to fulfill. Certain tasks expected from me. Siding with the ranks of evil, she glowered, hugging her arms, to harm all living creatures. No, it's nothing like that, I replied, wounded. For the course of life itself, an immortal war has been waged between guardians and demons. I paused. I am a warrior. My quarrel will be with them. She stared at me in silence, taking shallow breaths as she struggled to master her emotions. I remembered that hardship well. Raven, I love you, I said, treading closer. I will always love you. My fingers reached to caress her cheek. She recoiled from my touch. You are no longer human, she retorted warily. Drahoslav, you have no heart. You cannot love me. Voicing such thoughts only ruined her. It shattered me. Raven sobbed bitterly. Tears fell when she closed her eyes, round as they glided down her face, sparkling in the morning light. Her sadness moved me beyond what I'd expected. Yes, I am not human, I told her, moving closer. Depth and authority resonated in my voice, despite my efforts to tame it. I am no longer ethereal either. Having been mortal has changed me in ways I have yet to understand. I paused. Part of my heart is still mortal, I know that much. I recall the pain and the strife, but more than anything, I remember my love. The distance between us became unbearable, a muffled scream, longing for release. With one more step, I reached her, then cupped her chin in my hand with care, drawing her close until our brows met and our eyes locked in one meaningful stare. Finally swayed, Raven's hand folded in mine. I am so sorry, she said, taking my hand to her mouth and kissing it. I am not, I whispered unwaveringly with fondness. You mustn't cry, my love. I could never regret the means that spared you from the vilest fate. A hint of a smile curled my lips. You are safe now, and I must go on. Will I see you again? She asked, fearful of my answer. You will, I eagerly said, then bit my lower lip. For of this I had no certainty. Gently I pulled a strand of hair away from her face. What will become of Vesley, now that Cade's gone? The words sailed out of my mouth. But what I'd really meant to ask was, what will become of you while I am gone? Would she carry on with life, plant her love in a worthier heart? Raven sniffed, calmer now. I will find someone to take his place as headmaster, she said, the words meaningless, hovering motes of dust in the air between us. I hear you're quite skilled at scouting new recruits, I teased, winning from her a glimpse of amusement. But perhaps the role of headmaster would befit you more than well. Biting her lip, she looked away. No, I'm not ready to take on that burden, she breathed. For now, I added, searching her stare while I gave her a half smile. She pursed her reddened lips. For now. As she faced me once more, Raven returned my smile with a slightly raised brow. For all the pleasantness we'd garnered at this cruel moment, a specific matter had tormented my mind ever since my fall into darkness. I dreaded bringing it to life, because it might spoil what could well be our last encounter. However, I would not find peace until it had been spoken. Raven, I must know, I mumbled, her icy hands clasped firmly in mine. Last night, when you dropped from that embrasure." I had no certainty, she interrupted, realizing where my concerns aligned. "I did not know if I would change." Her voice broke and drifted into silence. "You could have died," I breathed, horrified at the possibility. She stiffened, bristled when confronted with this truth. "But I did not," she spoke through clenched teeth. My hands glided to her arms and held them firmly. "Promise me," I begged, "you will never risk your life so selflessly again." In silence, I studied each detail of her face. Her almond-shaped eyes and thick eyelashes, the faint freckles on her cheeks and nose, the chiseled Cupid's bow of her soft pink lips. I wanted to memorize it all, to guard it in my heart, an image that time would never tarnish. My oath to Elisabeth never weighed more upon me. Raven seized my face between her delicate hands. "I will never have to," she replied, earnest dark eyes lost in mine. "Angel or demon, you are alive, and you are safe, and I love you. For as long as I breathe, I will love you. And when death reaps me off this earth, by all the gods, I will find a way to keep loving you." "Oh, Raven," I sighed heavily. In a roar of passion, my lips sealed her mouth, stealing a kiss that would stay with me forever, and she understood it well. The permanence of it all, the way fate worked in absolutes. And thus, she committed all her fire into our embrace, all the longing and irreparable hurt that came along with saying goodbye. But in that kiss there was also love, and it was bright as lightning, a powerful bolt that coursed through my limbs and breathed new life into my demon form. Chapter 34. Vesely Academy. Time passed. Life moved on. Laughter and music dressed the old castle's courtyard yet again. No one could have ever suspected such pain and desolation ever to amble its corridors. It had all washed down. Stories that would never be told, locked in the forbidden aisle of Vesley's library. But for all the merriment bursting through the great hall's doors, there was one who found no pleasure in the seniors' homecoming party. At the chiming of midnight, when the full moon hung high in the clear evening sky, Raven Bryson slipped past the courtyard where hordes of warlocks and witches mingled with shifters. She moved down the stairs that led to the bailey and crossed the field carpeted in pristine snow. She reached the back gates, unfastened the latch, and walked through the threshold, delivering herself to the woods, to the footpath that led to the lake, where many months ago she'd met a wounded creature that would captivate her. So much so, she'd rescue it and bring it into her life without hesitation. She would show this creature the true meaning of friendship and love. Raven reached the embankment and knelt close to the lake. She pulled down her black velvet hood and peered over the water, staring at her reflection and the moon and the stars glinting on the rippling surface. She had learned to move on with a life full of losses. No news of her brother ever came. No signs that he lived. Nevertheless, she carried on, inflamed with the hope that their paths might cross again, and that time and experience would have shifted Cade's heart, because he was all the family she had left. And she held also the hope that she might lay eyes again on the fallen one who'd stolen more than a soul, taking her heart as well, on the morning when they'd said goodbye. She could almost see me in the water, my strong black wings enfolding her in their comforting shadow. my serene gray eyes staring down at her, glimmering in darkness. She could almost feel my touch as my hand landed on her shoulder. Always watching, always with her, her dark guardian.
Chapter 35. Raven. Memory spells. It was real. It was all true. I had lost everything 1 year ago on a night like this, and despite my many losses, time had shown me to be grateful. I once had a cherished family, an older brother whom I adored. I once fell in love and learned the heights of true bliss. Those memories latched to my heart, where I kept them with great fondness. At 18, I thought myself ancient, for although no wrinkles creased my face, the blows of life had carved my soul infinitely deeper. Still, I'd learned to smile and laugh, to find joy in the light of others. Sarah and I became close friends. She'd recently sailed back to her father, the High Fae Lord. The legends surrounding her had been true, after all. I peered into the water, reminded of the wonderful creature I'd once found at this precise place, the young Narcissus with fathomless longing in his stormy eyes. My beloved angel. In my eyes, Drahos would always be heavenly. But as my focus sharpened on the lake, the powerful spell that haunted me appeared, and the flood of memories came back, this time, projected on the rippling surface. I recognised him in a flash, black hair, soft fringes faintly darkening his fierce green eyes. It was him, always him. Either dead or alive, his magic reached out to me, wherever he was, always Cade. Slowly, I felt myself letting go, yielding to the commanding recollection playing before me. I let it wrap me and tuck me away from reality, until my feet landed on the checkerboard marble floor of Bryson Towers Hall. I stood in the hallway, the freezing wind lashed behind me through the open doors. I knew what would happen. And even though I'd grown tired of reliving it, I had no control over the scene that played. He wanted me to see it, always that moment. The loud thud of rushing footsteps dragged down the grand staircase. My hands clasped over my dress, and I looked down at my brand new black leather boots, a child's footwear. The steps drew near. I lifted my gaze and prepared to see him. Cade's blushing face paled as he stood frozen in the hallway, a brown leather suitcase in his hand, ready to walk out the door. His chest heaved, and his eyes widened as he saw me. "Cerise," he started. "What are you doing here?" I shouldn't be here. I should have been with our mother and father, and our sisters, dining at the neighbour's manor as we did most Friday evenings. But even at 8 years old, I'd grown tired of listening to their hunting stories, tales of mystique in foreign lands, and constant praise of their obnoxious children. For the first time in years, I'd felt emboldened to make the walk back home, longing to look after my birds. I stared at my brother, as petrified as he was. Why would he leave us? Why would he leave me? Was he not happy? Had I done something to drive him away from home? I chewed down on my lower lip, keeping all those questions silent in my heart. When my lips parted, they simply said, "Don't go." Cade took a step back and stumbled, shaken and moved by my plea. However, he regained his poise. His pride pulled him back to stern determination. "I've already made my mind up," he spoke. "My decision is final." He swallowed hard. A glimpse of dread shone in his eyes. Was he afraid of me? "I am leaving this house, Cerise," he added, determined. "You cannot stop me." Cade grabbed his suitcase and marched towards me, to the door. His willingness to walk away irked me. Warmth swept me in a fit of fury. My jaw tensed. "I can try," I told him. My clenched fists slowly opened. I turned my wrists and curled my fingers, summoning what would become the first spell I'd cast in my brief life. Pulsing waves of spectral blue light burst from my palms, gathering into buzzing spheres. This part of the reel always made me falter. Magic? Is this memory accurate? I don't recall ever possessing such abilities. Cade's eyes shuddered with fright. "Cerise," he mumbled. "What are you doing?" I said nothing. In an instant, a flock of birds poured into the hallway. The fluttering mass of all my past and present rescues had come to my aid. They bundled up into a whirlwind that surrounded Cade, forcing him back into the hall. The powerful gust of air risen by their flight shut the main door closed, creating a loud thud. "Stop it!" Cade groaned, covering his face with his hands. "Stop this. Right now!" The doors suddenly opened. "What's taking you so long?" a boy said, tall and handsome as my brother, though rougher around the edges. Immediately the boy's eyes flew open at the magical display happening before him. He turned to me, astonished, as he realised the magic sprung from such a young girl. His brow slipped into a crease of anger. "Are you going to allow that, Cade?" he spat. As Cade remained silent, the boy pushed up his leather jacket's sleeves, revealing the tattoos that inked his forearms. The coiled snake and dagger in one arm, the skull embedded in roses in the other, sigils of the Knights of Death. He then flashed open his palm towards me, ready to launch a magical attack. "Dushan!" my brother growled. "Don't!" The boy's icy stare cut to Cade's. He then shifted his hand's aim towards my brother. "Ad somnum avium," he muttered. Just as swiftly, the flock of birds froze in mid-flight, collapsing to the ground, heavy as stones. Horror chilled the blood in my veins. My jaw slackened, stunned as I watched my beloved rescues fall. A deep sigh escaped Cade's lips, his head lowered as if burdened with regret that I should witness such a dire scene. "You better do something about this," Dushan demanded, now standing by the door. "I will," my brother said with the lowest voice, all but trudging towards me. He stopped a few feet away, then raised his quivering hand, ready to cast a spell of his own. Panic swelled inside me and anchored me to the floor. Was he really going to do this? Why must I live this, time and time again? Cade took a deep breath, gathering his resolve until the coldest stare lit his fierce eyes with spectral white flames. And then he whispered the words, "Day as night, night as day, half a life, a curse dismayed." "Cade?" I mumbled, tears blurring my vision. But he carried on. "A raven's form, the shifter's way." He swallowed hard. At once, smoke and shadows burst from his palm, rapidly swirling in my direction. "Cade!" I whimpered as the smoke encircled me in the direst spell. At the tender age of 8, I had crossed a mighty wizard. My mischief irked him enough to brand me with the shifter's curse. Little did he know one day I'd learn to cherish the fruits of his wrath against me. A tear dropped in the water, and the images quickly faded in the rippling surface, gradually pulling me to reality. I was at Vesely Castle, sitting by the lake's embankment. Nothing but the starry sky mirrored in the peaceful waters. My thoughts went back to the many faces I held dear in my heart. Even those who'd betrayed me had a place inside it still. But out of all those faces, there was one for whom I ached the most. One who'd changed my life forever in deeper ways than Cade's curse could ever have achieved. I saw his imposing shape, taut and handsome, projected in the water. A memory spell like this I could hold on to for years without end.
"Raven?"
A voice called in the night. The voice unleashed a surge of excitement exploding from my core. I had dreamed of this velvety voice each night for the past 12 months. My heart skipped a beat. Can this be real, or has my mind finally broken? Fearing disappointment, I looked back. A tall, well-formed figure towered over me. His long white hair swayed in the wind, glistening with an ethereal gleam. Glossy black feathers spread behind him and glimmered in the silver moonlight, spanning across for at least 5 feet wide. He seemed greater than life, despite the melancholic semblance as he stared down at me with hazy eyes. After months of what I'd perceived as endless loneliness, once again I felt alive and free to open my heart. "Drahos," I whispered, comforted in his shadow as his hand slowly glided underneath my chin. The first joyful tears rolled down my blushing face. "You came back," I said, too stunned to will my limbs to rise. He knelt before me, his majestic wings enfolding us, feathers rustling in the evening's cool breeze.
"I did,"
he said, as our brows touched. His smooth voice gave me the peace I'd long forgotten.
"At last, I am free from my promise to Elisabeth. Though I am still bound to darkness."
The words came low and tinged with warning.
How could I not flee back to the world? Back to my beloved Raven?
A genuine smile thinned my lips. Love dwelled inside his stormy eyes, excitement pulling at his pupils each time his gaze lingered on me. Drahoslav returned my smile with earnest warmth.
"I've missed you dearly,"
he whispered, cradling my face between his firm hands. His eyes closed as he brushed carefully his head against my temple. "It's been a lonely year," I finally said, pressing my hands over his. My heart unleashed into a gallop, pounding hard against my chest. I feared breath would escape me.
"A year?"
he pulled back to say, bemused.
I was sure it had been longer than that.
I frowned. "How so?"
"There is no concept of time in the beyond,"
Drahos explained, sitting next to me, folding back his wings.
"I fought my old brethren for centuries, it seemed, until the battle was won.
He halted.
But not the war. Never the war."
His gaze drifted to the lake. My lips parted, but words failed me. Nothing could express the joy that filled my heart at this moment.
"Raven,"
his tone was grave as he faced me.
"I know who killed your family,"
he said.
"and Miss Cosworth."
I gasped, shocked, yet grateful to be sitting and in Drahoslav's company as I received the news. "Tell me," I urged him, shuddering as I spoke the words. Drahoslav slowly got to his feet. Only then did I realize he did not wear his platinum armor. He had chosen the mundane attire of dark jeans and a worn leather jacket to see me, and that glimpse of his humanity filled my heart with joy. He offered me a hand.
"I'll show you,"
he said. Fastening my hand inside his, I rose from the ground, knowing he could lead me to the very depths of hell, and even then, I'd always follow.
End of Book 1 in the Vesely Academy series. They say an immortal war rages between light and darkness, between angels and demons. But standing here with Raven beside the lake, where we first met, I've learned there are battles far more meaningful than those fought in the celestial realm. I am neither guardian nor purely demon now. My wings are black as night, yet my heart, the part that remains mortal, beats with a love that defies both heaven and hell. For her. Always for her. The truth about her family's fate lies ahead of us, as do more battles to come. But whatever darkness awaits, whatever price I must pay for my choices, I know this. Some souls are worth falling for. I am Drahoslav, once guardian, now fallen. And though my tale of redemption through love has been told, Vesely Academy holds deeper secrets still. Join us as the moon rises over these haunted grounds, for darkness gathers and ancient powers awaken and curse the moon. Until then, may the shadows keep you, and may love be your eternal light. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.